God. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year to you. We appreciate your company today, even as we start out your favorite open forum political show on Mudavadi TV. I trust you had a great day, even as we start out into our discussion today. We have one interesting subject to address today. There is Oka. Omoka na Oka seems to be impossible right now, and Oka seems to be on the deathbed. What is happening? Then there is an imminent coalition between Mudavadi and Ruto. What is your take on the same? Azimio weight being felt or no more political games? What do you think? And where are we going from here? Well, the link is right there in the comments. You can use to get into the studio and let us get talking. Confirm if you can get us loud and clear from wherever you are. Let us know where you're watching from. And we appreciate all of you that are in support of Mudavadi TV and continually give us the moral support to help to keep going and to keep doing what we are doing. Shadrach Wekulo, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Everina Nyango, we salute you. Thank you so much. Shadi Comedian following, thank you so much. Continue following. We have who else? Matthew Ndege, asante sana. Karibu kabisa kwa show ya leo. Oliver Simiyu, thank you so much. Not yet agreed. Yes, you are giving updates on the coalition arrangement between Ruto and Mudavadi. We see how it is developing. Daniel Okere, thank you so much. Kipchirichir, Magad, is it Murgad? Whichever your name is, thank you so much for joining us. Nyakwar Ogigo, thank you so much. Jessica, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you that are making effort to be part and parcel of our broadcast today. We are looking forward to have a great time as we explore this latest development on the political front in Kenya politics. Is Oka on the deathbed? Mudavadi Ruto coalition. What is your take? Azimio weight being felt or on normal political games? Who is causing all these forces from, jumping into action? Thank you all that are joining. We appreciate you, James Wambia. We salute you, Hilda Mtai. Asante sana. And Anderson Mundi, asante sana, karibu. Kipkoril Larry, thank you so much. Let's keep talking. Let's keep appreciating one another. And please, let's keep within the boundaries and within the standing orders. To see Anne's what is it called? Tusikuwe na ile kukosa nidhamu, kuanza kutusiana. Mmekutana hapa kwa online, watu wengine wajui, huwezi kuanza kuwatukana na kusema mambo mengine. Okay, Smith Craft, asante sana. Jeff Kisorio, we appreciate you. Thank you. Those that are joining fast and furious, we salute you, and please invite somebody to join into the discourse today, even as we look in depth on Oka is on the deathbed or what? Mudavadi Ruto coalition. Azimio weight being felt or no more political games? What is your take? Waga, how are you? Waga, unmute and speak. Waga, are you there? Hey, Omar. Hali vipi?
Karibu chai.
Naona kikombe ni ile ya imani kabisa.
Ile ya
Kileta kikombe cha imani kwetu. Asante, nisambazie hiyo chai. Nahitaji sasa hivi.
Kikombe ya wazee.
Kikombe cha wazee, sawa sawa.
Mzee ukimpatia chai anashukuru sana.
Bas. Haya, tufungulie jambi masuala ya Oka na Ruto na Mudavadi, tunaenda vipi?
Kitu ya kwanza nashukuru sana tumepatana. Mwaka mpya. Isipokuwa yetu ya Kiislamu ilipita.
Yes.
Tumepatana 2022. Tumepatana 2022. Sasa maoni yangu kuhusu Oka. Oka ilitupwa ikaekwa kwa sakafu.
One moment.
Ilitupwa
Moses, you keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Thank you. Moses, make sure your mic remains mute until it's your turn to speak. Omar, go ahead.
Oka, kitu ya kwanza hakuna pahali inaenda. Waziwazi imetuonyesha. Na tukikuja kuhusu Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula kuungana na Ruto, hiyo si big deal kwetu. Bado baba atawabiti. Musalia atamletea nini Western? Hakuna. Musalia na Wetangula ni kama wanaenda empty. Yaani ni watu wanaenda na engine ya gari, lakini ile body ya gari na body ya gari hawana. Yaani ni kama wanajipeleka siasa yao inachekesha sana. Kafaa tuwaombe. Wanajipeleka kwao ni kama wanapeleka engine bila body ya gari. Na kitu ingine kafaa tujiulize, Mudavadi na Wetangula watampatia nini Ruto? Kitu ya kwanza watu wake wote wametoroka. Watampatia empty. Yaani ikuwe ni jino tu wanampatia. Na kuhusu Musalia Mudavadi, tunajua si mara ya kwanza kukua aina hivyo, hana msimamo. Hii siasa yake tulijua kuanzia kitambo. Lakini kitambo unakumbuka wakati wa code, ilikuwa ni 2013. Hakuna inaitwaje, ilikuwa TNA na URP. Hao vijana wawili wakajaribu kumuingiza Musalia box agawanyishe Western, lakini Musalia hakufaulu. Bado Raila alimbit. Huyo ni Musalia alisimama. Saa hii Musalia kwenda kwa Ruto ndio itakuwa ni wasi. Hiyo Western atashangaa. Ni kama wameenda individual. Wameenda yeye, bibi yake, familia yake, lakini hawajenda na watu. Na kitu ingine, watampatia nini Musalia? Kwa sababu Musalia asitegemee deputy president. Hiyo deputy president ilishachorewa Central. DP ameshaichora Central. Na ina mean akijaribu kumpatia Musalia Mudavadi failure, tunamuita mtu fail, kumpatia deputy, hiyo ni kama amewasaliti Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu Mount Kenya saa hii vile mimi niko hapa, vile wanasema sahi, ile kitu wanaotea ni deputy president katika vyama, katika two horses. Wanataka kujua ni nani watateuliwa kutoka Mount Kenya, kuhusu upande ya DP na kuhusu upande ya Raila, ni watu wagani watawateuliwa. Hiyo ndio wanagojea, na ina mean Ruto kusema Musalia Mudavadi ampatie deputy president, hiyo itakuwa ni disaster kwake Central. Anategemea kura kutoka Central. Ita mean watu watakasirika Central, hiyo kura za Central alikuwa nazo zitaenda kwa huu baba, kwa sababu unaona Raila anakuwa very careful sahi mambo ya deputy president hataki kutangaza. Alisema Wakenya ndio wataamua, yani Wakenya wataamua, Mount Kenya ndio wataamua ni nani wana prefer. Sasa mimi nashangaa Musalia atapatiwa speaker ama atapatiwa kuna senate speaker ama atapatiwa hii speaker ingine ya nini assembly. Sasa sijui ni kiti gani atapatiwa Musalia.
Sasa atapewa vipi? Kupewa unahitaji numbers. Kama una numbers kwa bunge utapata wangeo.
Maajabu. Unajua mimi inanishangaza upande huu mtu wetu. Katika watu wako wanatoroka usiku na mchana, kuanzia MCA paka ma MP. Can you imagine for the Kenya, I think wamebaki ma MP wawili. Wale wako na Wetangula wote wametoroka. ANC nasikia kuna mtu yuko huko ananiambia wanatoroka usiku na mchana kuanzia MCA. Yani wako empty, watu wanawatoroka, hawataki historia kwa sababu Musalia ameuza Waluya. Yani Waluya wamekasirika. Ile kusema ati hataki kuungana na Raila, kumbe alikuwa na ajenda yake. Yani wewe uko na jirani yako hapo Lake Victoria, una jump unaenda kuunga mtu mwingine. Hiyo imekasirisha Waluya. Na Waluya vile nazungumza wanasema raundi ile Musalia hakupata hata UMP. Raundi watamuonyesha Musalia Western, hata hiyo MCA akijaribu kusimama yeye mwenyewe atapata, kwa sababu Waluya wamekasirika. Ni aibu.
Sawa. Kamilisha twende kwa mwingine.
Na kuhusu hiyo mambo ile kitu naweza kumadvise Wetangula na Mudavadi, wakae tu waseme wasimame kivyao. Hiyo at least kidogo Wakenya watasema wana msimamo, lakini wakienda kwa William Ruto watajimaliza. Na wakienda kwa William Ruto ina mean upande ya Gideon na Kalonzo obvious wataenda kwa mzee. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nasema.
Okay, thank you everyone. I appreciate all of you that are joining from the comment section. We salute you. Please let's keep civility in our working. Waga, have you worked on your mic? Waga, endelea. Salama vipi?
Unanipata ama ni underground empire?
Tunakupata, lakini kuna kelele fulani inatoka huko kwako.
Hata nitoke nje.
Okay.
Sasa mimi kwa upande
pole Waga, hiyo sauti yako si haiko poa. Naomba urekebisha alafu tarudi baadaye. Let's hear from Penny. Penny, are you there? Penny Nyagaka.
Hello.
Hello, vipi?
Sawa ndugu yangu, sawa.
Hey, sasa wewe umetuletea barabara
Nyingi. Sasa, I was wishing you a happy new year and new elections. Ruto ndiye anachukua. You guys
okay.
don't spend all day talking about UDA, talking about Ruto. Why don't you spend some time telling us what you're going to do in as far as ODM is concerned? Because Parliament has not passed the law to bring Azimio. I'm walking outside, so that's why I look like this. And I wish you all the best. Tumeangalia siasa kutoka mzee Jojo ambaye amefariki, Ricky ambaye amefariki, tumeona hizo zote. All the quagmires. Huyu mzee Aturi, yeye ni union leader ama ni politician? Na nyinyi vijana ndio mngeuliza. Because we had Tom Mugara before, Juma Boy Juma, other Adongo. They were strictly union. I used to be a school teacher a long time ago. Lakini kuona vile mnaendelea siku hizi as vijana, I'm really scared because where is the Kenya going? Because if this new constitution was fought by the likes of Raila Odinga, why are they bringing BBI? Why are they putting a handshake? There's nothing like that in the constitution. We should follow the constitution. That's what I'm saying. Jojo helped us a lot with that, especially the constitution, because he would not let Mzee Kenyatta do anything that was unconstitutional. I've never heard you guys say anything about the constitution, but yesterday, 2010, that's when the constitution was brought. Why don't we build on that constitution instead of coming up with some other thing as Azimio ya nini? You know, it's what is worrying us, but excuse me. Tukimaliza, we see each other. Maisha yaendelee. If you win, you win. But I don't see how you gonna win because you spend a whole day telling us about UDA and Ruto. You're making them popular. There's no way you can change any of us our mind because they left us behind. Huh?
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Who is supposed to implement the new constitution?
Whoever is in power.
So is the deputy president in power?
Why do you leave the president out?
I'm asking, don't we have had
No, I'm asking you too. No.
That's why 2013 to up to date. So if the constitution is not implemented, how does that become an Azimio issue?
No. The constitution, you are the one mutilating it with the Azimio, with the, all this stuff that you're coming with, BBI, handshake. There is nothing like that in the constitution. You are affecting the Kenyan people using garbage, using things that don't even exist in the constitution. And you should mention the president because
those are the lame excuses we are trying to correct. So thank you for your opinion. We'll keep
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Let's hear from Dan. Oh, there is Dan, then there's Dan Bundi. Let's hear from Dan first.
Yeah, habari zenu bwana, mko poa?
Fiti. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. How are you?
We are good. Hey.
I'm good from my side here. I thank God. It is so cold, but we thank God for everything. Kwanza Beni, wacha niseme asante kwa Mtembei TV. Ukifomu na hii platform, at least watu waweze kutoa maoni yao, manake kuna wale wako pale nje wanataka kutoa maoni lakini hawajafika, na nadhani watafika. Na ningeomba kwamba kama kuna mwanadada yote ambaye ako na maoni, tusikue wanaume peke yetu, jitokeze na wewe utoe maoni yako, usimamie pande ya wanawake. Yani yeah. So kwa maoni yangu nilikuwa nasema hivi that last time then wakati tulikuwa hapa, wakati Malala alikuwa anasema about Bukungu Stadium, watu wasijaribu kuingia pale. Na mimi hapa wakati niko live nikasema hivi, Malala ameharibu NC. Na kweli ameharibu NC. Sasa wakati Bukungu ikiendelea, mkutano wa Bukungu ikiendelea, kuna wajumbe na MCA ambao walichiunga na Azimio la Umoja. Unaona? So kuonekana kwamba NC wakati Malala alikuwa ameongea yale maneno haikufurahisha watu wengi sana Kenya mzima. Manake akisema hivyo hakupata yani hakuweza kuwasiliana na wenzake, ni kama yeye ndio kiongozi wa NC. Ndio maana hawa watu wote wametoka wamekuja kuunga baba mkono, na na appreciate for that. Nikasema pia NC imeisha kwa sababu wakati Malala aliongea wachumbe wamekuja, Mudavadi mwenyewe amekosa mali ya kukimbilia, kama amekosa secretary general, amekosa, yani amepoteza hao watu. Ndio maana ameona hakuna mahali anasimamia, mawimbi na mpiga bandi. Sasa ndio ameona wacha ingie UDA. But let me say this, yeye anataka kuwa rais na bwana Ruto anataka kuwa rais. You cannot tell me he will get this seat, anataka kuwa the president of Kenya, whereby ukiangalia yeye atapewa kuwa vice president. Hiyo nao ni 100% hatapewa. Ni nini amejiunga na UDA? Hatuko against, lakini kama ameona kuna kitu anaenda kugain from UDA, well, but the main point that we need peace. Hatutaki vita, tunataka peace, na kila mtu apige kura kwa imani. Unaona? Hatutaki watu wakuja hapa wakikimbia hapa na pale wakiongea. Unaona? Nikirudi nyuma kidogo, wakati wale wachumbe ambao walirudi kwa Azimio la Umoja, wengine wakachiunga na ODM kirasmi, wakafulisha kofia na baba, wakapewa hiyo scarf, wakachisemea hawakulasimishwa. Unaona? Waliona uzuri wa Azimio la Umoja, waliona mwelekeo ni upi ambao Azimio la Umoja ambao inaongozwa na baba Raila Odinga inaelekea wapi. Ndio maana amechitoa. Hakuna vile unaweza kuwa na kwa chama fulani uko dictated. Unaona? Huyu Malala na Musalia, wao ndio wamefanya hii chama yao ikuwe imesambaratika. Chusi niliona Malala akiambia Kalole kwamba yeye ndiye atamuachia kiti kuwa usenate. What's that? Sio yeye anapeana. Na nashukuru Kalole alimchipa akimwambia si wewe unanipea, wananchi wako hapa, wao ndio watachagua. Unaona? So hakuna vile mtu atasimama aseme sasa mimi ndio nataka hii kiti, mimi ndio nataka hivi. Huyu jamaa, huyu Musalia hawezi ingia UDA aseme sasa nataka kuwa vice president. Unaona? Wakati aliingia alipata bwana Ruto yuko pale, na bwana Ruto wako na wenzake ambao wamepanga ni yupi watamsimamisha kuwa the vice president. Hawezi ongea wao wili. Hata Raila mwenyewe hawezi kaa peke yake asimamia aseme leo napea Joho ama napea mtu mwingine kuwa my vice president. Lazima ukuwe na wale watu mnashikana pamoja, muongee, mjue kwamba who is this, and remember your running mate who is the vice president now will determine whether you will win this thing. Huwezi pia na mtu hivi hivi. Kwa hivyo acha niseme hivi, Musalia Mudavadi yake imeisha, hakuna mahali anaelekea, yake imeisha hivyo hivyo. So mimi nasihi wale wenzetu wako upande ile nyingine, chagua chama ama chagua muungano ambao uko dhabiti, uko imara. Unaona? Tusichague vyama ambavyo tunaona kwamba tunataka yani tunaingia kwa sababu ya mtu fulani. Musalia mwenyewe ameonekana ni mtu wako hypocrite na ni mtu pretender sana. Hawezi afanya hivi, hawezi enda pale yani asunguke hapa na pale kudanganya Waluya na kuwasaliti. Kwanza wakati baba akienda pale last time wakati alienda kuapishwa pale Uhuru Park, walijificha wao, wanaita Raila ndio msaliti, na kwanza wao ndio wasaliti kabisa. Unaona, hakuna vile unaweza kimbia, unaweza sema kwa uko na wewe ndio kiongozi wa NC, kumbe wewe ndio msaliti wa kwanza. Huwezi saidia. Kwa hivyo wazo langu la mwisho, NC imeisha kabisa, hakuna mahali inaelekea. Asante sana bwana Ben, nimeshukuru. Pande Nico, it's very cold from Doha. I'm still just watching.
Sawa, thank you very much kwa maoni yako Dan. Tuendelee kwa pamoja, hii nchini yetu lazima tuijenge.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to who is this Victor.
Na kidogo Bernard.
Yes.
Kidogo tu nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali kidogo.
Sawa, uliza swali.
Kuhusu Wetangula na huyu Mudavadi. After wameshaingia UDA, future yao ndio nilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Nitaacha nafasi wengine waongee. Next future yao tunataka tuone watafanya nini future yao, kwa sababu sasa hii Western wameisha kabisa. Na kuhusu huyu deputy president, siasa yake saa hii anapiga na hasira. Hata ukiona huko sehemu ya sehemu ya Kutuni, anaongea na hasira, anapiga kifua nini, hiyo ye mwenyewe anajimaliza kabisa. Na yani ni kama ako na hasira na watu fulani, lakini ikifika wakati ye mwenyewe ataonyeshwa pali wa Kenya wanaenda. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Bernard. Yes, thank you. Bernard.
Order. I want us to have order. Nyagaka, we cannot add you to the screen because you are doing something different from what you are doing. So we can't put you on the screen until you are through with your exercise, and then you will come in. That is how it will be. And then you, Omar, did you want Dan to respond to it, or anybody can respond to that?
I want to respond.
Okay, Dan, respond.
Nikijibu mwenzangu hapa Omar, acha niseme hivi. Musalia na Wetangula. Musalia na Wetangula. Hawa watu wote, wacha niseme hivi, wamesaliti Waluya, the entire Luya people. Wamesaliti. So their future, there is nowhere inaelekea. Manake ukiona wao wenyewe wakisimama ni watu wanachificha. They don't want to come up with a straight, wasimame kwa podium waseme hapa tunataka hivi. Yao ni hapa, yani wako pembeni tu. They don't want to portray a picture straightforward to what they need. Ni ile tu wanataka sijui wanapenda vitu tu aziko. In short, hakuna mali inaelekea. Vijaya hakuna, imeisha. Yeah.
Maybe let me say it this way. There is something about Raila Odinga's politics that most politicians miss. And that is the ability to reinvent yourself with every election succession. Mudavadi and Wetangula thought that they are the permanent leaders of their political parties and they are able to whip everybody to come under them as long as they live. But that can't work. You will be forgiven the first election, then the second election. By the third election, if you are not providing any promising leadership, you will be overtaken. So this is not something that has been done to them. is something that they have done to themselves by refusing to grow and change with the demands of the changes that were coming into the country. You will not maintain everything and succeed in leading. You must be able to come up. For example, when Baba went for handshake, Kalonzo, Weta, and Musalia claimed that they were sidelined. Okay, and they had 5 years to do something about being sidelined. What did they do? It was not until BBI came that they came to begin to identify with BBI. In other words, they were not thinking anything until somebody has thought and brought it. And now they have been caught again in a new election without anything that they have prepared themselves for. So their disappointment is self-inflicted, in my opinion. Na mwiba wa kujidunga una pole, Waswahili wanasema. Naomba tusonge mbele tusikie Victor ndio tuende kwa Nicholas. Victor, vipi?
Fine. Thank you. Asante sana Bernard. Nasalimia kila mtu. Jambo.
Hatujambo. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, brother. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Number one, let me just first correct my fellow panelist called Nyangaka. I think he's Penny. Even if he's listening, let me just spread this word by even trying to tell him that he talked about handshake. And I would wonder if somebody like Nyangaka can ask if handshake is in the constitution. You know, there's some things that can happen even in your area, even in your family, even in your house, but you only come with some solutions. So handshake was basically to quench the political temperature. Sometimes economic-wise, things were not going on well, even business, and even social-economic. Okay, people would not even go to church in some places because of that political temperature. So to quench the political temperature, it was very important for the two leaders to come and talk, and they would have a public handshake captured by media so that the people on the ground, the differences could be settled amicably. And that is the purpose of handshake. So handshake, any country in any world can do for the purpose of quenching the political temperatures, because we know what can happen when things go beyond. So when somebody asks, when handshake is enshrined in the constitution, I wonder if that person is thinking beyond as a country and as a person as well, and somebody who also mean well for the country. Okay, that one any country can do. Now let me just go back to Oka. Politically, we can't lie about this. The senator for Kakamega, that is Cleopas Malala, politically, you know, Kenya is all about making some utterances, whether they are negative or positive, and then you'll make political headlines. That is obvious. So during Buhungu, I think he was just trying to be like a puppet, and for that case, he also won politically, and he's also trying to be rich politically. We can't run away from that. He is now known by people who didn't know him. That is Cleopas Malala. But unfortunately, he's now leading ANC in the dark, in the ditch. And sincerely speaking, Western region is going down and down and down. But politically, Cleopas Malala is rising. Okay, either in a negative way or in a positive way, he's rising. But now it narrows down to the people, the electorates in Kakamega, who will now tend to decide. Now, but for the ANC and other Oka principles, we have seen the move that Mudavadi is going through, and you are soon seeing other Oka principles splitting, and that is the truth. There is no rocket science that you need to see whether they are going to split or not. Obviously, they're going to split, but that move is going to affect them immensely. And remember, I can tell you for free, Oka, they had no no way on how even to handle their own politics. I mean, they only went to, last year they visited nearly 3 to 4 countries, I mean counties, if I'm not wrong. I don't know whether they can reach up to, I mean, 5 or total up to 5. I don't think so. So they had no strategy at all. I don't know whether finance was a problem or their strategies, I don't know. But they, sincerely speaking, I mean, they are going nowhere. And I'm not seeing even Mudavadi being a vice to somebody. Perhaps he can be an MP or something, or even a nominated MP. Okay, that is my take, by the way, for today, unless you have a question.
Thank you, Victor. I think we'll leave it rested there. Nicholas, what I say?
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everyone watching this today. And I'm glad we are in 2022, the year of hopes that Kenya can at least see some new leadership and get out of the way of the Jubilee administration. Let me start by, I also wanted to advise Nyogaka. Was he called Nyogaka? The guy was talking to us while taking a stroll. You see, he even claimed that Azimio la Umoja is unconstitutional, and we are engaging in Azimio la Umoja, and it's unconstitutional. You see, Bernard, quite a lot of time I've always found it difficult to engage in some meaningful debate with these people who strongly believe in is it Uda or whatever, in wheelbarrow, in the bottom up narrative. They are very bitter. They are very unfactual. They are very unrealistic. That is my honest observation of them, how they argue. They want to identify with the Jubilee administration successes, but should you mention any failure, they want you to mention the president. They don't want you to mention the deputy president. But under the Constitution 2010, the presidency includes the president and the deputy president. That is the presidency. They fail all. They succeed all. So by Ruto himself and his believers trying to milk out successes of Jubilee administration, the few that have come after the handshake, and plastering it to himself, and then when Kenyans are unhappy with the Jubilee administration, then they want the president to be mentioned on it. That's very unfair and very unrealistic of them. That's very selfish. That's whatever I've always observed with these Oda followers. And in any engagement, they become very bitter and very cruel. And I've seen that with the deputy president of late himself. As soon as Raila declared himself for presidency race, Ruto has been a frustrated man. He talks with a very bitter tone. He talks with a very abusive tongue. He's somebody whose politics is based on mudslinging others, blackmailing others, name calling and branding others in the very negative way. That's all he's based out. That aside, let me get back to the topic of the day. Whether Auda is dead, or Oka, One Kenya Alliance is dead. Is it rising? Will it rise? What about it? And etc. So this is very simple. From what I can observe of the current development in the Kenyan politics, Oka, as it is running for the split. The only person that shall stand tall after Oka's death is Gideon Moi. Ask me why. I'll tell you this. Raila is going to win. This is very evident. It's now becoming very obvious day by day that he's gaining ground. One, because he's Raila Odinga, of course. Raila, that's what he does. We think he's thinking, then he rises. So by him turning the tables and with the support of the business community of Kenya and the support with those who value investment and those who are after a president who is not as well an entrepreneur, Raila is going to win. If Raila wins, the only person who is technically in Oka and shall cross over at the right time is Gideon Moi. He's in Oka due to political reason and due to advice that I so believe came from Raila himself and Uhuru Kenyatta himself. After Oka's death, Gideon Moi will be next Rift Valley's kingpin after Raila's win. It shall mean that Ruto shall also have been sunk politically by then. His money is going to be milked from him because he has a lot of money and he's also spending that money a lot. He's heavily loaded and heavily spending. In Western Kenya region alone, Ruto has pitched tent there for over 1 month right now. And by Bukungu's declaration alone, he's back in Western, spending immensely. Every time he wants a rally of over 10,000 persons, and all those people get 1,000 cash. They call it facilitation money. That's always how they call it. They don't call it handout. Whatever it is Ruto's money, and he spends a lot. He shall leave this a very drained man. However much those money are, however much billions he has, he's going to feel it. And after the defeat of August, he won't be able to arise again politically. I doubt he will. Because, one, this is one person whose politics is based on buying the masses. Nobody believes in Ruto naturally. I can assure you, Bernard, and I can assure everybody. People flock to Ruto's rallies because they believe there are going to be handouts. People who believe in Ruto, even the MPs who flock around him, they go back home with everyone's pocket loaded. They're always given allowances. At one point, there were news that were leaked online and everywhere in the media houses that some MPs could even fight in his current home due to failure of remittance by his aides to submit allowances to these MPs after rounds of weekends. So even these MPs, even people, look, even in Western here, Western are our neighbors. We call one another Masimiji, ni kama Wandugu. And I pity Ruto so much because all the millions he spends in Western every week are going down the drain. Luyas and Luos are one thing. Wanajitana mashemeji. And that's why Luyas are glued to Raila and they trust Raila. And they trust it that with Luos they are safe. With Raila they are safe. They help one another. Even Luos love them back. And there are quite a good number of Luo MPs in Western Kenya region that are elected there. So they are one and one thing. This Western Kenya region, the Nyanza region, Kisii and Luyas, those people are Raila's people. And Raila's voting bloc, as from the 2007 up to date, has never changed. Nothing will change. That's why even Raila beat Mudavadi in his own constituency in every general election that Mudavadi has ever run for a president. So at the end of this, Gideon Moi shall rise, Ruto shall fall, and he shall be the kingpin of Rift Valley. I can assure us that. And one day somebody shall come back here to confirm it. About Kalonzo, he's going to also cross and follow Raila at the right time. He's now marking his time, hoping that late Mudavadi and Wetangula make that blunder they are almost making of joining Oda. If that one happens, Kalonzo shall be on this side. And let me tell you, Kalonzo shall also reap big in this government. About his political future, I may not tell, but about the government that Raila is going to make, Kalonzo shall be part of it. Anyone can take that one to the nearest bank to him and can come confirm that later. Meanwhile, let me listen to others too. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Nicholas. We appreciate your input. Let's try so hard and ensure that we do justice to the topic at hand and not digress so much. There is a complaint that we talk about Ruto too much. I agree. Let us keep Ruto out of this, but where it's possible, let's do what is just. And talking about Ruto, we did not ask for Ruto to come and ask to be president. So if you're asking for the highest seat, we must scrutinize you. We must check you out. It's our right to do that. So if you can't do that, toka kwa jikoni kama kuna moto mingi. Otherwise, I appreciate all of you for continuing to contribute and let us remain within our time limits of 2 to 3 minutes, please, so that we don't have people staying too long before they make their submission. We go to Dan Bundi. After that, we go to Nash. And then, yes, I'll mention the other person. Dan Bundi, where are you?
Yes, how are you, my co-viewers?
We are awesome. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm in Nairobi. Yes. Yangu yatakuwa machache dakika mbili. Kwanza, I concur with you. We are talking much about Ruto, and Ruto is not here to defend himself. Let us also try to look at aspects, because politics is big and Kenya is big. I concur with you. Let me go straight to the point. I just want to tell you something. What we call deep state is not a joke. What we call politics is not a joke. I want to be very emphasized, like the way the government can work when you want to put you out. One day you will roll off yourself. I got a certain information, a very reliable source today, somewhere. I'm not going to speak it here. This what you are seeing in Mudavadi, Watangura, this all again, my brother. I know another 2 months, 1 month, everybody will say, Mudavadi knows what he's doing. Tutakuwa tunapigia Mudavadi makofi hapa. Tusiongee sana. Hii mambo inapangwa. Hii mambo inapangwa vizuri sana. Tafadhali leo nikoka nimepadrika kidogo kwa sababu nimesajua what is happening. I want to take you back what happened on 207. 207, Ruto alikuwa mwandani sana wa Raila Amolo Odinga. Hata mnajua wakati wa maelewano kati ya Kofi Annan na wengine, Ruto alikuwa hataki kusikia hiyo pusi ya kuelewana. Alisema sisi tunataka urais, hiyo tu, hakuna kitu kingine, because tulishinda. Hata wakati wa kuelewana, I think Mudavadi is the one who was sent to agree, but Ruto hakukubali. Ndio maana hakung'ang'ania hata hiyo deputy prime minister. But nini government ya 2013 iliangalia? Waliangalia wakasema Ruto has a lot of followers in Rift Valley. The only thing we will do is to divide these people between Raila and Ruto. And then they said, Raila wakamwambia kwanza, hiyo mtu ameipa pesa ya mahindi, wewe ndio prime minister, futa yeye. Futa na ongeli. Nafikia mnakumbuka hiyo maneno. So wewe nimekung'ang'ania, nimewekwa minister, nimechota kidogo, tusema alipa ndio. Raila unajua pendi ukora. Yeye akafanya ukweli yake, akapiga yeye kalamu. Saira amemaliza press conference, Kebaki akakuja akasema wacha wafanye kazi hii. Mimi ndio rais hii. Sasa tayari aliwagonganisha. So from there enmity started. Wakamuita, wakamwambia huyo mtu si mzuri, unaona alikuwa anataka kufuta, work with Uhuru. And now they started working with Uhuru. Hata kama Raila alishinda, walikuwa na kura yenye wangeongeza kidogo ile ya uizi, asikukuwa kidogo sana kama zile za 207. So the government is doing the same thing this time around, kudanganya Ruto kwamba hawa wako pande yake, akuwe na hope, but at the end of the day, I'm telling you today, oka iko kwa ODM. Unajua sisi wanasiasa ama mashabiki wa mtu fulani, ile mtu akiwa bandere wao tunamchukia sana. Leo hii Ruto akisimama aseme mimi nimeonelea hii msee apewe uongozi, aongoza amalize, kila mtu ataanza next meeting in this Mutembei, everybody will start pressing Ruto. Kila mtu atampigia makofi. Hata mambo tunasema wizi amutaongea. Hakuna mtu ataongea, mmoja mawili, kama mtu atasema Ruto ni mwanaume, amefanya jambo la maana. Hata top wa magazeti yote mpaka BBC. We'll forget everything.
Dan, I
No,
beg to differ.
yes.
I beg to differ. Well, as much as that may take place, but it will not be on that premise. It will not be on the premise that because he has supported Baba is now clean. The track record of whatever ills that have happened will not go away just that way. And so our not supporting Ruto, those who don't support Ruto, it's not best that he's not supporting Raila. We have no issue with him supporting Raila or not supporting Raila. The issue is he has demonstrated incompetence in leadership. And right now the country is in a delicate place. We cannot entrust it to another person who wants to cause experimentation with bottom-up wheelbarrow things. We need a competent leader to help us navigate through this corner. So it is not an issue of supporting Raila or not supporting Raila. It's on principle.
Hiyo sikatai, lakini nataka nikukumbushe pia juzi Waigoro alikuwa na baba. Ukiangalia all media wherever yote walikuwa wanasema Waigoro now is on a better track. The other day akichukuliwa na EACC wakianza tena wale watu wote walitani against her. Okay, Ingrisi the other day sasa hivi ameruka amesema hataki mambo ya DA, we are telling Ingrisi go, Ingrisi karibu kwa. Are you getting? Anyway, that's the nature of politician. Nataka niongee jambo la mwisho. Jambo la mwisho kabisa. The way Ruto is working, my friend, if Ruto has a meeting, for example, let's say Eldoret or Kakamega, akona fundraising. Before that fundraising, Ruto lazima huyu pasta na wanakamati waingie Karen. They agree. I'm going to give 2 million, but you are going to remain 200 because I must remain irrelevant in politics. Ile pesa inapaki pale ni 20%. Zingine zinaenda into next judge. So the amount you see one judge goes almost 20 judges. And there is kuna watu
That's an allegation. An allegation. It's not a statement of fact.
It's
Please
not an
make it
allegation.
clear. It's an allegation, please.
Okay, it's an allegation for now, but that is a fact because I have niko na pasta mwenye alipelekewa 5 million na gari na ikarudi. Wakati ilionekana hivi kapiwa picha ikarudi. That's what happening. Yes. Bro, okay, a closing. I'm a civil servant. I'm working a certain office. I meet these sort of people. I'm telling you the truth. I beg to hand over the mic.
Thank you, Dan Budi. I appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking and endeavor to make sure that we remain factual. The people in the comments, we appreciate your comments. Please keep them civil. Don't insult anybody. Benson Arita, stop discussing what you don't know, please. We are discussing what we know. And if we don't know, if there is anything you know better than us, come and bring us the facts, we will follow you. And then there is this one who thinks that this is an ODM platform. This is Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV, you can read the name. Huh? It has no ODM in it. Or probably it's the colors. We can change the colors for you. Everybody's free to come in here. Nobody is vetted before they come on the platform. You just click the link, then you come in. We even don't know what people will say until they open their mouth. So don't be scared. If you are a Uda person, just come with facts. Nobody is locked out of the studio except you come here with hearsay and stories that have no head or tail. Ukikuja na hiyo mpaka tukubane, utuambie ukweli. Usiposema ukweli basi, ndio hivyo utatoroka mwenyewe kwa sababu hujafanya homework yako vizuri. Lakini hii platform imefunguliwa kwa kila mtu, wale wako diaspora, wako local, everybody is free to come in and make their contribution. And if you try to come in and you hear the studio is full, keep trying until you get in, because the studio can only hold 10 people at a time. So when somebody drops out, you can drop in. Thank you very much. And when you join, also a reminder, make sure that you allow StreamYard, the app that we are using, to have full control over your camera, full control over your audio. That's the only time you'll be able to get in the studio and be able to speak. Otherwise, you will not. You will keep trying, but it will not work. Twende kwa Nash tafadhali, dakika 2 kwa dakika 3. Yes, Bwana Nash. Atupati sauti yako. Are you talking? Oh. Nash, inaonekana uko na shida na audio yako, tafadhali rekebisha, alafu utarudi baadaye. Roba Babu.
Thank you so
Victor,
much,
what is it?
Bernard. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know whether I'm clear.
You are clear, but just 1 minute, 1 moment, mute first. Victor, what is it? You are lifting your hand or you are greeting somebody?
No, I'm just saying hi to Babu. Just continue.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Greet each other on the private chat. There is a private chat section here so that you don't mislead the moderator. Roba, karibu.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Bernard. I think Victor Omono is a long-term friend from politics in university. So thank you so much, Omono. I just want to be very precise because each and every person has mentioned a lot. But one thing that I want to bring to our attention is that every individual, every person as a Kenyan citizen has a right to vie for any seat. So we have to respect that. Second, I would like to bring to our attention that politics is only a situation where we differ ideologically, but not personally. So I've got some aspect while others were speaking, and I would like that we contain whatever we are bringing out on ideological aspect and not on such other aspects. Third to that, I want to say that one, I want to discuss something called deep state. I believe in my concept that Raila Amolo Odinga has been garnering the best votes from the time I began voting in Kenya. The only thing that Raila has been missing is an aspect of deep state. We have to agree there. So deep state has been a problem. But now we see things are changing. So I don't want to come to conclusion that he has garnered everything and is sitting, but at least we can see that this time round, the tactic that he has employed seems to be different since the moment that Raila started vying for this thing. Another thing is about ANC. I want to agree with Dan. Dan critically said that Musalia has lost nothing. And I want to tell you that Musalia is playing some nice cards. You know, politics is a game where you don't need to let your fans know where you're going next. It is something you play it. And being that politics is about who gets what, when, and how. So Musalia has calculated very well, but he doesn't want to let the fans to know where he's going. And that is why most of the time we remain in darkness as fans, but then the next day we start praising the person. If we really keenly watched whatever happened in Bukungu, why do you think most of ANC people were moving out of ANC? Do you think it cannot be, it might be a plan of Musalia giving the next direction? Think about that. Coming to Gideon Moi, it has been said, it is clear. Gideon knows where he is. Gideon is not in Oka. Gideon is in Azimio la Umoja. And we know it critically, that is where Gideon is in. So this thing is very clear. When you talk about Azimio la Umoja, the only point we were missing with Raila Amolo Odinga was Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya, having observed, we have to accept that the only ground that has most of these guys in Kenya who are very good in business is Mount Kenya. And then Mount Kenya, they have really keenly checked on William Ruto. They have seen who William Ruto is. And this was clear when Uhuru first, why do you think first term, Uhuru was very dormant and Ruto was very active? So Uhuru gave Ruto that chance to at least get to observe who is Ruto when given that opportunity. And it came out clear. So they all know that if they happen to mess up, any mess up they'll do to give Ruto this thing, I tell you, they shall have messed with everything. So it is either Raila or everything is messed up. So what I want to say is that a lot is still coming to happen. In politics, just a day means a lot. Kalonzo, I don't want to discuss. He had calculated. That is why nowadays he's so dormant. He doesn't want to talk. He knows what he's up to pick next. But digging all around Western has no one standing if not Raila Amolo Odinga. That is all that I wanted to bring to our attention. If not Raila Amolo Odinga, then there's no one in Western. So this thing has been calculated very smartly the way Dan said. Politics of Ruto, no one, I want to say that everyone knows politics of Ruto. If you've been following up politics, you know politics of Ruto. So if someone is saying that we are not speaking facts here, I don't think someone can just come out then to peddle out rumors. But for us to come into this conference, it means that we hold something. We normally go to these rallies. We see these things. So politics of Ruto is there. And I want to say that according to me as a Kenyan citizen who has a mandate to vote, I know where my vote is. But I know where if someone happens to mess up to put his vote, then Kenya might be the next Uganda. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Robert. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. I don't want to allow questions because we have people who have not spoken. Nash, have you sorted out your audio issue?
I think so, sir.
Yeah, that's
Can
better
you hear me?
now. We can now hear you. Okay,
Okay,
now
thank you, guys.
you will make submission. Hold on. You make submission. After you will go to Magara in that order, then James 1. Okay.
Okay.
Stick to maximum of 3 minutes, and let's remain factual. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, guys. Oh, it's my first time here. Although I've been following you guys, you are doing an amazing job. Since I'm in Mombasa, you can see niko kifua wazi, joto ni mingi sana, and I like to at least to speak in Swahili so that I can be understood very well. Firstly, nilikuwa nataka niongee juu ya huyu mzee anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi. This guy has been messing up. And when I say messing up, I mean anajimess yeye na political career yake. Kwa sababu me personally I can say ni mtu wa kutoka Western, and specifically kwa mlango ya Mudavadi. But sasa nikiangalia since venye amekuwa akibehave politically, ni mtu mwenye anajiua yeye mwenyewe bila kujua anajiua. And I begin to wonder, huyu mzee anakuanga na advisors wenye wanaweza kaa chini wakamu-advise kweli, ama yeye hufanya tu vitu ili mradi amefanya. Since tunaweza tukaona kitu yenye alifanya 2013. and we all know what happened after that. Na sasa hivi amekuja, he's repeating the same mistake that he did 2013. Siwezi mlaumu kwa sababu like kitu yenye imenifanya nione kwamba Kenya sasa hivi ile msemo inasemwa kwamba farasi ni wawili ni ukweli. Hii oka ninaona in 2 months time tutakuwa hatuna kitu kinaitwa oka hii Kenya. Tutakuwa ni watu wengine wameenda aidha kufungua church since wako na roho safi, hawajui hawana manpower ya kukusanya watu na wakawaongelesha wakapata kura. Kwa sababu for example nikichukulia what happened in Bukungu, Mzee Atuoli although wanamkashifu sana kwa mambo mengi, he was the one that who made this Mudavadi the kingpin of Western. Hiyo time si kusikia wakilalamika wakisema Atuoli is nobody, lakini now Atuoli is calling the second Bukungu, wanaanza kumwambia yeye si msemaji ama yeye si mzee wa Baluya. Lakini ukimsikiliza Atuoli vizuri, Atuoli alisema ndio Mudavadi achaguliwe kukuwa kingpin, kulikuwa na poll opinion ambayo ilimleta Mudavadi na 33%. Gavana wa Kakamega akafata, alafu na Wetangula. So wewe kama leader ambayo umechaguliwa na watu na wananchi wamekukubali kwamba wewe ndio utawaongoza, umekuwa kingpin wa mahali. I think there's no one here mwenye anaweza akaniambia huyu Mudavadi kuna kitu amefanya ya kukusanya hawa watu wakuwe chini yake. Kwa sababu unapochaguliwa kukuwa mkubwa inamaanisha wewe ndio utalidi watu, wewe ndio unafaa ukue mbele. Lakini since then sijaiona huyu mzee akiitisha mkutano hata moja ya kusema kwamba leaders wa Western, we need to sit, we need to focus, we need to know how we are going through this. Hajawahi hata siku moja. Kitu yenye imekuwa ikihappen ni kijana mdogo Malala ndio amekuwa akiongea sisi tunajua like the other day akiwa Mumias, as if an act as if he knew nothing kwamba the deputy president is going to be in Mumias, anaanza kuongea as if sasa anaongelesha watoto eti unajua unakuja hapa haujaomba ruhusa ujue sijui nini na nini. Although we know kwamba hiyo ni game inachezwa. At the end of the day deputy president anasimama anatuambia ameongea na mzee mwenye nyumba ndio amemruhusu akuja hapo. So I was wondering if there is indeed oka, how comes wewe huyo mtu mnapambania kitu moja, mnapambania urais na unatuambia kwamba wewe hauachi huko kwa debe. At the same time umeacha mtu ameingia kwa bedroom yako wakati wewe mwenyewe umetoroka umekuja Mombasa. Yani it's like wewe umeoa bibi alafu kazaa mtoto kijana na huyu mtoto kijana ameenda nje ametafuta mzee amekuletea kwa nyumba, alafu wewe unatoroka unaacha nyumba hapo na bibi. Si utarudi upatiwe mtoto mwingine bwana. So okay, mimi kwa upande wangu si kwamba ninadharau huyu mzee, lakini decision yenye anaenda kumake sasa hivi kuenda kwa UDA inaenda kumcost na it will take him time for him to come back. It will take him a lot of energy for him to come back. So cha muhimu tunajua kwamba ground inaongea. You can see wakati Bukungu ilikuwa ni MCAs. Unajua MCAs ndio watu wako huko chini, ndio wanajua mwananchi anasema nini, na ukiona MCA ameamua kwenda kuunga mtu fulani mkono, jua huyo mtu ako na watu pale chini. Huyu mzee huwa mostly yuko Nairobi, hajui chenye kinaendelea huko chini kuna wananchi. So since wananchi wenyewe wamekuja wanasema wanataka waingie kwa Azimio, na wewe umekwama, unachenga, unatuambia uko kwa ballot na mikutano yenyewe yenye rallies zenye umeafford ni rallies zinahesabika ni 4. Hata hapa Mombasa mimi sijai muona. Kuna watu wengine hata hawajuangi huyu mzee. So mi ningeonelea huyu mzee wetu, it will be better hata kama angefungua kitu kama kanisa, siongei kwa ubaya, he can make a very good preacher. Achane na politics since awezani nayo. Achie tu ndume zipigane, wacha niachie wenzangu pia wachangie.
Sawa, asante kwa muda wako na mchango wako.
Asante.
Kwa Bishop pia sio rahisi. Chini ziko na siasa yake. Kwa hivyo naomba tumsikilize Magara alafu tuendelee mbele.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Magara.
Naomba na mimi nichangie. Oka on the deathbed. Mudavadi Ruto coalition, Azimio weight being felt on a national political games. That's the title. Number 1, Oka is not dead. Depending how they play with their game, it's only Musalia who has left Oka. Number 2, Musalia had failed to control his brigade. Ni kama hawezi akaongoza watu. Wenye walikuwa nyuma yake ndio walikuwa wamemwekea makataa. Yani walikuwa wamemwambia before 25th, that is like he was not in control. In fact, people were using him so that they rise. They never cared for Musalia. And therefore, for me, I see Musalia as an overrated individual whose time of expiry has come. So number 2, on Oka, I see Oka has remained with only 2 individuals. That is Kalonzo and Gideon Moi. I don't know what the players want in the game. The game goes beyond the 2 horses. The horses might be wanting a donkey somewhere. So wakiona kwamba wanahitaji donkey yenye itakimbia na wao, huenda wakaruhusu either Kalonzo agombanie ama mostly ni Kalonzo. However, Musalia akisema automatically ameingia kwa Ruto, it means the Kalonzo and the Gideon Moi factor, they will join Azimio. Because ukiangalia hata voting yenye imehappen kwa parliament, the MPs wa Kalonzo wanapigia kura hiyo mswada. Na another thing that I've seen also that is giving Oka hard time of whether to join or not, wamechukua muda kujoin, is because of the aspect of what share are they going to get in these coalitions. Ukiangalia kwa Ruto tayari anahitaji running mate from Central. Ukiangalia side ya Raila, running mate atoke either Central or Central or Eastern, the Meru side. Sasa when you look at that, then Kalonzo coming in or Musalia, surely what is on the table for us. And you see, BBI could have helped. BBI ingepita saizi, Azimio la Umoja ingekuwa imebeba kina Musalia, hao watu wangekuwa pamoja. Another thing that has happened the careers of two people imeuliwa kabisa, Musalia na Wetangula, na kuna mwingine walileta nyuma anaitwa Jirongo. Their political career is like it is over, because since Musalia apiwe na karangwe huko Western, ajaiendea seat yoyote, so I think it is done deal. Saizi Western naona star ya huyu mzee huyu Oparanya is shining, star ya Wamalwa is shining, so new people who are taking the mantle, they have waited ili huyu jamaa ajiestablish, wameona jiwezi. Aya, on the Azimio, on the Ruto side, coalition ya Ruto, sioni kama itawezekana, because Musalia akienda huko anaenda kuwa member. I am not seeing how much he will get from that coalition, unless I'm not seeing Musalia hana share kwa any, there is no alignment that Musalia will get a share. I don't see any share. Huku kwa Azimio probably angepata share, like now angeendea hata any seat senator in Western angepata, but with Kalonzo with the 2 million, Wakamba wameplay vizuri. Allow me speak on tribal also. Wakamba wamejaribu, because their block is in a way protected. Utaona kina Ngilu wakitoka kidogo, lakini their block is still original. That is why Kalonzo is more valuable now than Musalia. Can it be like Musalia shida ni Western is not united? Can it be like that? Can it be that Musalia sio mwanasiasa? I think the second hypothesis works. Musalia is not a politician. Allow me also speak on the side of Oka. So Oka, to survive, will depend on which role they will play in this election. However, as for now, Oka is dead. Oka is dead. However, I want to challenge all of us. I don't know whether you are seeing this. Ruto is a force on the ground. When you move around the ground among the watu wa chini, especially sio wasomi, watu wa bodaboda, watu wa mboga, there is something in their heads. Sijui kama watapiga kura. Ruto has some support. I don't know whether it is a strategy that also Ruto is using to score. And I don't know this experiment here kama ita work. I don't know. But I hope I will be alive next by August nione hii experiment vile ita work. Because I don't know whether wanakula kwake ama wanakuna kura kwake. I don't know. But on the boys and wamama hivi wadogo hao chini, unapoenda kununua, somehow Ruto has a following. So maybe as Baba is doing, yet I'm a supporter of Baba, as Baba is doing hii ya juu ya kuchukua viongozi, now there is a need of him penetrating to the ground. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Magara. There's no doubt Ruto has some level of support, but his support is not enough to win him presidency. That is something I can say without a shadow of doubt. For one, history will always stand, okay? He's running for presidency for the first time. His highest numbers that he got in 2010 Constitution when he opposed it was only a third. And from the look of things, I don't think he has added much on it. But right now, what he has is what we call political perception. He has created a perception on the ground that he is winning and he is the winner. And if anybody is, is announced as a winner, he must have been stolen from. But that is all hot air because the political reality is what is happening right now. And the Kenyans historically, when they go to that booth to vote, 80% of them, if not 90, are going to vote traditionally. Secondly, the young people are making noise. They did not go to register as voters. So they are there to make noise for him, encourage him, send him to his gallows. But I don't think they have enough numbers to win any presidential election. Naomba hivi, tulikuwa tunaenda kwa James, eh? Between James and Jakindu Bay, nani alikuja wa kwanza? Naomba mnisaidie.
Jakindu Bay has been waiting.
Mimi hujajibu swali langu.
Jakindu Bay ndio alikuja wa kwanza.
Okay. James,
Yeah.
Utasubiri. Nataka Jakindu Bay aje kwanza alafu tuende kwa James, then tuende kwa kuna watatu ambao hawajaongea, then tuanze sasa second round. Jakindu Bay vipi? Then tuende kwa kuna watatu ambao hawajaongea, then tuanze sasa second round. Jakindu Bay vipi?
Salama sana, hamjambo?
Hatujambo, vipi mwaka mpya?
Mwaka mpya ni nzuri, na ninyi je?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Nawatakia mwaka mpya wenye furaha.
Asante.
Ndio. Mjadala wa leo, nafikiri nimesema hii kitu kwa mara nyingi, lakini ngoja tu niseme sasa. Nasema hivi, Bwana Musalia Mudavadi si mwanasiasa, tuseme tu kweli, si mwanasiasa, kwa sababu hii siasa alisukumiwa tu na Moi, lakini yeye si mwanasiasa. Wakati babake aliaga, ndio Moi alimleta kuchukua hiyo kiti cha babake. So yeye si mwanasiasa, kwa sababu tumemuona katika mwenendo zake zote si mwanasiasa, kwa sababu mwanasiasa huwa anachunguza vitu vingine, anaziangalia. Musalia haangalii, kwa sababu nimemwangalia wakati wa 2002 wenzake walimwambia, wewe ndio tunataka usimame, wewe ndio tutakuchukua wewe. Hakufanya vile alikuwa anataka, ndio maana Kibaki akapata hiyo uongozi. So yeye kila siku saa zile anahitajika kufanya kitu ya kuleta ushindi, anarudi kwa upande wa kubomoa. So mimi hiyo jambo la kwanza. La pili ni muoga. Hautuwezi kuwa na viongozi ambao ni woga. Unaona? Hatuwezi kuwa na viongozi ambao ni woga. Hata mkiangalia wakati wa Biblia, Bwana Yesu ilipofika saa ya kusema anasimama na watu wake, Yesu hakuwako sita, alijitoa muhanga, wakamsulubu, wakamfanyia vile walikuwa wanataka. So tunataka kiongozi ambaye anaweza kusimama kwa niaba ya watu wake, lakini Mudavadi hawezi. Mliona siku ile pale uwanja wa Uhuru Park, hakutokea. Sasa hao ni viongozi, tutawaamini namna gani? Hii dunia haijui Kenya. Wao watu wengine wakipata nafasi ya kudhulumu Kenya, watadhulumu Kenya. Na tunataka kiongozi ambaye anaweza kusimama muhanga, ajitoe muhanga kusema hamwezi kudhulumu nchi yangu. Na hiyo ni lazima tukipata kiongozi kama Mudavadi atakubali hata kitu. Hiyo viongozi ambao, wacha nizungumzie tu juu ya Kalonzo na Mudavadi. Hawa ndio mimi nazungumzia juu ya hawa ni viongozi ambao siku zote mnaona wametunyima kuleta mabadiliko. Kila tunapotaka mabadiliko wanaibomoa. Ni viongozi ambao hawajui kujenga taifa. Saa hii rais alikaa nao chini akawaambia anataka kujenga msingi wa kitu moja. Nataka kuwashauri vijana, ninyi wengi hapa ni vijana. Kitu moja mimi nataka kuambia, msingi wa nchi yoyote inajengwa na political stability. Kama kuna political stability kwa nchi yako, umejenga taifa ambayo ina maadili fulani ya siasa, hiyo nchi itakuwa na uchumi mzuri, itakuwa na maendeleo mazuri. Kama hakuna hiyo political, hata ukijenga ghorofa ngapi zitabomolewa. Nataka niwakumbushe Afghanistan. Amerika, Waingereza walienda huko wakitaka kuleta demokrasia ambayo sisi hapa tunapigia imayo. Eti demokrasia inaletwa na bunduki. Wamefyatua marisasi, wameua watu, wamefanya nini? Mwishowe wameshindwa. Kwa sababu hakuna political, hakuna political ni negotiation, ni vitu ambavyo watu wanazungumza. Kama tunaweza kukaa chini tukazungumza tukaelewana, hiyo ndio maana inatakikana. Tuwe na utulivu wa namna hiyo, usalama, utulivu. Lakini kama hakuna hiyo, haiwezekani. Kwa hiyo hawa wa viongozi ambao ni Mudavadi na Kalonzo ni watu wanataka, wasishatengenezewa kazi yao, wanataka kuwa president. Unakuwa president na hujatengeneza, unataka kukaa kwa nyumba na hujajenga hiyo nyumba. Nchi ni kama nyumba, lazima uitengeneze, utengeneze msingi, na hiyo msingi wao wameshindwa kutengeneza. Wao kazi yao wanataka kuwa president. Kama wangekuwa wameunga president mkono na bwana Raila, saa hii hatungekuwa tunazungumza, nchi yetu ingekuwa hizi mambo ambayo tunataka kufanya. Kama kwa mfano ilikuwa inataka kufanyika BBI, hatungekuwa tunazungumzia mambo haya. Wangekuwa hiyo ni msingi mzuri, lakini wao wanataka wapate hizo vitu, lakini hawataki kufanya hiyo kazi, hawataki kujinyima. Saa zingine lazima tujinyime kwa manufaa ya nchi yako, lazima tujinyime saa zingine kwa manufaa ya nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo hii mambo ya wao wanataka kuwa president na hawajengi, hawatengenezi njia ya kuwa president, mimi naona ni upuzi mtupu. Hii oka sijui inaitwa oka, hii oka mimi nafikiri imeisha. Siku ya Buhungu, namshukuru sana Atuoli, namshukuru sana, namshukuru kwa sababu alitengenezea kaburi hiyo oka, kwa sababu oka inatusumbua. Wanaambiwa tujenge nchi yetu, na wao wanakuja na vitu ambavyo hatuelewi, tujui wanataka nini. Mimi nataka kuwaelezea siku zijazo vile nchi ilivyo, tutakuwa na ile demokrasia ambayo inaitwa negotiation demokrasia, na ninatufaa kabisa. Tusiende tu na hii holela kwamba demokrasia lazima tujue inatufaa kwa mambo gani, kwa mazingira yetu. Lazima tuangalie mazingira yetu itatufaa kwa njia gani. Kwa hiyo mimi nashukuru sana bwana Tuoli na ile Azimio, yani vile walipitisha pale, na mimi naomba Wakenya wote wachukue mfano wa Buhungu. Walimuunga bwana Raila mkono bila masharti. Hawakumwambia, hakuna masharti, walimwambia sisi tunakuunga mkono, tunataka tutakupatia kura, tunataka uwe president, tuna matumaini kwamba utajenga nchi yetu kwa ujumla. Hawakumwambia ati sisi lazima ufanye hii. Mimi naona hawa ni wazalendo ambao wamejitolea kwa nchi yetu kujengwa, kwa sababu ukiangalia yale ambayo yalizungumzwa pale, hawakumpatia masharti, walimsomea kwa nini wanamuunga mkono, na zile azimio ambayo alikuwa wanaiunga mkono, azimio la umoja ni jambo la muhimu kabisa kwa nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza nikasema kwamba OKA kwa kweli haifai hata tuzungumzie, na mimi sitaki kuzungumza juu ya UDA kwa sababu UDA, mkiangalia UDA jamani, msijaribu UDA, kwa sababu wale wako kwa UDA ni watu ambao husema uongo mtupu. Mimi nataka kuambia siasa haitaki uongo. Msiseme eti siasa kwa sababu uongo itakuja kujulikana baadaye. Sasa kwa nini unasema uongo? Hii ni nchi yetu, hatuwezi kwanza kusema uongo. Tunamwambia uongo gani? Mtu gani? Mnaona watu wa Central sahi wanapata shida kusema walisema uongo. Haifai kusema uongo juu ya ndugu yako. Watu wote wale wako ndani ya Kenya sisi ni ndugu na baba na mama, na hatufai kusemezana uongo. Tunafaa kusemezana ukweli ili tujenge nchi yetu kwa njia iliyo haki, kwa sababu tukianza kusema uongo mwisho huleta vita. Kwa hiyo mimi nawashauri mtu yeyote unapozungumza, jaribu kusema ukweli, usiseme yaliyo kwamba maneno tu kwamba unasikia. Hapana, sema ukweli. Kama hujasikia kitu usiseme, kwa sababu watu ambao unazungumza wao ni ndugu zako. Wa Kenya wote sisi ni ndugu moja. Hata ukifanya nini, sisi ni ndugu moja, kwa sababu tunaishi kwa nchi inaitwa Kenya. Kwa hiyo lazima tutafute njia ya kuijenga, ya kuifanya iwe nzuri, na ikiwa nzuri sisi sote tutafurahi, kila kitu itakuwa nzuri. Asanteni kwa wakati huu.
Okay, thank you Jakindube. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. There is a question, I think James you will weigh on this, asked by Ogada Marinas. He said, what is the consequence of Mudavadi joining DP? It is highly likely. So what are the consequences? James, come in.
Thank you. How are you?
Okay, great, thank you.
The topic of today is on OKA, and its place in our politics going forward. For me, I think OKA is just a group of pretenders to power. They are people who are backed by their ethnic backgrounds and have been enabled to outgrow their ethnic background and have shown no effort at all of wanting to outgrow their ethnic background. So the two personalities who have attempted national leadership in the past, that is Musalia Mudavadi, he only managed 480,000 votes. Then we have Kalonzo Musyoka, who managed about 880,000 votes. Clearly, except the two who you can say have shown some signs of having some modicum of support, the others remain totally untested. And therefore, when you look at the Oka, as it were, even if they were to stick together, they would hardly raise more than 3 million votes. And that would be a very good performance. Therefore, to me, these people, their political worth is only anchored on supporting either of the two sides. They either support Azimio or the Hasra mission. Now, we have heard that Musalia has intention of joining the Hasra nation, except maybe for sentimental purpose and to give a modicum of national distribution of leadership within the Hasra nation. I'm very doubtful that Musalia can go beyond the number of votes that he garnered last time, could be even lower. Therefore, for me, I think Musalia's best bet would have been to stick with Baba and bid his time. Kalonzo Musyoka has nearly 1 million votes, and I am seeing a situation whereby he's being aggressively pursued by Azimio. And if you have observed Kalonzo of late, he is kind of sitting pretty. And one way of knowing that is that he is not making statements that would indicate that he is uncomfortable. One might say that just a few days ago, he said he would demand payback from Baba for past support that he has rendered to him. But I also see a very shrewd person who will finally say that it is the community that has told him to back Baba again. And therefore, what I see in him is somebody who would not want to have jumped ship cheaply. Therefore, I see that Oka is a group that is sitting on quicksand. There are people who are going to disintegrate very fast, very soon, because each is trying to find a political space for himself, because they know, and practically so, that on their own they cannot hold a candle among us, the two leading personalities, political personalities. Therefore, this is a season of negotiations. Whoever will get the best bargain is who will be able to negotiate his space very well. Of course, Baba would not mind if Musalia finally sent Anatosha, but I think he is one of those he has already made up his mind that even if you are to go, it will be okay. Azimio is fast gaining ground because of the messaging. You are aware that our politics has been muddled with a lot of tension every 5 years, and tunasema anayekimbia na anakimbizwa wote wawili huchoka. I think our country has reached a point where those cyclic bouts of violence every 5 years have started becoming exhausting and unnecessary. And quite a huge population of Kenyans now know that these political fights end up adding no value to them, to the victors, and to those who perceive to have lost in the elections. Therefore, I am seeing a situation where the momentum that has already been set by Azimio, we only gather pace, and it is likely to consume the hustler, more so after the political parties act comes
James, 1 minute.
into.
James,
Yes.
before you conclude, 1 minute.
Yes.
Patriot, iko nini?
Iko maneno. James, I want to let James breathe a little bit as I question some of the statements he's throwing around. James, how are you today, sir?
I'm fine.
You seem to be, I mean, if I heard you right, there is a clear contradiction on your statement. I don't know whether it's deliberate or it's by omission or by design. You seem to be telling us that the Oka fraternity don't have the numbers, in a nutshell. But at the same time, you're also telling us that there is a reason why Baba wants Kalonzo Musyoka. So what is your clear school of thinking here? Because if you really want to tell us and tell Kenyans that the Oka team do not have the number, why do you buy the idea of Kalonzo joining Baba if he doesn't have the numbers? And then I think you should be able to advise Baba that Kalonzo does not have the numbers. So that will be what you'll be doing good for Baba, other than you speaking to Mtembei that the Oka don't have the numbers. But when it comes to the advisory note that goes to Baba, you seem to be okay that Kalonzo will end up being with Baba. Please make some clarification there, my brother, as you continue. Thank you, James.
No, yes, that is very good. That you know, when you go to a classroom, you must be attentive. And I don't think, Patriot, you have been attentive. What I am saying is that if you read between the lines, is that there are those who are being aggressively pursued because there is a bankable vote and they will get their worth. However, there are those, even if they go, I mean, it will be okay. It is the damage is not as much. You can quickly, try to balance out the votes elsewhere. So I have said that Kalonzo is being aggressively pursued, and when you see him not very jittery, it's like he knows what he holds in the next government. As for Musalia, I said that Baba wouldn't mind if you were to say Tosha, Baba and Tosha. However, I don't think he is going to go on his knees to pursue him, because according to the ground, you might see that the maximum number of votes that he can, gather may not really affect much his tally. That's what I meant. There is no contradiction in that. And in any case, you must also know that in this game there is some checkmates. Checkmate. The checkmate there is one Gideon Moi.
Order, please. Order. Mute your mic. Let James.
If you look at even the manner in which
let me say this, Bernard, quickly.
It was even an error for me to allow you to begin to ask questions. We are in the first round. Everybody needs to give their submission, then we give room for questions. Because if we begin to give room for questions now, we'll get stuck in one place and we won't move. So let James make his conclusion. We get Stone PK make their submission. Everybody to have their voice out, and then from there we can now have an open forum where questions can be put across. James, please conclude. Your time is up.
Yes, I was just saying that the Political Parties Act is actually a very strong tool that will enable the Azimio movement to mobilize votes from even small parties, where the principal parties like ODM and Jubilee may not have a foothold. And therefore, I am seeing a situation whereby this movement will be big. And that is where Kalonzo Musyoka fits in. If you look at the conduct and the behavior of the MPs in terms of voting for the Political Parties Act, in voting for this act, for them, it is a demonstration that they want to secure their space in the next government that is moving towards Azimio movement. So, my brother Patriot, it's not that I say there is any contradiction there. It is that, of course, you will not always get the girl the first day. You have to sweat it out. I am sure the negotiations that are going underground, they are intense. As even even the hustler himself, he was able to negotiate half the government with only 1.5 million votes when the principal had 6 million. So it all depends on how you negotiate, and you don't negotiate by showing weakness. Even Musalia will put his foot down with his less than 350,000 votes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. This is becoming very interesting, but let's build up on the same. Stone PK, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm there. Can you hear me, Bernard?
Yes, please. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please, quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Habari ya kila mtu, mwaka mpya mwema. Now,
Bernard, I thought I had the right to rebuttal because that he was doing submission, so I had the right to speak after he has finished.
Patriot, when you will give you a time to make submission. Begin.
No, I wanted to ask. No, Bernard, you're not being fair. This was a question. No. This was a question.
I'm being fair in the sense that the more you people exchange, the longer my queue grows, and I'll soon begin to lose my count. So let us finish with the backlog first. Then the other one you can deal with it as comes. And from what you have submitted, there isn't much that is too poisonous that cannot wait for the doctor to arrive soon.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you so much. And Paul Patriot, just take a note. and then you can come in sometime. Yeah, great. I'll begin by a very short analysis here. In this country, we've had politicians that came to be by default. Just because, for example, in Mululu, there was a king, and that king, for example, because he was doing well since time, the inception independence, and then he happens to have a son, and just because the son happened to come from that house, people would think that he would carry the mantle just like his dad, and that is where Moi made a mistake. So I would support one of the panelists when he says someone like Mudavadi was actually not meant to be a leader. He could be a very great pastor or even a lecturer in some of our universities to teach economics. Same thing has happened in places like Embu. You know, you heard of leaders like Jeremiah Nyaga. Those came to be because they were the early people who went to school first, and then when we were getting independence, they happened to be there. So again, their sons came into politics, and you know, those of us who follow very closely, you can see how mediocre some of these leaders have been. So basically, I'm trying to drive to Oka. You know, Oka is being an amorphous, you know, kind of body that was formed without a clear objective. Because for me, the objective of Oka was to just be the opposite or to fight Baba. That Baba did not honor his promise of yeye akimaliza after NASA, then somebody else was going to take. So basically, they did not have any other objective, and that's why you realize all of them are just saying, "I must be the one to take over." And when you listen to people like the Kalonzo is saying, "I'm 63, and if I'm 63, I don't go for presidency, then what else will I go for?" So these are some of the very unfortunate statements coming from people we hold with very high esteem. That kama wewe uko miaka 60 something, hakuna kitu ingine, wewe unaona tu lazima uwe. So basically, alafu tukikufanya, then you have no objective. Then thirdly, this Oka also is equated to a trailer. You know, a trailer can carry a lot of weight. And ukiacha hapo, hata mwaka moja utapata ijageuka hata mahali. It needs an engine to be able to pull the load towards a direction that will be shown by the driver of the engine. So sasa this trailer inaitwa Oka, ina engine was Baba kutoka time immemorial. And since he decided to disengage his engine, the horsepower zote ziko kwa kichwa na dereva ni Baba. So Oka will keep on floating rudderless. Itakuwa tu rudderless hivyo ikidisintegrate, and it is the easiest to dismantle, leave alone UDA. Yeah, UDA ita survive kidogo because of chapa. You know, UDA believes in money, dishing out pesa, and to come to UDA, you realize that theory itakufa within the shortest time possible. Because I took one of the very small unit, a ward where I come from, in Mbere. During the registration, I went and looked at the numbers. When I looked at the numbers, after Chebukati closed, we only got 212 in a ward of 10,000 voters. 212 people ambao walikuwa wanavaa, ukiona when Ruto came to that place, ilikuwa yellow all over, you know, those youth. And then, so I asked, Ala, how come these youth now, they never turned up to vote, ndio waweze kuvote UDA? So basically, I would take that matrix and spread it throughout the country. And in fact, my prayer is wasichukue kura, because they don't know the purpose of having a vote. Actually, they even don't know why they are following UDA. They are following UDA because of your pesa. Okay. Then lastly, I would think if Mudavadi chooses to go to UDA, it will be 2 times death. He is already dead, but now he will die marambili, because there is no life uko. It is terrible. Lastly, the Azimio is the tsunami that Baba was talking about since the days of BBI. Tsunami comes slowly. By the time people realize itakuwa imesweep, hata hiyo farasi tunaita mbili, it might be only one horse. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bernard.
PK, for being precise.
Bernard,
Yes, James. James Nini.
allow me to greet my friend Stone PK. He comes from my area.
Ah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know that.
I come from
You people should
I come from Kedemo.
people should pay me for reunion, huh?
Pleasure.
Stone.
Thank you, James and Stony PK for that. Twende kwa captain. Captain upo?
Niko bwana, niko nasikia maneno.
Bernard.
Unasikia maneno? Uko tayari kwa
Ninasema hata sina maneno mingi leo. Iko kwa kitanda natulia. Nikataka kusema hivi.
I come back to you. Hold on, bwana captain, I'm coming back to you. RMJ, vipi?
Hivi hiyo nani plani yako inaendaje leo? Nafikiri after Stone si ni mimi au?
Subiri. yani nyinyi mshajipanga.
Hata sumona screen ilivyojipanga hapo. Stone hapo naingia vipi?
Tufuate picha, tutapata saa ile mtu aliingia.
Niliingia kwanza kuzimba kabla hata captain.
Kweli?
It's okay kama anaanza captain.
Mbona niliona captain kabla yako? Lakini mliingia wote pamoja. Wacha captain amalize yake fupi alafu tutakuja kwako.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shukrani.
Bwana captain, karibu.
Yes sir, sina hata maneno mingi leo. Ni kutulia tu. Naona sasa hiyo coalition inakuja ya between William na Musalia. Yeah, I think it will be one of its own kind. Tumekuwa sana tukisoea coalitions from maybe this other side of Rift Valley na Mount Kenya. Sasa zingine ya Raila inafomiwa kidogo hivi, kidogo inaisha, inaanga finishing. Naishianga hapo katikati hapo. So this one ya Mudavadi na Ruto, naona Kenya sasa inaongozwa at the right direction. Let's see how it will be. Wacha wanaume wachangie. Mimi nasikiza tu hapa vile nimesema, sina maneno mingi.
Sasa captain,
ngoja tu mwele
you people don't believe in
vibaya sasa ndio nirudi baadaye nianze kuongea kitu watu. No, there's no coalitions that we are talking right now. It's not those coalitions whereby we are going kukaa chini kwa lami kama kina Kalonzo huko, alafu tunatafuta coalition tuingie kwa serikali kwa mlango ya nyuma ati mimi nataka prime minister. Hapana, hii ni coalition ya kwenda mpaka state house kama deputy president na president. Sile za kwenda kuomba treason huko Uhuru Park. Hapana, hiyo we don't allow that and we don't want Kenyans to go that direction. We are past such things. We don't want war.
Relax, okay?
Yes.
Tuesday ambaye ni kesho tuko bungeni tena. Okay?
Yes.
Namba zenu zinazuia for there to be a coalition law, a law that governs coalition. Yet you are now ready to make a coalition with Mudavadi. This your coalition
Bernard,
with Mudavadi. You want
Bernard,
to be based on what?
iko namna hii. Ukienda tena huko kwa venye mnataka kesho kufanya huko parliament na urudi tena kwa katiba pale, kwa katiba hii ya sasa ninakubaliwa kuchagua naibu wangu wa rais kulingana na vile ninataka. Unaona? So hii yetu ya Mudavadi na William sijui kama inaitwa aje, sijui haifai hata iitwe coalition. Yani tunachagua Mudavadi kama deputy president wetu. Are you seeing? This is not a coalition, my friend. Coalition is those things. Tuachane na mambo ya Serena nani. Hiyo Serena kwanza hiyo inafaa itupiliwe mbali. Hiyo so coalition za Serena hizo ndio inaharibu nchi. Naona mara mtu ati wameniwekea mkeka nusu, mara sijui nini. Hiyo inasumbua serikali, ule rais mwenye anaongoza hapatangi nafasi ya kuongoza nchi.
Sasa bana umetoa wapi?
Elewa sasa.
So irrelevant.
You don't know what is there between Mudavadi and Ruto, or all you want is Mudavadi to be Ruto's running mate. That's
exactly.
That's okay.
That is it.
Thank you. Thank you. Basi tuende kwa RMJ.
Habari za mwaka mpya jamani.
Salama, happy new year. Vipi huko?
Happy New Year, huko salama kabisa. It's good. I've been following. I haven't been here since last year, so I missed a couple of sessions. But today, I decided let me give my remarks or my view regarding, especially the topic is about my DVD. As a Tanzanian who follows Kenyan politics, let me try to have my views in terms of my DVD. I think in terms of Oka, I can answer Oka as a dead. I don't know what kind to describe Oka, but I can answer Oka is type of the, I don't know what to call it, a merger or the political parties who come together, which they need that political party bills in the parliament. They need something like that because they were formed without any kind of direction, there's no kind of ideology they've been up to, so they don't know what they were up to themselves. So that political parties bill in the parliament, it suits them. So once that one passed, and then they can sit down and then now, okay, let's get back to our draft. What we've been, what we are aiming for. That's the only way I can answer in terms of Oka. In terms of my DVD, I've had a couple of panelists say he can be a good pastor, he can be, but for me, I can say I've been following the guy for a while. I used to think the guy is smart up there, especially when it comes to talk about the economy of the country. He can come out and throw those fiscal policies, monetary policies, and I used to think, oh, this is a guy. But when you come in terms of politics, the guy is a good leader, but when it comes to politics, if you want to be a leader, the power doesn't come to you. You have to go for that power. Fight for that power. No one will bring that power to you. So the way I see Mudavadi is lacking some political features, political power movement. How could I go and grab that? That's the kind of thing is lacking. And with the tactics he's trying to play in terms of 2022 election, I think he's putting himself in the corner these days. Because within his party, he has created a bomb without himself knowing it. But him is just on his house. He has got his own agenda that I'm playing this tactics of delay, or I needed to probably to remain relevant with my delaying tactic. But inside his party, there's a big bombshell. I think the big bombshell is the one which erupted, especially on that Bukungu session, Bukungu meeting. Because these two gentlemen, Malala and Savula, they're in the same party, but they're eyeing for one thing. And they might be playing their own dirty politics within the ANC. So all that kind of talks in terms of, they're seeing Ruto, they are talking with Ruto. Everyone they've been throwing those kind of things to each other between Savula and Malala. So I've been trying to analyze the Bukungu Stadium meeting, the way it took place. Have a look, since it started, Savula wasn't there. It came at the end of the meeting. So Savula, it looks like he has got his own, underground people who are trying to study Malala, and Malala, he has got his people trying to study Savula as well. So he knew that Savula plans for his Mumias meeting, whatever, probably there was going to be something going to happen in terms of the deputy president. And that's why you can see Savula, he came to Bukungu Stadium. It is a bit late in terms of the gathering there, because I've been following the Bukungu Stadium meeting. All the MPs who have been getting there, they've been, having some press, talking, but Savula wasn't even there until he showed up, I think, towards the end. And then when the times of introduction to defectors from the Oka section, towards Azimio. So that is the kind of bombshell Mudavadi he had in his party. These guys, they have their own objective, and he has got his own objective. So I don't think even I can say that, for me, the way I see, Mudavadi is not up to Ruto, or is not talking to Ruto. But those two gentlemen probably have been talking to Ruto. But because with his delaying tactics, he has been delaying some the Azimio people. So these Azimio people, they had to go with a different tactics. That's why they came with Abu Kungu. That Abu Kungu, it was kind of like a hit. It's pressure for people like Malala and people like Savula as well. So when Savula came to discover that, okay, Malala is up to this, okay, so it's me for time now. For he can see that Malala is making a big mistake, because once DP lands there, people they can study now whatever people they've been talking about Malala or is a mole in a Oka. So that's why Savule has been waiting for that move. Once he knows that DP is gonna be in Mumias, for me I'm defecting to Azimio. So you can see who's winning there and who's losing. Because if the entire politics of Kenya has been talking, Malala is a mole, and they're denying it up and down. But on that day, you saw what it has happened. And the way I come to see it, someone talks of the politics of DP. Politics of DP, he has got some dirty politics, big time. And he's sometimes because it's smart politics. He talks with you. If you laugh with him, he'll use that thin line between the lie and the truth and true and a lie to get into. Because for him, he wanted to get in that Mumias stadium just to counterattacking the Bukungu Stadium meeting. That's it. Because the way he came and showed, and I'm pretty sure even Malala probably, Malala was talking to him, but he didn't even invite him, because he had invited some people like the Kericho senator. He invited the Murkomen people. So those people, so DP can see Kericho senator is there, Murkomen is there. It's a big chance for him to just get his helicopter, land in Mumias. That same thing he did to Ababu Namwamba. Ababu Namwamba, because he has given a chance to speak to DP. But Ababu Namwamba, the way I used to see, he was heading back to Baba. But the only way DP to try to counterattack whatever was going to happen in Bukungu, he has to remain relevant and to create perception. That's why he took his chopper. He went to that tournament as well for Ababu Namwamba as well. So you can see he was trying to create a kind of perception into politics. I've got my guys in Western. So that's the kind of politics of DP. If the same thing is going to end up happening in terms of if he goes to Kamba, I'm talking in terms of Kalonzo and the other governors from Kamba region. If they want to come together and say they endorse Raila, he is going to try use the same MPs he talks to, all the NS senators who are probably supporting him. He's going to use those to come and trying to play that politics of just taking his shop and just land on a certain activity, just to try to create that kind of perception. That's the kind of politics of DP. So in terms of Mudavadi, he has just put himself naked without knowing it. That's why now, even he goes to Baba, his stake is too low now. If he goes to DP, he's making a big mistake to himself, because the politics of Kenya is all about tribes. Just imagine he goes to him when the Ruto wins, and he probably is aiming in the future to become a president of Kenya. I don't think the people from the region that have been supporting Baba, they're going to be up to him. They'll be bitter with him big time. So you can see each kind of movement is going to try to make is going to be backfiring him. So whatever he planned to play delaying tactics is just going to haunt him now. So in terms of, I was talking in terms of DP, the only thing someone mentioned earlier, one of the panelists here, that DP has got some support on the ground. I can agree with him, some support on the ground. Yeah, we look at those kind of green and yellowish. Yeah, that's a good support. But I can recall those supporters just for the Larrys only. The way I see myself, I spent one day trying to do my mathematics using 2017 numbers. With the way dynamic of politics is going on now, I tried to do some adding on each region where everyone has got strongest leader or is a weakness leader in those regions, and try to come with the mathematics. I've added all of it, and it looks like Azimio Baba is gonna, for me, the way I've come up with my mathematics, he had big chance of having 10 to 12 million. That is plus or minus 5% of that. So just using the voter registration of 2017, I had just some spare time. I said, let me try to do this adding, using my own perception, the way I see the politics is heading now. So that's only the kind of remarks I wanted to give out, especially regarding my DVD, because my DVD, I used to follow this guy and really used to like him, but the way I came to realize which kind of a person he is letting me down big time. Because power is not going to sit there waiting for you. You have to go for it. Although you don't have money, but you can go for it. Some people have got money, but they don't go for power. You can see Atori. He has got money, but he doesn't go for power. You know what I mean? But he can influence some people as well. So that's my remarks for today, Mr. Bernard and the other panelists.
Okay, thank you. MJ, thank you so much. That is well elaborated and well articulated. It looks like you live in Bungoma or Kakamega. I think we need to organize for you a piece of land so that you relocate completely and leave Tanzania for Tanzania. And you are too sharp for Kenyan politics. You need to come and play in this league. Now it's the turn for Patriot. Jackman, no question. I just relax. We are coming to you. Patriot, start now.
Okay, thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity here. I want to...
One moment. Black screen is not invited except nataka ni watoe watu wengine waingie. Black screen. Wale watu wamejificha nyuma ya curtain tunawang'atua ili wengine waingie kwa sababu if the screen is dark we are not doing anything. Patriot, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I want to dive straight to today's discussion because it looks very interesting, and I think we always thank God for this opportunity for us to sit and talk and discuss, digest, fight, make peace, and we do handshakes. All this is in play here. I want to start by saying this. As a literature student, I'm seeing several books here in play. One book that I'm seeing is Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe. The other book that I'm seeing is Things Fall Apart, that's number one. And we have Betrayal in the City. That's another book that is in play. Let me limit myself to the two books. In as far as Western politics is concerned, as ably presented by those who have come here before, we know Western province to be a place where backstabbing, where trust is not easily earned. You easily lose your most confident politician at the time of hunger. When everybody is hungry, people take to themselves. They say, God for all of us, but everybody for himself. That's what happened during the time of Ababu Namumba. If I may quickly remind my fellow panelists what happened in as far as the politics of Ababu Namumba is concerned, in relation to other politicians that you see today, is that in the ranking of Western leaders then, Ababu Namumba was second to none. if I might put it, in plain words. The current leadership of Western Province was not happy about that because this guy was young, eloquent, smart, a lawyer, and an SG of a serious party like ODM. So they had to fight him for them to gain the goodwill of the ground before they bring the Western to the confusion that we are seeing today. They made sure that they waged a war between Abab Namwamba and Raila Amolo Odinga in pretext that they are doing that for the goodwill of the politics of Abab, only to dump him and come back and form the so-called NASA that went without Abab Namwamba. That was backstabbing, that was betrayal in the city. Now things started falling apart to the extent that Baba realized that Wetangula was not going to be so much trusted with his ambition. And for those who understand history, you will realize that for sure, the relationship between the party leader of Ford Kenya and Baba has been frozen all along. Baba has never trusted, for your information, for your information, let me put this in plain words. Baba never came close to trusting the party leader of Ford Kenya. And that's why he quickly had to speak to Musalia Mudavadi, who is actually, in my view, where I sit, the heir apparent of the leadership of Raila Amolo Odinga. He had to look for Musalia Mudavadi to come on board, just to make sure that he has powers, through proxy to checkmate the upcoming of Wetangula, because Wetangula was actually coming in very fast. Wetangula aliingia mfuko ya Baba. He started becoming too vocal. He became a principal, just a senator with a few MPs. He was the one making deals here between the corridors of power. Baba knew very well that Wetangula was just a convenient friend. So he had to bring Musalia Mudavadi, who the history clearly indicates that they have been in good books in as far as Baba and his quest for power is concerned. So that's the beat of the history that really you must understand before you contribute to the current situation of Western. So Wetangula, for your information, complained when Baba brought in Musalia Mudavadi. And I remember he called a presser and he said clearly Fort Kenya was not aware that ANC leader was coming on board. And he said Raila had not consulted, only to join for, the last minute. And I know for sure, if I have to analyze the politics of Western, Wetangula up to date is not very happy that Raila brought, Musalia Mudavadi on board, because he was known and it was very clear that the politics of Western between Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula had already inherited that mantle of leadership, courtesy of them misleading Abab Namwamba, and that was really the clear picture. So Wetangula, when he realized that Baba was bringing in Musalia, definitely as a politician, he was not happy about that. He might not say it, but I'm sure up to date, he believes that it would have been better if Musalia Mudavadi would have remained out, even in the last election, so that his political goodwill as a party would have been built better. No wonder today, when you see the DAP, the party of Mbolea, coming up in Western, checkmating Wetangula, it is a clear indication that this war of political, political brutality in terms of party fighting in Western, it is not something that has just come today. It has been there. So if I have to speak about the Musalia Mudavadi of today, I have a lot of respect from Musalia Mudavadi if the history that I have is anything to go by. However, the only thing that I'm a bit uncomfortable with his strategy is that he's a bit too soft of a leader, and he's a John come late, because sometimes when you trust people so much, they end up cooking, ugali for you while you think they've gone to the bakery to bring you bread. So it is good that you smell the coffee from a distance, get to know. I think Savula and Malala have been working very, very, tirelessly to pursue their political journey in the pretext that they are actually putting Musalia Mudavadi at the right place. I think it is absurd, and it's very unfortunate that Musalia Mudavadi does not seem to see this. He seems to be, remaining a tortoise bannered without the feathers, and he thinks he will still make tricks to send people to tell the wife to put a mattress down there as he comes down from the party. I think he will still crash like a tortoise, and that will leave him a very bad mark, which will politically damage his career. So I think much to the Azimio la Umoja, in as far as the normalcy of the politics of Western is concerned in terms of games, that is what I think that comes out very clearly. But as I had mentioned here before, it was very clear that the moment DAP came into place, in as far as Western Kenya was concerned, that was the last nail on the coffin in as far as Wetangula and his core principal, Musalia Mudavadi, is concerned. But allow me to say something about Kalonzo Musyoka quickly. Kalonzo Musyoka has got serious following. It might not be physical numbers, but we all agree that Kenyan politics is largely perceptional and tribal. So the perception that tends to shape the politics of Kenya, including tribal, inclination, is a teaching today that you can actually read to show you where Ola will stand if he was to join Baba or if he was to learn to go for the seat alone. I think where I sit, Kalonzo Musyoka is still a respected person in as far as Azimio la Umoja is concerned. And as James put it very clearly, he is still a potential partner to Baba, courtesy of the votes that he has from Ukambani. The Ukambani people, for your information, as much as we have them, we have the governor Machakos, the governor of the other county, Professor Kibuga Kibwana, as much as that they have clouds and they have numbers, the perception in Ukambani is still largely a perception that looks at Kalonzo Musyoka as the leader of Ukambani. So that will still shape the way things will go if Kalonzo was to join Baba. And I think I will not be far from the truth to say that it's only a matter of time that Kalonzo will actually join Baba. And that seems to be what is coming out. That I agree largely. And as I finish, I want to rebuttal on what I wanted to say about James. Now that Bernard, you said so, be a bit patient because this was very critical and I hope I've not forgotten. James, what I wanted to say in the course of your contribution was, I am a good student and I'm a good listener normally. I want to base that I rarely rebuttal without listening. When I was out, you seemed to give credit to Kalonzo Musyoka in as far as his partnership with Baba is concerned. But at the same time, you discredited the numbers that he carries. So philosophically and practically and analytically, that was a contradiction. And if I were you, maybe let me put it in my words. You don't need to agree with me, but this is just my take. I think it is true that Kalonzo stands a better chance of bringing numbers to Baba compared to Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi, we have taken care of him. You can see the entire party membership is already disgruntled. That is largely between numbers and perception. So the two have worked so well to the extent that I wouldn't mind, if I was to advise Baba, I wouldn't mind Baba, abandoning, concentrating in the direction of Musalia, because Musalia is a shell, in my view, is a political shell. So in my view, if I was to advise, I think let Uda go with Musalia, because it's already too late. the sugar cane has been chewed. It doesn't have the the sweetness anymore. But when it comes to our brother Kalonzo Musyoka is still carrying the numbers. We have not seen any person supporting Kalonzo Musyoka who has defected to Azimio. You need to be alive to that. Number two, I want to agree with what RNJ alluded to. You have to look at the previous numbers for you to make decisions of today. So if 2017 numbers is anything to go by, I have not seen Kalonzo losing much, because Kalonzo's people are supporting Baba, and those who are strongly with him have not defected to either UDA nor to Baba. They are still with him. So I will advise that Baba takes on the pursuance of having the former Vice President, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, coming forward, because what we need in Ukambani is largely perception and the numbers that are still in the following of Kalonzo Musyoka. But as far as Western is concerned, it's a game done. Eugene Wamalwa is carrying the day. We have the DAP, Mbolea tumeiweka kila mahali. That's already a taken case. You cannot put Kalonzo Musyoka, in my view, in the same platform with Musalia Mudavadi. I'll ask Baba to ban midnight fuel to see that Kalonzo comes on board. But for Musalia, I think you can't put them on the same side. So Kalonzo still has the numbers. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't dismiss Kalonzo. And I'll tell you, be patient. Let me finish. Be patient.
Your point is made.
I'm
Conclude.
finishing, Bernard. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So Kalonzo Musyoka carries the numbers. That's what I'm trying to say. For any serious political analyst, you cannot dismiss Kalonzo. But I'm ready to dismiss Musalia Mudavadi and go with UDA. He doesn't have a following. We have taken the leadership to other lawyers, but the vote of Ukambani is very critical for Baba. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, let's mind time, huh? Let's mind time. We go to WG and then Booze, Bars. Is it? I think that order. Then kuna mchanganyiko hapa, ndio tukuje kwa Eric, kuje kwa George. Then Ruben. Although Ruben has been on and off. WG, your 2 to 3 minutes starts now. And I'm timing is by 5:30 na kustopisha.
No, that one you will be punishing me instead of
on a light note, WG, just a second. Bernard, that's what happens. That's what happens when you pile everything together. So feel the pinch. It's your story, Bernard. You should be allowing people to ask you questions in between. But now if we pile together, we take 1 hour, everybody.
I've learned the hard way. WG, please make use of your time now.
Okay, Bernard. Let me try as much as possible. It means I'll leave some of my points out. Let me just begin by stating that it's emerging that Oka was a group of conspirators since the beginning. If we analyze how they came into existence, they were yoked together by the betrayal at the Uhuru Park, failure to bring that. So later on, they managed to bring a few, maybe two other people who did not even know how they were entering, where they were entering into. That is Gideon Moy and Cyrus Jirongo. Otherwise, the Oka team, the real Oka team, the core Oka team is Moses Wetangula, Musalia Mudavadi, and Kalonzo Musyoka. So whatever made them not to attend, or that yoked them or yacked them out from Raila's grip is what is still at play, and what they are really trying to persist with, so that it would make them relevant and dear to each other. So the Oka team, I'm not seeing anything new that they are adding, especially to Kenyans. And therefore, that's the reason why we can't mourn when UDA is crushing them, or Azimio la Umoja, because they are not very neat. Number two, I wanted to say that due to the fact that they are not able to carry out their conspiracy against Raila, and they've been trying hard to drive the points home, someone like Musalia is becoming so disparate. And due to this disparation, that's the reason why he's been grasping anything that comes along, just in the imagination that the person would help them, or would help him in particular to realize the conspiracy. And that's the reason why they admitted people like Malala into that same group. So, but again, those who are joining them without knowing, they also have their own objectives. So Malala and Savula and those other people, they are not into this conspiracy that Mudavadi, Kalonzo, and Wetangula knows. But they also have their points to drive home. And therefore, Cleopas Malala is actually using Musalia Mudavadi's desperation to the best of his, and it has been bearing fruit for him. That's the reason why he's able to twist Mudavadi the way he likes, because Mudavadi is disparate. Well, it's like, someone who comes to you telling you that I'm able to treat your sickness. I will treat you. And since you want to be healed so much, you just trust him, and he squanders your money and gets away. That is the situation between Malala and Musalia Mudavadi. And therefore, when Malala came and told Musalia that he's going to push him, he must be lawyer's kingpin. And he promised him that he's going to make him the lawyer kingpin. That thing was not forthcoming. What happened instead? He's now decided to pull him to the side of Ruto. That is what is happening between Malala and Musalia Mudavadi. The other thing is, Musalia does not have a specific goal for himself. He simply wants to be the president, but he has no principles in achieving that, and what he's going to offer as a president of this nation. While on the other hand, Raila Odinga, apart from just being the president, some of us may think that his is just to become the president of this nation. If that was the case, then Raila Odinga would have fallen out of this race a long time ago. First attempt, second, he would have given up. But he has unfulfilled missions. The missions that began right since 1982. And it's been building momentum. Every other time he makes his attempts and he's not satisfied with those attempts. He is yet to achieve that goal. That is what is pushing him. That is what makes him so consistent, and that makes what makes him principled and with a purpose. His purpose has not been achieved. That is what makes him stand, even tall of this all the storms that he's facing, and he's withstanding them. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I want to analyze Musalia's role. In any case, he joins the UDA. What is it that is new that Musalia Mudavadi is deputizing Ruto will add to order that other loyal leaders that are already existing with Ruto is not going to, those people are not going to achieve. The likes of Boni Khalwale, Didmas Barasa, and those other people. Remember, most of these people that are with the DP, they've proven their popularity by the mere fact that they are MPs and holding those other public offices. Musalia Mudavadi is not. He's not even a village elder. He's not even an MCA. So what makes us believe that he is better than Didmas Barasa, that would make William Ruto so disparate to have him as his deputy? I mean, my question is simple. What would make, if William Ruto, it's a matter of, a lawyer leader showing his face among the deputy president's camp as a lawyer, and not so that we have a Kalenjin lawyer and Kikuyu within that for balancing equation. What other thing does Musalia Mudavadi bring in William Ruto's camp? And this is the reason why I'm saying, even in UDA's camp, Musalia Mudavadi might not even click it. He's going to be used just like any other person and be dumped, like even Girishi or somebody, or even Khalwale or any other loyal leader who is complaining now. So, but in this other side, what we've said here, remember some of these things we say always comes to happen. Like we had predicted that Musalia Mudavadi would be leaning towards William Ruto. Long time when people were seeing the impossibility. We already said so. But I'm saying, on this other side of Azimio, truly speaking deeply, Raila Amolo Odinga has always had very soft spot for Musalia Mudavadi. I think because he sees him as trustworthy. He's not so much full of political, there's a political conmanship and those games. He is a man true to himself, which is true with Musalia Mudavadi. And a man like that can either be misused or just fail to make it. You see? So those are some of my, although now I'm minding of my time because of the warning from Bernard. Bernard, let me leave it at that much, unless if someone has some questions.
You really went beyond the time, so I can't even, let me just leave it there. Baz, how are you?
Yes, I'm very good, Bernard. How is everyone?
Happy New Year to you.
Let me respond on the subject of today and give my submission and say that I think Oka is coming similarly to what we had in 2009 and 10. That is G7. We had a grouping called G7. It was not a coalition. It is just oscillation of political players trying to come together to have a national outlook and to pool their little resources and following together. And I think the fruits of the G7 were they created some national leadership. Some of them came out there as national leaders, while others have never recovered from that grouping. We can maybe Mudavadi and maybe Oka was to, Mudavadi, maybe Oka was to bring a person like Gideon Moi to the national politics, because Gideon Moi was only playing the village politics of Baringo. And it was formed so that he can have some people within his rank or within the same size to be together and go around the country and try to, so that people can at least see who he is and how he talks, and maybe people can be familiar with him. So Oka was not necessarily about the 2022 forming a coalition or fronting a candidate. These were just people who came together and were given an assignment. And I believe one of the assignment was to give Gideon Moi a national look and appeal. I think Uhuru is still playing behind Gideon Moi. All his cards are to the future of Gideon Moi. They are not to the future of anything else. That's why he did the unthinkable of supporting the person who he had insulted in the last 10 years. There was nothing like bringing the country together. It is not about the country, it's about them and their interests. And then we come later, second or even 10th in the ranking of why they do what they do and how politics in this country is played. About Mudavadi teaming up with Ruto, I think it is time for now for Mudavadi to try and create his own base. Mudavadi working with Raila Odinga is never going to have any political base, totally. He will always, he can be used by Raila the way he wants because Raila technically controls what would be political base. So I think it is time now for him to go back to 2013 and start from where he left with UDF. When he vied with UDF, whether he got 400,000 votes, it was a good starting point, and he could have built on that, and maybe today he could be a kingpin. But he took a nosedive when he formed NASA and backed Baba, and from that point he has been in the cold and in the wilderness alone, while others have continued to hold their political bases together. So I think him joining Ruto would give him something to lean on and to try to create his political base of the Luya from Kitale to Bukusu, coming all the way to Kakamega. Whatever he gets is a topic of another day, and we can only deliberate it on post 2022. But I think from where he stands, because he cannot be contented just being a cabinet secretary, that he can also not be. He cannot be satisfied with being a speaker.
Baz,
Yes.
I want you to substantiate what you're saying. Eh?
Yes.
What is the practical credit that will make Mudavadi's politics have a base with Ruto than with Baba? When you say that with Ruto he's going to get what? You're just saying what will be, but how it will be, you're not telling us.
We cannot say what it will be, but we know what it has been with Raila. He has moved from 400,000 to zero. Right now he has zero political
Those
base.
are propaganda, Baz. You are not able to substantiate what you are saying. Can you substantiate?
In 2013, Mudavadi got 400,000 votes when he stood on UDF. In 2017, he offloaded his support to Baba. Fast forward to 2021, Mudavadi controls nothing. He doesn't have a political base today. So he has lost dramatically.
How do you know?
Well, he has lost even.
Hold on there. Now, Baz,
yes.
He has no political base. Okay.
Yes.
And him going to UDA will give him a political base from where?
He will capitalize on the support Ruto is getting from Western Kenya. At least he'll have some guys who he can work with. He will have Kina Kalwale, he will have Kina Malala, and he will have Kina Babu Namwamba. At least at that point, he has a stepping stone. Right now, who does he have when he goes to Raila Odinga? Everyone is with Raila Odinga and not with him. And there is no way anyone can go to him. So I think let him go to UDA and try his best. If he gets a running mate, well and good. If they form government or they don't form government, at least he will have a stepping stone to the future elections. Working with Raila Odinga is not the best option for him at this moment. He will just be a mere appointee, which is not what he is looking for. If he is looking for appointment, he would be in Uhuru Kenyatta's cabinet today. That is not what he is looking for. He is looking to create his own political future. Yes?
WG, out of order. WG out of order. You don't lift your hand, appoint yourself, and give yourself permission to speak. Baz,
Yes.
you are giving sweeping statements as usual. Now,
That's very harsh, Bernard.
So you are saying that Ruto has a political base in Western, okay, that Musalia doesn't have, and if Musalia joins Ruto, he will inherit Ruto's political base in Western. Is that what you're saying?
Let me kind of elaborate this, how this would work. If UDA forms a coalition with the ANC, UDA would let ANC field candidates on its partnership in the Western region. If today ANC joins with Raila Odinga will still field candidates in the ANC stronghold, that is the Western Belt, and still beat
That's a
him.
lie.
But in the NASA agreement was every party to field in their candidates. The first negotiation was we all field in candidates as NASA. We do joint nominations. Whoever wins gets the ticket. The ANC and Ford Kenya said no. If we do that, we don't want that. So they refuse. They say we'll agree at the presidential, we'll cast the vote together. But at the county level and wherever ward level and MP, everybody to fill in their candidate. They did that. And that is what made ANC get to parliament and get the, wherever they have one governor or one senator that way. So you want to tell me that UDA has a plan of zoning the Western region and leaving some seats to ANC to field their candidates? Will UDA also stop ODM from fielding candidates in those zoned regions?
Now, Bernard, if we may take the recently by-elections that were held in Kabuchai.
Yes.
And the other one in, is it Matungu?
Yes, Matungu.
If we look at the performance of ANC and the performance of UDA in both by-elections, if the two are to come together, that means that would create a political base for Musalia Mudavadi, because he would win seats sweepingly. He would sweep seats, definitely, because UDA have some support in Western Kenya. It is only through UDA that Mudavadi can create his base, not through ODM. He cannot. And I think this is the best calculation he has made.
Baz, even as Bernard is
Unajua
trying to
mahali
protect you,
Unajua
even as
mahali Raila
Bernard is
alitoa
trying
Mudavadi
to protect
because
you,
very hard.
Baz,
No,
you are
ngoja
speaking.
kwanza. Me, I want to take Baz small, tufike hii safari pamoja. Okay? So, Bwana Baz.
Yes.
UDA people have always been requesting for Raila Odinga's candidature.
Yes.
Bernard, allow us to ask him questions.
Hold on. UDA has been requesting for Raila Odinga's candidature as the weakest they can have a walkover. Early in the morning, they will be at State House.
Yes.
That was long before Raila declared his interest in the seat. Okay?
Yes.
As soon as he has declared his interest in the seat,
yes,
you have now found that Musalia is better off with UDA than with Baba. Are you not all looking for for the burial ground for Musalia in politics so that you can build your empire in Western Kenya without any hindrance?
No, Bernard. This is a win-win situation.
Who is winning here? What is Musalia getting from UDA?
Musalia is going to recreate his base again in Western Kenya through his association with DP. His association with Raila Odinga
will
in the
him
last two
joining
elections has only
UDA
weakened.
remove Oparanya from being the spokesman of the Luya people?
Actually, that is a better thing to have Oparanya now just being a mere spectator and no longer in an active running for any active elective position. That's the best scenario.
Make your
Allow us
conclusion.
to ask question too.
Allow
Jackman,
us
ngoja hapo, naomba hivi,
to
naomba hivi.
expose him, not even asking question of what he is. I mean, Baz is
Hold
trying to
on,
be.
everybody. Hold on, everybody. Baz,
Yes.
make your conclusion. We are moving to the next person. Thank you.
Okay, so let me conclude from where you cut me off, because I kind of elicited some statement that.
Bernard, why are you protecting Baz? Why are you protecting Baz, Bernard?
It is my duty to do so. Patriot, I beg, please. We need to move on, please. Thank you.
But you see what you
But we have questions. No, Bernard, that's not fair. That's not fair, Bernard. No. We are protesting.
You are allowing.
I'm choosing to be
You are
unfair.
allowing. You are allowing them to
Baz,
spread.
make conclusion. Nitawatuma quarantine saa hii tafadhali. Relaxini.
So
we need to
Bernard,
hear from Eric, we need to hear from Ruben, we need to hear from Jackman. Let us hear these people first. Baz, conclude.
Yes, let me conclude and say that the Oka oscillation together, let us stop looking at Mudavadi and Wetangula. Let us look at the silent guy, Gideon Moi. That's where the game of Oka was. The others were just by the way. So they can now fight for themselves. But the silent guy who has not made any move till now knows what kind of game he is playing. And that is why Oka was formed. Thank you.
Sweeping statement as usual. Statement.
Should I get in?
Eric, go ahead, please. Save time.
Okay. Okay, fine. Let me just use the 3 minutes that I have. I think I'm going direct to the issue of Oka. The issue of Oka is very simple. To me, Oka, it's like it's dead. But in one way or the other, it might raise up, depending on the way they are going to plan their game. Like, you see, the only person who can stop this issue of the narrative of the age or what, all those sort of things. You see, the Hoka, we have Kalonzo, we have Weta, we have Musalia, we have Gideon Moy, we have those guys. To those 4 principles, if you check on them very well, the only people we may say are active now on politics and can make a step ahead, it's Kalonzo Musyoka. We go to Gideon Moy, he has a chance. Also, Mudavadi had a chance, but now he is like, Mudavadi is too lazy, I may say so, on my own perspective. Mudavadi is lazy. Now, you see, for them joining, let me say UDA, it's a 50-50 thing. Because if you go to check, do you think Kalonzo Musyoka can deputize William Ruto? That's the thing that people should be thinking about. Do you think Musalia Mudavadi will accept to deputize William Ruto? It might be a big no on my side. So once you see, like now, if Mudavadi want to go to UDA, you know, Ruto wanted to get a running mate from Central. Do you think that will work? It will not work. So Mudavadi will just be a mere member in UDA with no say. So for other principles like Wetangula has nothing to do in Oka actually. Wetangula will just run for senator again and continue being in Senate. But you see, like Gideon Moy, it's an upcoming right now. And within a short period, Gideon Moy will find Gideon Moy at Azimio. Definitely, Gideon Moy will be at his Azimio. Just go back to look like Francis Atwoli. Atwoli is a KANU member, life member. It's an elder in KANU. Atwoli, the other day, the time Baba was declaring the presidency in Kasarani, Atwoli was there. Atwoli said what? Atwoli told Gideon Moi, kuja nyumbani. Mzee alituambia tusikuache nje. Then let's go back to Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka in Ukambani region, he has a followers. He has a big following in Ukambani, even though it's a little bit splitted by governors. So at the end of the day, Kalonzo Musyoka will fall into Azimio la Umoja, because I don't see Kalonzo Musyoka accepting joining UDA by any chance. I don't see Gideon Moi joining UDA at any chance. The only people who can join UDA, it's only Wetangula and Musalia. And Musalia will join UDA with one thing: to be the co-principal to William Ruto, and that will not work. Ruto doesn't want someone who will come to outshine him. Ruto wants to be the one who is leading the UDA party. No one else. Even if you go to check on UDA members, all of them, no one want to talk a negative thing. All of them, they're focusing on Ruto as a leader, their leader. So Mudavadi will just be a member, a short-time member. And one thing that is confusing these Oka people is they are trying to do a mathematics of, if William Ruto get the presidency, William Ruto is less than 60 years old. You can see the pooling William Ruto has in terms of using finance. William Ruto is someone who they see he can get into the power and even can exceed 10 years. So where will be the political life of Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka? You see their age, they will be at 70 something like Baba. So that's what is making them get so much confused. So they are confused on whether to join the Azimio or to join the UDA. And between them, whoever joins UDA will not join because of leadership, will join just because of what he gets, personal gains, not about the leadership. The Hawker principles, whoever joins UDA will join on a personal ground, what I'm getting from this political party. But the person who will join the Azimio, definitely, he sees a right tunnel, because you see, Baba, it's 76. Baba might read only one term. So it will give you a chance to grow people there in politics. So Kalonzo can have chance, Mudavadi can have a chance, but if Ruto get into that seat, their political ambitions will be dead, completely dead. Ruto will kill the political ambitions for those principles completely. So in short, Oka, it's going to bed. Let me say not to die, but they are going to bed for a certain period. They'll be in shelves. But within no time, I think 80% of them will go back to Azimio. In terms of, let me go back to, I may talk a little bit of UDA, regarding on Buhungus the other day in Western. You know, that day, Ruto wasn't to go to Mumias, but he had to do so because he had a chance to do that. This guy, Marala has been threatening Mudavadi and Oka principles. By 25th December, you give us the candidate, but they didn't do. Because Marala had an idea. Marala had an idea of the next move. And that's why Marala took that chance to have Ruto at Mumias. And if you see what happened, like ANC, a lot of ANC MCAs and MPs, they all went back to ODM. Why? They knew Ruto was to be in Mumias, and they didn't want to be associated with Ruto. So that is like what's a plan, a game plan. So ANC, it's finished. For the Kenya, it's finished. I think the only party remaining in Hoka, it's Wiper and Kanu for Gideon Moy. Only those two things. I may talk a little bit about the narrative of why Ruto is getting more people from other places. It's because this guy knows how to look for people. He talks what we need as Kenyans, what we really want to hear. That's what he says. He knows the unemployed, there are many. People who doesn't have work or do nothing, there are many. So he is coming direct to those people to show us how you can do for us. But you know, that's a point of marketing. I think if we get that chance and people vote for UDA, William Ruto, I don't think we did that. People have done that before in 2013, in 2017, and still people are continue crying. And I think this thing will continue happening. So let's just put this narrative of the political parties, and I think I may say we look for a leader. We look for a leader who knows what Kenya needs. So I don't have much to talk about that. That's the only what I would say. Thank you, guys.
Eric. But I'm going to ask you what you have not said.
Okay, ask.
Who is this leader that knows what Kenya needs?
You know, Kenya need a leader who will solve our problems.
You're not answering my question. Answer my question.
Yeah. The leader who Kenya needs.
The leader behind your mind that knows what Kenya needs.
Behind my mind, I may say, for this moment, you know, it's better someone who, for the leaders that we have now, I've known them, what they have been doing. So it's better to go to a leader who have not yet been there. You know, it's better to talk for someone that you don't know than someone you know now. Already, we know Jubilee leaders. We know Jubilee leaders.
Thank you very much for your political
already
answer.
we know, sorry, just a little bit. Already we know the leaders we have right now. Already we know them. So let's try someone else who we don't know.
Someone else?
How
Who is that someone else?
I think because now Oka, it's done, it's gone. We have only left with one horse, who is Raila Amolo Odinga. Maybe we try. That's the only leader now we have, because Oka, it's not there. No one else. Oka is gone. It's a matter of time. So that's my contribution.
Patriot, what is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was my turn. Is it not my turn?
Hold on. This time you are taking for yourself. It's not your time. No. Patriot, you had lifted up your hand. I want you to use half a minute to ask your question, if there is a question. You are mute. Unmute first.
I was saying I want to use half a second, Bernard. Sorry. Let me use half a second. You know, I am really impressed the way you are doing the moderation today, Bernard. You know, you heard what Eric Robert said. If evidence on this YouTube is anything to go by, Bernard, Eric seemed to say that the UDA leader is making inroads and he has the numbers because he is speaking to Kenyans what Kenyans want to hear. And when you asked him to defend the same statements, he feels so much oppressed to the extent now he brings Pap on board. That's what I'm laughing, because that was being cheeky.
No, I can come back again. I'm not oppressed. I'm just, please, let me just go back a little bit. Let me just take you to United States.
Order, Eric. Eric. You
Okay.
don't respond until the statement is complete.
Okay,
Eric, relax. Relax. Yeah. So Bernard, what I was saying, you very with a lot of wisdom. You have simply won Baba, a supporter who was actually a UDA supporter. So what I was trying to say, Bernard, is that if this is the wisdom, then if this is the wisdom we can borrow from you, I don't mind sitting here without speaking, because this was very tactful. I think I applaud you for that. And Eric, you're welcome. I think you don't need to defend anything. Wewe umesema ni Baba, and I want to actually congratulate you for that statement. That's what I wanted to say, Bernard.
Let me just...
Eric, ngoja kwanza basi auliza, alafu tuna ujibu mara moja tuende.
Okay.
Eric, you don't need to be afraid with on the panel, because you're on the panel and you speak good of the UDA leader, and then you say at the end but we can try. No, you don't need to try. Go with the conviction that you had. Don't try. We have been trying and we have been failed. This time it is to go with our conviction.
Okay. Eric, respond in half a minute. We get out of here.
Okay, let me just go direct to Patriot first. Patriot, I would like to take you back to United States elections about when the Trump got elected as a president. Trump used to tell citizens of US the way they wanted to hear. You understand? Trump knew the problem and what the US people wanted to hear. And that's what he used to convince them. But after getting that presidency, what did he do? Nothing. So the same thing comes into Ruto. Ruto knows that a lot of Kenyans, especially youth, they are unemployed. And he knows very well going to youth and tell them how you will do, definitely the youth will listen to him. But once he gets into the seat, that thing is gone and gone. So I was trying to explain on that perception of that. These leaders, we have them. We have been with them for 10 years, for 9 years. We know them. Even the last time campaign type duration, they used to say the same thing. So we know them. Why can't we do to someone a new person? We don't have to go back to the same people we know. They have been there. I think for 9 years, the youth have been there all along. Where will they get those jobs at this point? So that was my perfection on this. So Patriot, I think you may understand. That's why I'm saying the only person remaining for us to go on with, it's only Baba. Because Okanao, it's gone also. So that's what I was trying to say. Then I go to, I think I've answered even the question of Baz. I think he understands what I mean about what people want to hear. Like, let me just give you a scenario of Baba said he will give 6,000 every month. Do you know that thing was received very much well by unemployed people? It was received very much well by unemployed people. So that's why I'm saying everybody is trying. I'm saying for Baba, I'm safe on side of Baba because he has never been the government as a president or even deputy. But DP has been there for 9 years. For those 9 years, he has been there. And now he comes out and starts defending himself, saying, nitafanya. Hii kitu haikufanyika. Hii kitu haikufanyika. He has been there for 9. So those are the things that we have to be very careful with. Anatuambia zile vitu anajua yani anatujudge na shida zetu. Wewe najua hauna hii kitu, nikiingia nitakupea. Na ukweli hauna. So definitely you will see this is that good guy.
Sawa.
Anatupa ngwingwi.
Order, please. Order, Patriot.
Okay, thank you so
Eric,
much.
you made your
Journalist.
point. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm requested to highlight Mtu Msitu. Anasema you have to admire the efforts being done by Governor Paranya behind the cameras in his backyard. The new spokesperson together with Raila met today with the teachers, and they went to Bungoma and met with the gamer community living in Bungoma, led by one young man called Nandalue. So the ground is working, and they don't have to call the camera for the work to take place. The people of the camera are known because they need to create a particular perception in the rest of the country. But really work is taking place behind the scenes. And that is the tsunami that will shock this country to the core. Now, now I want us to, James Apana, Naomba. There are 4 people who have not said anything. I want them to use their 3 minutes express. Sawa. Tunaanza kwa Jackman, twende kwa Ruben, and twende kwa John. And we are going in that succession. That is 9 minutes. Timing you, it is 11 minutes up. What is this? It's 49 minutes after midnight in Nairobi, Kenya. So by 1 mtakuwa mmemaliza. Jackman.
Yes. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Okay, asante sana kwa kunipea nafasi. Ni siku njema sana mimi nipate nafasi niongee mbele yenu. Okay, maswali niko nayo, usipokuwa umepatia wengine dakika mingi sana, karibu dakika 20. Hiyo imepata wengine wa karibu wamejiondoa kabla hajapata nafasi ya kuongea. Isipokuwa mimi ndio hiyo nimepata. Nitatoa maoni yangu.
Dakika yako moja imeenda.
So kitu ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuambia kwamba msala ya kwenda kwa Yuda ni kitu hata haijasitua watu, sababu tulikuwa tunaona attack yao. Malala alikuwa na attack tu upande wa Raila peke yake, hakuwa na attack deputy. Hiyo nilikuwa naonyesha tu tayari wako pamoja. Ni mtu tu mwenye yako kwa naona ndio alikuwa na sadhani wanaweza simama, lakini upande yangu mimi nilikuwa naona tu wako pamoja. Hata kama walikuwa na sponsor, walikuwa na sponsiwa na UDA, lakini walikuwa pamoja. Ya pili, mimi sioni kama Mudavadi yako na bargaining power akienda UDA, sababu watu karibu wote wamehama UDA. So sioni kama atakuwa na bargaining power, sababu kitu ya kwanza sioni kama anasapewa deputy, sababu deputy kulingana na katiba yetu huwezi kubali president na deputy watoke region moja. So hiyo mimi kupande yangu atakuwa kama member tu. Ingine Mudavadi pamoja na UDA yote watakuwa na kazi ngumu sana, sababu uliona pale Kakamega, unaona Malala anataka governor na Kalwale pia anataka governor. Kwa hivyo haitakuwa rahisi kwao, na wengine bado watahama kurudi kwa Azimio. Mudavadi mimi naona kama ametumiwa bila alitumiwa tena 2013. Sijui nisikie
Jackman, you're stuck. Okay. Jackman seems to have internet issues. Ruben, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Fellow panelists, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, sir. Good
Thank
to
you.
have you again after a long time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this chance to wage in this debate. I can see today our today topic is on Oka, Deathbed, Mudavadi Ruto coalition, Azimio weight behind big field or normal political games. Well, kwangu mimi ningependa kusema namna hii. Mambo ya Oka kwangu mimi ninaona tu ilikuwa ni political game ambayo tu ilikuwa inachezwa ndio hawa watu watongozwe na vitu fulani. And I've always said it, without Gideon Moi in Oka, there is no Oka. Those guys just wanted somebody who can sweet talk them with something, or they could have decided to run on their own only if Gideon decided to fund them, because they have got no money, they've got no finances to finance the presidential politics. On Mudavadi going to join UDA is not going to create much impact on Baba's side, because in the past Mudavadi has decided to run, and they managed some 400 and something thousand votes around Western Kenya. Baba beating him, despite him being outside the Western region. About Kalonzo Musyoka, I think Kalonzo Musyoka has got some good following around the southern part of Kenya, in Ukambani, and the part of northern coast. I think he can be considered in Azimio la Umoja part. Only that Baba should be careful to consider these big guys to join him, especially in the running mate position. Because according to me, Raila Odinga requires a running mate who will not come with some baggages. You see, this look at this case of William Ruto. The day he joined Uhuru Kenyatta, he came with a lot of bargains, bargaining for half of the cabinet, bargaining for the position of the deputy president, bargaining for important portfolios both in parastatus and other important government offices, which means Uhuru Kenyatta made him, gave him a hard time to run the government independently. According to me, I think Raila Odinga should look for a person who is not that expensive to maintain. He can look for anybody, including Kanini Kega, or anybody who really has got the energy and the gusto to run his politics and to run up and there, a kind of an errand boy that he can groom and leave his clout to him. I don't see if Baba is going to consider these big people, because they are baggage by themselves in Azimio la Umoja part. We, the followers of Raila Odinga and his political ideologies, follows Raila Odinga, him alone. Even if tomorrow he decided to nominate Bernard as his running mate, Bernard will just be there as Bernard, we will vote in Raila Odinga regardless. In fact, Raila Odinga does not need anybody to bring votes to him, because he has been winning anyway as Raila Odinga. All other things are just by the perception. Looking at Mudavadi joining UDA, joining William Ruto, I think he is going to bury himself politically from now henceforth. Why? William Ruto is looking for people who cannot give any opinion. He needs people who are empty-handed, people who cannot speak, who cannot air their views, who just need to listen from his wisdom, even if there is none that he has. For some good leaders and good politicians like Raila Odinga, a good leader needs to surround himself with wise people, people who can advise him, and sometimes even them who are wiser than him. For the case of William Ruto, I can see just need empty-handed people, especially in Mount Kenya region. He succeeded to bring to power some people who cannot say anything for the community. For example, ukiona vile alifanya mahali ya Kiambu, akatoa mtu ako na akili anaitwa Kabogo akaleta Waititu. That tells you a lot. Ukiangalia mahali ya Nairobi, the way he dealt with Peter Kenneth in the nominations, akatuletea mtu anaitwa Sonko. Wewe unaweza njiwekea hiyo, unaweza njiuliza maswali. The way he did in places like Kirinyaga, you can just look at it that way. It's the same script that Moi used kuleta in Mount Kenya watu ambao hawawezi interpret what is in their hand iende in the same line with their mouths. People, just the other day you saw a member of parliament from Kiambaa who could not coordinate issues of his people, the agendas of the people from his hand to the mouth in parliament. Just he couldn't. That is the same thing that Ruto wants to do in this part of our region, Mount Kenya region. He just wants the empty hands people who can't reason, people who cannot ask questions, hard questions, people who cannot contradict him, people who are just there just to be seen, not to be heard. Finally, let me talk about the Azimio weight being felt. Azimio is not feeling any weight anyway. According to me, Azimio has been working and they have been achieving their dreams and they have been achieving what they really wanted to achieve. For example, one succeeded to do is to let William Ruto and the other people to continue dishing out money around this country. Where I come from, where I work in Nyeri, as in, UDA itself is killing itself. Why? Because you are coming with 2 million shillings, you give the youths of the entire county some 2 million. When they divide that amount of money amongst themselves, they realize that they were duped. They were given about 100 shillings each person. At the end of the day, UDA loses the support from the ground wakati wana realize wamechezwa. Mtu anaweka pikipiki yake mafuta ya shilingi 200, wanaenda wanapewa 2 million, wakidivide amongst themselves wanapata ni shilingi 100. Hiyo hate Ruto anapata huku sio ya mchezo. In fact, it is better ukuje uambie upe watu agenda without giving them money, wajue wewe ni stingy ama hauna pesa, wanakusupport tu hiyo tu ya kukupenda. Just the way Raila Odinga is doing. By the end of February or March, when UDA will be doing their nominations, that is their shelf life. Shelf life ya UDA nilisema ni wakati watafanya kitu kinaitwa nominations. They will not go beyond that. Kama wanafanya nomination hapa Kirinyaga tu peke yake na Ngirishi ndio huyo anatoroka. Kalwale ndio yule anataka kukimbia na wajafanya nomination huko. In other parts of this country, you cannot win politics through conmanship and brinkmanship. It doesn't work that way. You must stand on a platform of truth ndio uweze kueleweka na watu ukuwe consistent kama vile Raila Odinga amekuwa for the last like 20 or 30 years, such that you can be quoted from 1990 ukuwe quoted, 1997 ukuwe quoted, yesterday na ukuwe quoted today, and we can even look forward na tuweze kufikiria vile utasema kesho. That's what Raila Odinga is. In fact, Raila Odinga has succeeded in politics just because of talking the truth, even if it is bitter. Finally, let me finish by saying this. If we really need to focus on our politics today as people, we must look for a way that we can balance this debate. Let's suggest how we can look for some people, UDA people like 5, and then Azimio like 5, so that we can have a balanced debate, so that we see whether we can at least try to sharpen each other, because now we become boring with this similar reasoning, similar thing, talking the same thing, all of us. Let's try to look. Bernard, please try to look to find the people who are from UDA part. We see whether we can balance this conversation. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruben. Your proposition sounds great, but that is for a special show, not this one. This one is open for everybody to walk in. We are all running this like a market. But we can line up. You get me the UDA guys, especially. UDA guys are very hard to get. We had 3 moderators for UDA here. We can't get even one to run a show for a day. So when you get those 5, and I'll get you Azimio 5, then we line up a show like a Saturday, we'll do that kind of debate. But this one is working. Thank you. It's a turn for Nani George. George, it was George.
Oh, okay. Hi, good, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year to you, Karibu.
Asante sana. I wanted to talk about, our Mudavadi. One thing that I have always wondered, actually, I realized the last time I spoke, I was underestimating Malala so much. And I was getting this information mainly from the Twitter feeds I was reading here. And a cousin of mine who happens to feed me with information of what is going on in the ground. I just want to say, so that maybe I can be a little relevant if I don't sound like I know exactly what is happening there. I am in the diaspora, and I've been in the diaspora for almost over 10 years. So I left, when Kibaki was ruling Kenya, and I haven't been there ever since Uhuru was there. That's not to say that I have not been following, what happens. Of course, Kenya is my motherland, and I have been following what is going on, and especially I am somebody who is into politics a lot. And so for most part, I tend to try to understand what's going on. That's why I found this platform being a little, too appealing to me. I like coming to listen to you guys. Sometimes the first couple of days I was at work, and then I just happened to land on this thing. And it actually made my work so easy, because the first time I was listening to people talking a language that I really appreciate and mentioning names of people that I was so into. People, when you say something like Malala and you are in the States, it kind of like comes with a certain sweet taste to it. The name just sounds a little bit nicer. So I just, when I came this way, there are things that I learned also. Like you have actually to be outgoing there to be a leader. So I always wondered why somebody like the guy everybody keeps talking about, Mudavadi, would never tell people what happened to Mumias. Like I've always wondered. I am a product of Mumias actually, because when I was back there, I went to school because of Mumias sugar. I actually come very close to from the Mumias factory itself. So it was, the company that made me go to school. It was the company that made everybody move from the thatched houses to having iron sheets. And then I wonder, why can somebody like Mudavadi, who was a minister for finance, who was all these, a local government minister at some point, who was a vice president at some point, why doesn't he tell people what happened to Mumias? Like, what is so hard in that country for somebody just to investigate and tell people, okay, this is exactly what happened, and this is why this company went down, and this is how we are going to bring it back. So for at the time Raila is at Bohongu, and then they just say they're introducing an investor. I'm like, so what took all these years for somebody to introduce an investor? I mean, there have been investors since that company collapsed like almost 10 years ago. So what happened that now is just the time that they're introducing somebody? These are some of the things that make me wonder. And then I keep wondering, you have leaders in Western who have been like a very up there in government. Why can't they just like investigate or like bring in experts to examine, diagnose what happened to that company and tell people this is who stole the money and this is what happened. When you come abroad, actually, sometimes you can get so angry with the way as people, the way as Kenyans look at things. And I'm not trying to to make anybody feel bad. The way I'm talking, I'm not, trying to annoy to hurt somebody's feelings. That's the word. But it's just sometimes I get angered listening to how Kenyans speak. Like the way the young man is talking about, saying like politicians tell you what you want to hear. I was a young kid years ago during Moi days when Moi would come and tell people, oh, this road is going to be built and this road during the times of elections. So these are things we've always had. Politicians always come and tell you, sweet talk you to what you want to hear. And everybody knows that. Like around election time, that's when they will be like, okay, we want to build a school here. We are going to put iron sheets on your school, or we will build a dormitory. So you want to hear that at the time of elections. You know very well that once they're elected, you are never going to see them. There is the senator from Busia, Amos Wako, who was like an attorney general. That man was a sleeping attorney general when I was in Kenya. He is like a senator there. He does nothing. You will never see here this. He's like Mudavadi. People who just occupy offices without contributing anything. There is nothing. That Amos Wako never goes to anybody's funeral. I don't even know whether I've seen him in a funeral back there in Busia. He never does nothing. Yet he is the senator. But believe you me, at the time the elections are going to come in August, the dude is going to come up there and tell people, oh, I'm the attorney, I'm the senator, the former senator, and smile to a few people and give them a few coins, and then they elect him. Now, I live in America and I'm a permanent resident. So I'll tell you something I know about how Trump became, how Trump won the election. Trump told the white people the white people, of course, they're the majority. And then there is this perception that they were saying in actually 2020, like the brown and black people are going to surpass the number of white people population-wise in America. And so, when you are here, about, in Kenya, it's usually about tribalism, but here it's race. So if somebody is telling you that our race is going to be overrun, but this guy that you're trying to vote for, who was Joe Biden, he's going to open the borders. The Mexicans are going to be coming in. The Mexicans are no white people. The Jamaicans are going to be coming in. He was going to be to be good to them. Trump is like, close the borders. I don't want anybody coming. So if you are a white person, of course you're going to vote for this person who doesn't want to bring in people who are going to make the white population go down as compared to the brown and black people. Here brown and black people are always takataka moja. I'm just saying it for the sake of for the lack of a better word. So I will end with saying, I like listening to you guys, and I hope I'm given a lot of chances sometimes to chip in. But I would want somebody in this panel, number one, to tell me why can't they ask people from Western, especially, just ask people who've gone to some schools and ask what happened to Mumias, and then ask why are they bringing the investor now? Why wasn't that done 5 years ago? You know, things like that is, and then they have to have answers as to why. Then if they're saying Malala was the one who went to the courts and they were delaying these things, you're delaying things that is people's livelihoods. If there was no Mumias, probably I could never have finished high school. You know, those kind of things are things that people on the ground there who keep voting these same people should be asking. Now, lastly, I will say I definitely want and hope that Raila wins, because I know Ruto is a good sweet talker, as the guy was talking. And if Ruto becomes president in that country, I can foresee nothing but dictatorship. And it's going to be bad. Somebody was saying Raila is old, he's not going to be greedy in terms of trying to loot shambas and, you know, kuiba mashamba and to take them by force. If Ruto is given the presidency, he is going to do it, because God shows you things before they happen. But human beings choose to do their own things. That's why we find ourselves in problems, especially in Africa. You've been told 1,000 times this man is a looter. You've been told he does things and people see it. There is a
George,
Western hotel right there.
George,
Yes.
it is alleged. Proper
Say-
English. It is alleged.
What did I say? What did I say?
Conclude, please.
Okay, well, I will conclude by saying people should heed warnings. You know, there is there is a Western hotel. You've been told that it was grabbed. There are things there. These are not allegations. These are facts. The Western Hotel is a ISO that anybody can see. I know that this thing was grabbed land. Now, if this person did that when he was not at a place where he cannot be prosecuted or questioned, you know, where he can be. Now, imagine where he can be at a place where there is no prosecution and there is no, you know, he can't be accountable. He will take over the whole of a county and ship people out. So these are things people should be worried about. I hope Raila wins. And that's my end. I yield back to everybody. And Happy New Year. Talk to you guys later again. I will sit back for another maybe an hour and listen to what guys say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution. And probably before Charles comes in, I would want to just let George know that matters national interest in this country is a whole different ballgame. Mere sugar being brought to its knees is a complicated matter. One is imported sugar, cheap imported sugar. So our politician goes and brings in the sugar, and because he has connection, the sugar has to come in. And then now the sugar that the farmers were to sell so that they get the pay get stuck. So the factory is killed by by the system itself, in the sense that we have people, we call them the untouchables. Those people in high offices will go across the border and bring in cheap sugar. And it was so bad to an extent whereby the cheap sugar was also packaged in mere sugar packets. So we are thinking that Mumias is is running, but we are buying from the shelf saying buy Kenya, build Kenya. We are buying Mumias sugar, only to discover that we are only the packet is what is Mumias. The sugar inside came from elsewhere. So this country needs to be overhauled in order for us to recover. But we thank God that there is a move towards salvaging Mumias. Let's pray that it works. Ruben, what is it?
I think, thank you, Bernard, for giving me this chance once more. It's just half a minute.
Yes.
About Sugar and other companies, or companies allied to the government, I think they are literally eaten by the politicians and the powers that be at that time. It's not about the importation of sugar, because you cannot justify how sugar runs all the way from Brazil, then finds itself in our shelves cheaper than our own Mumia's sugar, which is just grown in Western Kenya. It is not true. Money is looted directly, and it is government parastatals are just placed there to be stolen. There is nothing like cheap sugar being important in our country, because nobody can justify how sugar runs all the way from Brazil through the sea to our ports, cleared, taxed, and then finds itself in our shelves cheaper than Mumia sugar, which is just a few meters away. It is not practical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruben, for your sentiment. Hey, you guys want to finish me? It is the turn for Charles. Sam, what is it? Charles, before you come in, Sam, what is it?
First of all, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you. A blessed
Happy
New
New Year to
Year.
you.
As I always say, iwe mwaka wa mafanikio, mwaka wa maono. I just want to make before I get my chance, the official chance to make a submission.
Yes.
I want to talk about this issue of sugar. What the guy is talking about is totally wrong. This is what happens. The Ministry of Agriculture then, or the cabinet secretary in charge of agriculture, has the authority to give out what we call the sugar importation license, right? Now, how do you determine that? It is a minister and I submit a paper to the cabinet and awambia tuko na shortage of sugar, right? Which in most cases is false, right? Akishapatiana hivyo anapatiwa approval ya kupatiana import licenses, right? So it looks as if it is legit, hiyo sugar ikiingia, but it's not legit. While this sugar is coming in, kuna sugar ya Mumias, Sony Sugar, Muoroni, Miwani, Chemelil, inaoza kwa warehouses hired by those companies. That is how it is. This is a fake, it's called a fake shortage, right? Ni kama tu ile ya nini, ya maize, right? Okay. The cartels export to, at one time it was beans, right? From Mozambique, of all the places. We have been exporting kusaidia watu wa Mozambique. But at one time it was Mozambique. Tuna import beans from Mozambique, right? At one time tuli import hata maize ile imeoza. Ikachomwa hapo Mombasa. So it has got nothing to do with unataka kutuambia it cannot happen. It is happening because people are being given, they create a fake shortage, wanapatiwa import licenses. Nita make submission baadaye. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Just to add on that importation authorized by the Minister for Agriculture is usually duty-free. So the sugar coming in, it will be cheaper because it's coming in duty-free. But the one generated from the country, there is the sugar used for processing sugar, the material used for processing sugar. They add tax on it. So when the industries bring in that sugar that they use to generate this other sugar, they have to get their difference. That's what makes Mumia's sugar more expensive than the duty-free imported sugar. But we'll get more details on that later. Charles, come in quickly, please. Sorry?
Oh, Happy New Year.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. It is time for Charles. Let Charles make submission. He's been on hold for too long. Thank you.
Okay, Happy New Year. Hope you can hear me well.
Happy New Year to you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, one, Oka is on its deathbed, considering that it has been said that Gideon Moy is the one who oils that. So Gideon Moy seems to be out of that, given all consideration. And also the defection from ANC can point to that. Kalonzo has been quite silent. And remember his altercation with Malala when they were somewhere in Western, and Kalonzo publicly disagreed with what Malala was saying. Then two, on Mudavadi, I'll try to be devil's advocate. Maybe we are busy castigating Mudavadi and he knows his end game. Maybe some are in politics to lead their people, some are there for a business. So let me assume he's there for a business. So that, let's say, if he gets a position, the maximum he can get per month is around 800,000. What if, let's say, Ruto offer him, my friend, I'll give you 2 billion. So let's calculate if Mudavadi was to get 800,000, maybe for 5 years, that would equal to around 50 million. So I'm talking maybe from perspective point of view. So he has his calculation. Let me get this cash. If fail, I can still have a negotiation with Raila, who has a soft spot for me. I could be wrong, but that could be something in the cards because some politicians are there for in a business. So they say, even if I fail, I'll come and negotiate that. And also, this statement can be supported with what Malala said. He told Mudavadi, don't be afraid of losing, because we've learned that you can lose and still find your way to the government. Then also in 2030, Mudavadi, I also tend to think his moves are a bit selfish. In 2013, when he was being touted to vie for presidency, that when Uhuru wanted to step down. But if the deal never went as accorded, maybe instead of running for presidency, he would have stuck with them, then championed for the interest of the people of Western, and also come up with the ones say, I want you to do this region as Ruto gets this share of the government. Yes, Uhuru, you take the position of presidency, Ruto take this, but my people should get this. Instead, he decided to run on a selfish gain, managing only 400,000. Then there is a statement, I will respond to what Ruben said earlier, that Mudavadi is inconsequential. Yes, we may do that, but in real sense, he is of great importance. Remember, right now we are looking for 50 plus 1. Even that one vote is critical. If remember, Raila lost in 2017 by around, is it 8,000 votes? Something of the sort. So every vote is needed, though some may seem as a baggage, but we want to a strategy where we can gather all and scatter none. Then there was also a statement that Raila should have an errand boy for running mate. No, I don't support that. Reason, you need a strong deputy, someone who can give you ideas. The same way Biden was giving Obama ideas. We need a strong deputy president, but that does not mean a rebellious one. But we need someone who is experienced, who can contribute and give the presidency impetus to drive the country, not just a yes person. So in case Raila is not is stuck somewhere, we have a deputy who can take over effectively. Then someone I always tell people, don't say don't vote wisely. I tell people vote for Raila Odinga, because vote wisely and vote for Raila Odinga is one and the same thing. I will give you the reason why. One quality of Raila is forgiving. All the people who have wronged him, Raila, when they walk back to Raila, he always forgive them and without any condition. That is a very good sign of a leader. Then number two, you may dispute this, but everyone gives it to him, that he is the father of democracy, what we all enjoy. Number three, where I think Raila presidency will work, he has good connection in internationally. So when he become president, we can negotiate with other countries. Tourism, this will affect tourism. The youths want to get job out there. We have our colleague there who is in US. So this good international relation will open market for the Kenyan people. If I may ask you, apart from Museveni, which other leader does Ruto have good international relationship with? So that is a food for thought. Then let's see the development. I've seen Ruto challenging, saying that Raila has been in government. I will give account of what Raila has done when he was in government. When he was with Moi, when he was given the Minister of Energy. The infrastructures are there, the roads. Then with Kibaki, when they came in 2002 to 2005, this is where the Vision 2030 came in, when Professor Anyang' Nyong'o was the Minister of Planning. So I will give, that is one of the credit we may give him to that. Come to the second part after the 207. What is the major achievement? Thika Road is given to him. Though they say that Raila was bringing down business along Thika Road, but right now they can enjoy that. During his tenure also, during that time, is when we realized the 2010 constitution, what we are currently enjoying. You may not see this, but go to northern countries, things like places like Turkana, northeastern, they are the one who knows the importance of devolution. Right now, they can see tarmac roads, they can see electricity, but someone in Nairobi may not feel this. So to them, it's normal. Then I will talk of right now when he has a handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta. What is he doing? We've seen the railway, though not to the standard expected. We've seen it has been revived. We've seen the ports in Kisumu, the dams, and also the Mumias company. There is someone who asked, why is the investor being brought now? I will just remind you that Raila has never been in government. Raila has been fighting outside the government, pushing. So Raila has a lot on his plate. He has never been in government in a position, but he's pushing for that. Mudavadi has been meeting Uhuru in State House. What has he been negotiating for people of Western? Then lastly, so that I may allow others to contribute, is that there comes most of the time people vote in terms of emotion and not intelligent. And a lot of people are influenced by emotion. Not everyone will dissect things the way we dissect here. Is that we'll be told that you are selling maize, I'm also selling maize, so vote for me, which is okay. The majority belong to that. Then lastly, there is somewhere Jirongo alleged or made a statement that this other person strangled someone with his hand, and he witnessed and he challenged him when they were in YK 92. Then I will leave you with this. Go and check the story of Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar was a non-drug dealer. He killed a lot of people, but his people loved him so much. Why? Pablo Escobar built the highest number of churches in his place. Pablo Escobar supported the highest number of widows. Pablo Escobar supported the highest number of orphans. During his burial, Pablo Escobar's burial was attended by over 100,000. Why? Because Pablo Escobar used the money which he was doing for killing other people, selling cocaine. The same way, there is another Pablo Escobar around. People love him so much, but what is the source of his money? I rest my case.
Okay, I wouldn't want to open that up. Ruben, you had lifted your hand. Ruben, you still have a question or it has been answered? Okay, let's go. Yes, Ruben? We can't hear you. Okay, Ruben will speak when he comes back. Let's hear from Sam, please.
Once again, thank you. Thank you very much for hosting this show, Bernard. Kenya is has been on a long journey since independence, and the journey seems to be longer because we as a people cannot make even obvious decisions. Some of these decisions are very obvious. We refuse to hold ourselves accountable. We tend to suffer every now and again. We tend to suffer from political amnesia, right? That's the way I would put it. We choose to forget what we want to forget, and we choose to remember what we want to remember, right? And if you follow these things, it goes along. I don't want to use the word tribe. I want to use community, right? Because I was told the other time that tribal, when you say tribal, then so many things come to mind. So let me stick to the word community. Now, To me, in my perspective, I would say in Kenyan politics there are serious political players, and then we have spectators who wait for things for the goal to be scored so that they jump in and celebrate. There are two kinds of people in Kenyan politics. People who are serious, they go in there, wanacheza namba 10, goal. Then wanauliza nani amefunga? Oh, the bandwagon, right? Or there are others who are also within the spectator community, who also believe that because my father was a senior politician, then now I have to get something. All right. And then there are others who also believe, just within the spectator community, because I have resources, then, and I'm bringing up all these things because we tend to forget our history since Kibaki won. What happened before Kibaki became the president? There were key players. Watu walitoka KANU, wakaform another party, including the vice president. Alitoka, there comes a time. We always remember that speech. No one is mentioning that. Watu wakakimbia wakaenda LDP. Right? In that camp, watu walisimama kidete, except mtu mmoja alitoroka in the middle of the night. Tukasikia na apishwa. Alikuwa nani? Who was that? Aya, tusonge mbele basi. 2007 alisimama na baba na akawa deputy party leader, akaingia kwa serikali, right? Tunakuja kwa 2013, he did the same thing that he did in 2002. Same thing. He went to Uganda on a private jet, came back, wakaenda kwa Jaramogi Odinga memorial, right? Then he goes to Vihiga and announces that he will be vying on his own. Why are we forgetting some of these things? Can this guy really be trusted? And even without going further than that, hiyo 2002 walishindwa hands down. 2007 wakati alikuwa na baba, they shook the republic, right? It was a contested election. Ni ukweli. Tukaingia 2013, alienda peke yake. What did baba lose? Baba still gathered a significant chunk of votes. Wapi? Western province. Right? Now tunaingia 2017. Same thing. No effect. All right? But we are here, we are talking about Oka. Okay. To me, Oka has never been a third force. Never. Oka has never been a third force. Right? Oka had resources in Gideon Moi. Withdraw that blood supply or the financial supply, it is gone. Right? Look at Oka right saizi tukiongea, of course we are talking about the three principles. Are we sure Wetangula is a principle? Look at Ford Kenya influence in Western province. Is he really a principle? I mean tuambieni ukweli bwana. When Wetangula even defending his seat in the last election ilikuwa shida. Right? Now, look at the time when Wamalwa died. Wamalwa alikuwa mule meza and command some influence kwa sababu natoka chama gani? Ford Kenya. Wamalwa dies, this guy inherits. Ford Kenya imekuwa down. Now only the same people who jumped onto the Kibaki government in 2007. Are we forgetting? Are we forgetting that fast? Huh? Aya, tuingie kwa Kalonzo, another principal member wa Wiper. Wakati Raila alikataa, hii ODM, kila mtu tunaenda kwa National Delegates Conference, tunaenda kupigania huko. What did Kalonzo do? So alitoroka mbio, akaenda kaform nini? ODM Kenya. Right? He formed the other ODM, which became a what? Became Wiper. Huh? Then what? So these guys, they are what were Oka, the only person who, because of his father's name, na hako na resources. Right? Ndio tunasema Oka, hakuna third force hapo. Hao watu ni majina tu. ni watu watapasuka msana vizuri sana, wanangoja aidha wakiona Ruto anawin huku tutaenda huko, wanangoja Raila tutaenda huko. Kigeugeu, the Jaguar once sang this song Vigeugeu. These are the same people, no principle, they are waiting. I'm still thinking. What are they thinking after 5 years? Really? And they see the political climate is changing day in, day out. And they are not coming out of there as players. They are not coming out as players. Then finally, I think there are things that when we are talking about the inefficiency of the Kenyans, we can talk about them. But let's remember one thing. And I heard someone say after the handshake. Yeah, after the handshake, but remember Raila was not in government. Let's remember that. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta testified in the last celebration that it is this old man's wise counsel. That's what he said. That is why we have reached where we are. He said that. But let us not castigate Raila ati alikuja he was not, alikuwa na hold seat gani? Has he ever attended any cabinet meeting? What portfolio alipatiwa ni gani? Hebu tuambie nini watu wa UDA, tuambie which in fact I wish Bernard you'd bring Ruto here to muulize which portfolio was Raila wakati watu wanaenda State House for a cabinet meeting. Was Raila ever invited? But the president testified, had it been for this guy's wise counsel, we would not have done this, we would not have done that. It takes a lot of effort and pride for a president to stand and say, this man has helped me do 1, 2, 3. It takes a lot, right? Someone also mentioned, when Raila was, it is true, when Raila was in government, things happened. Some of them were projects, and people forget very fast. Hii maneno ya bypass, my bypass, I don't know which one, northern bypass, eastern, western, these were projects that were supposed to have been implemented in 1969. Let's not forget that. This guy alienda kwa archives, akatoa hizo vitu, akazileta to the cabinet. Hapo ndo manyumba zilianza kuwa na cross to create way for those bypasses. Hata nyumba ya standard let us not tuache kusahau na kupiga tu mdomo for the sake of it. Hii political amnesia tunataka kuitibu for a better Kenya. Let us do Kenya justice, right? Tuache siasa hizi, siasa mbovu. Na kuna key project wakati wa Raila na Kibaki, sumu nakumbuka lapset ama tumesahau pia hiyo, Guys, our politics is very clear. Isifike wakati wa wakati wa elections hii ndio one community against the other. Raila ni Mjaluo. Raila sijui nini. Sisi Waluya sijui namna gani. Sisi Wakamba. Hao watu, me according to me, and someone can correct me, but correct me with facts. Talk about Wetangula and his Ford Kenya. Talk about Mudavadi. Mudavadi in the elections mahali amesimama hajawahi chukua Western Province as a party, the dominant party. And in fact, watu wa Teso huwa wana vote kivyao, watu wa Busia wana vote kivyao, Bungoma wana vote kivyao, Maragoli hapa chini wana vote kivyao. Hao ndio watu wa ANC. It is well split. Let's talk facts, at watch hizi mirage tunatupa hapa. Alright? Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, bado niko nawasikiza. Asante sana Bernard. Once again, happy new year. Let us do Kenya justice. Think straight, vote wisely.
Thank you, Sam. We appreciate your contribution. That was so candid. Now, Ruben, what is your question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard. I just wanted to correct myself on what I said. That made, I think, was it Eric or somebody complained? I didn't say that Musalia Mudavadi is inconsequential, and I never insinuated that we should scatter any votes from anybody, because votes are, each and every person has got one vote, only one vote has counted a person, including the president. What I was just saying is that Raila Odinga should avoid all these big leaders who come to negotiate with something should be given to them for them to support Raila Odinga. For example, look at the way William Ruto negotiated with Uhuru Kenyatta. It is in record that some Mount Kenya Foundation member complained or said that William Ruto was paid some billions. William Ruto has never denied. He has never come anywhere to press to deny that some money was wired in his account. William Ruto came and negotiated for half of the cabinet. That already has made the president to have some difficulties run his government, because some cabinet ministers or cabinet secretaries swear their allegiance to their employer or to the appointing authority, who is the deputy president. I was insinuating that the president should look for a person who is a super person, got energy to run around in this country, and at the same time has got the capability, in case of anything, to run this country as a president, a presidential material person. But look at him looking for people like Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka will come with some baggage. You just say, I have got some 3 or 4 people or 10 that I need to be appointed in the cabinet as my bare minimum. Okay, as my reducible minimum. I have 20 parastatals that I will fix my own people in those parastatals as a bare minimum for me to support you for a presidential office. But now look at this. Hapo Raila atakuwa anaongoza nchi namna gani? Hapo watakuwa ni kama marais wawili wanaongoza nchi, ambapo the deputy president atakuwa na watu wale wanasoa allegiance kwake na wengine wale ambao wanaenda upande wa Raila. We just need Raila Odinga as the president of this nation, with a deputy who also swears allegiance to the president, because yeye atakuwa anaona hakuna kitu kile ambacho nilinegotiate kikubwa, kile ambacho kinanifanya nikuwe deputy. Mtu tu, a simple person, mtu mzuri, mtu tu anakuwa na roho mzuri tu, mtu anakaa kama Peter Kennedy hivi, si national material or anything, mtu tu hivyo ambaye ama Munya ambaye hakuna watu wanamfuata sana, but has got some and the cloud. Hivyo ndivyo nilikuwa ninamaanisha. It is not scatter anymore. Lakini kama Mudavadi
Let's do this.
Kama Mudavadi atajoin Azimio la Umoja, akuje mikono ikiwa kwa mfuko, akuje kama Ruben. Hivyo tu. Thank you.
Sawa. Thank you, Ruben. We appreciate your contribution. I support the idea of us having a free government, where the president is free to lead this country in the way he sees best. All the people who are, especially the manipulators, those who feel entitled and must get this or they do that, all those people should be locked out either by the voters or by God himself, because this country has suffered for many years because of those cartels. So if we are going to pray them away and vote them away, we want at least these 5 years, let Kenya take off. Hawa watu wa kuvurutia Kenya chini, tuachane tu nao kabisa. We must take off now for the sake of the future generations. And so we wouldn't want to have a monster government anymore. We have had the monster government that has cost us what we are suffering right now. We don't want any monster government. We want a government that has a clear head, and then clear followership, and then the cabinet are taking what is called collective responsibility. See it tumekubaliana kwa cabinet, we are going to clear the road, and then you come out and say these people have come to finish you. Charles Mukenya, iko nini? Ni time ya PK.
I just have a question.
Ask.
Okay, my question is this. Mudavadi has numbers, Kalonzo have numbers. And if they come with conditions, what will you do to win them over? We can say we don't need someone who comes with condition, but that one will be living in a utopia world because everyone wants something for themselves. Let's assume you're in the position of Raila Odinga. You need these numbers, you need Kalonzo on board, you need Mudavadi on board, and they're coming with conditions. And remember, hata kutongoza msichana, lazima uitikie vitu zingine. So if you're in Raila Odinga's position, what will you have done? Because they're saying you don't need them, we are living in an imagination world. The reality is these politicians, they want something.
It is not we don't need them. There comes a time, George Saitoti, a time comes when the interest of a nation becomes bigger than the interest of an individual. Where we are right now as a nation, we're in a very critical place. That if we don't take good care, we'll go down and never be able to rise again. And so the negotiation table needs to be clear, not how do we share Kenya. Like where we are right now, there is no Kenya to share, okay? This Kenya is owing too much. The people who are leaving the university are looking for jobs that don't exist. And so anybody coming on the table and they want to secure which parastatal he will be milking and which ministry he will be controlling to get contracts, that is the wrong leader. And our prayer is that they should, in fact, manipulation begins there. Manipulation begins there, whereby you either give me the 5 ministries and I bring the 2 million, or I don't. Now, when somebody begins to talk like that, you know this is a person who has an agenda that he wants to mess your operation. The fallout between Raila and Ruto in the Grand Coalition was the same thing. Ruto's threat was, I have the majority of the members of parliament from Rift Valley. I will pull them away. You will have the minority members of parliament. And so that will snatch you the prime minister seat. And so this manipulation kind of politics is one that we should use every means to keep away from. So as at now, Oka, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, and Musalia, all of them, they should come to the table with clean hands. Whatever that is left, we'll give them. But if they are coming with conditions, let them run on their own. One thing I believe in Baba is that he's able to garner enough votes without all this baggage to win against Ruto. Ruto doesn't have a way of winning against Raila. Not in my dreams, not in my wake. If Ruto was running against another person, I'll be worried. But if he's running against Raila Odinga, Ruto can only get, if Raila gets 8 million, the highest Ruto can get is 3 million. That is no Mudavadi addition, no Kalonzo addition, no nothing. Raila as a person, Ruto as a person. And so this manipulative system of trying to twende kubeba huyu atusaidie, twende kubeba huyu atusaidie, twende kubeba huyu atusaidie, hiyo ndio mwanzo wa kuingiza corruption. That's when they become untouchable. Somebody goes to the parastatal, anakula yote, tena anaitisha ingine, akule yote, and you can't do anything because he brought you 50 MPs. Let's stand for the right Kenya. The right Kenya is do it the right way, no matter how much it costs. from the look of things, from my assessment, Azimio na Umoja are asking for leadership on a clean slide. They want everybody on board, but not with conditions. People are giving their people are giving their proposals, but these proposals are not being guaranteed. Baba akienda Mount Kenya aambiwe wanataka kahawa, okay? He tells me I will facilitate that. Kahawa mtauza, kahawa itakuwa bei fulani hivyo hivyo. But you must give me these 15 slots for me to get this. That's the beginning of corruption. I'm not for it. That is me. But Baba has enough wisdom to know what to do. Ruben, what is it?
What I just wanted to answer my friend who has asked that question, that he said that we are living in utopia. I just wanted to give him a very living example. Please look at what William Ruto is doing today to Uhuru Kenyatta. He came and he was given 50% of the government. The leader of majority in the National Assembly was Dandan Duale, who happened to be the Secretary General of URP then. The leader of majority in Senate, Kipchumba Murkomen, is his man. For any debate to run in Parliament, the leader of majority is the one who takes who approves. Who delivers that whatever to the Speaker of the National Assembly. So without the leader of majority, nothing can be done in Parliament, because the Speaker happens to be just a prefect. So what was happening right now? Majority of Jubilee members are allied with the Deputy President, because he managed to bribe all of them, almost all of them, to his camp. Suppose Raila Odinga pulls away his men, ODM and all other people from Uhuru's side, what can happen? Uhuru Kenyatta can even be impeached. Now, the only thing that is required in Parliament is to have a president who is the sole leader of the government and everything in it, so that he can take credit, or he can take the whole lot of shame in case of anything. Not that when things are right, your detractor who happens to be tied to hip with you takes the credit. When things are bad, he just runs away. That is what we don't want. Again, what William Ruto has not told Kenyans openly is that all the credit that he is taking today emanated from Raila Odinga. Because as a Minister for Education and Minister for Agriculture, he was the appointee of Raila Odinga in the Grand National Coalition. In fact, he has never been appointed by any other president, any other leader except Raila Odinga. So all the projects that William Ruto goes priding himself with were all happened because of Raila Odinga. The Ministry of Education was a portfolio assigned to the Grand National Coalition part of Raila Odinga. Same case with education. Thika Road was done when Franklin Bett was the Minister for Roads, and he was the chairman of ODM then. Hiyo upande ilikuwa Raila Odinga. Wakati wa Kibaki mambo yote ile ya barabara, bypasses and all that happened when Raila Odinga was the minister. So when William Ruto speaks and decides to tell Kenyans a lie that he did ABCD, he is forgetting to mention his employer, his appointing authority, who happens to be Raila Odinga. So there is nothing that William Ruto has done by himself. Again, all of us here maybe have got families. When you provide nice ingredients on all that prepares beautiful food, who should take the credit? The house girl or your wife? So William Ruto happened to prepare food with the authority of his appointing authority, doing exactly and working according to their schedule. So that can't be his record. His only record can only be seen in Jubilee government, where he happens to be the deputy, party leader, and all that. That is my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruben. Hey, Mikono iko juu. Eric, I'll give you half a minute because you, yeah, half a minute.
Okay, thank you so much. For me, I just wanted to go back to talk about the issue of Ruben about the deputy. I think Ruben is talking a sense on that. A president need a deputy who is there to advise, but not to go against. Like you have seen the way Uhuru has been working with Ruto since 2017. The time we entered 2017, Ruto was in politics full time, no work, nothing. You count like since 2013, they couldn't do anything because William Ruto was given to the cabinet secretaries, a number of them. What do? They started getting funds, stealing, fetching money, projects, no completion project, no completion. So in 2017, when the president realized what is going on, he started uprooting those cabinet secretaries who are doing all those sorts of businesses. Then Ruto immediately started campaigning against the president. But he's against the government. But once he comes into the ground, he'll just tell people that si tumetengeneza hii barabara, sisi tumejenga hii shule, sisi tumefanya hivi. So that's the kind of deputy president we don't need next time. We need a deputy president who will listen and advise the boss, not to go against the boss. I go to about what Sam said about the infrastructure. I think Sam analyzed everything about infrastructure, and those things have been worked. I think since 2017, since 2013 to 2017, nothing was done tangible. You go in 2017, infrastructure has been done everywhere. Actually, I can say that I started the journey from Mombasa, Tana River to Garissa, and the road was so nice. I used to go to Maralal, Samburu. I used to drive from Rumurut to Samburu, Maralal, a rough road. You take more than a whole day, morning to evening. But since 2017, that road now it's almost like 2 kilometers to Maralal. The northern corridor from Maralal to Kitale, it's on the way, it's going on. So I think about infrastructure, when Baba is in good terms with the government, things works very much well without no noise. So that's why you will find the deputy is always fighting the peace we have, because when we have peace, the development goes on. When we have a little bit of fight, no development. And that no development, it's what the deputy is trying to look for vote with. And that will not happen. I want to finish job creation.
I gave you time because I thought you wanted to ask a question or make a comment. You're making submission.
No, it's submission. Okay.
But you have made your point. You have made your point. I support Ruben. I support you.
Yeah.
Deputy president is not a deputy anybody would want to deputize you, including me. I wouldn't want Ruto to be my deputy.
That's
Why?
the point.
Is a bad example of what a deputy is. A deputy is supposed to deputize. Deputize means you are the support staff for your boss. Whatever your boss can't do, you can't even let the world know he can't do. You do it for him and he gets the credit. That's what it means to be a deputy. But this deputy is overambitious. He wants things for himself and he wants credit for himself. He wants to use the president's office to get votes for himself. That is the wrong mentality of being a deputy. Secondly, I still insist William Ruto doesn't have political clout to win against Raila Odinga. He doesn't. He has created that perception. He has blown the smoke to the entire country to think that he is the man to beat. Nobody can beat him, but all that is smoke. Reality is, just like he's struggling in parliament, he's going to struggle double on the ground. And now with the Azimio sweeping across the country, mwisho wa siku, William Ruto is going to accept that politics is different from advertisement of Omo and Coca-Cola, especially Kenyan politics. Kenyan politics inachorewa mbali. You arrange elders kwa mbali. You arrange the teachers kwa mbali. You don't just go and blow the media houses with I am the best, I am the one, I'm the best, I'm the one. And you think people are going to buy into that? That's different. So he should prepare his conceding speech mapema tu. Nimemu advice free. That's free pastoral counsel from me. But let's do this. Let's do this. Aaron has come in. Mulumbu has come in. They have not said anything. And time is also on the other side. I want Aaron to come in shortly, make his submission. Then Mulumbu. Then after that, we'll do our closing remarks, where we'll give out the rest of our submission and then our closing remarks. It's already past 2 a.m. in Nairobi. Those of you who are outside Nairobi. Hi, Aaron, vipi?
Fresh, Baba Bernard.
Yes, ama unataka kuongea kabla baada ya Mulumbu kuongea? Since you are an understand.
Yeah, ni jambo moja tu baba ningeguzia niachie Mr. Mulumbu. In fact, Kenya is in a critical condition whereby if we vote for William Samoei Ruto as our next 50th president of the Republic of Kenya, we are doomed. We are done. Reason being, William Samoei Ruto is a man who has, in his own two eyes, witnessed the debt which we as Kenya, or those people who lend us, rise since 2013 from 1.8 trillion to 2021, 7 trillion. Right now, Ruto, he hasn't spoken on how he is going or which mechanism has he put in place to address the issue of repayment of this debt, which he himself saw it rising tremendously. About job creation for the hustlers, since 2013 up to 2022 January, hustlers have been there. Ruto has seen hustlers roaming with degrees in their pockets, those who have managed to earn degrees. Others going without using one trouser and one shirt, year in, year out. Has he created jobs for them? No. Now Ruto is coming. Instead of jobs, he's giving these very people with degrees, watu wenye wamesoma, leave alone mimi nilisoma tu kiasi. He's giving them handouts. And he's promising them that after you vote me in, I'm going to create jobs for you. Afadhali sisi wenye wakati tuliona vitu zimekaa mbaya tukatoroka kuja hapa Uarabuni. Lakini nyinyi mmekaa hapo mnaendelea tu kumark time, mark timing tu hapo hakuna kusonga. Wengine vijana wengi wanaume wameenda past 35 years. They cannot even marry. Utamari msichana wa mwenyewe namna gani, ukuja kumpatia nini? was after marrying watoto wanakuja. But Raila Amolo Odinga, after coming on board, pale handshake ya Harambee House, angalia Port of Mombasa, ameambia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta do ABCD. Amekimbia Kisumu, ameambia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta nifungulie hapa vijana wapate kazi. Bukungu Stadium unveil an investor that in 6 months before we enter August of this month, before we cast our vote, Mumia Sugar will be operational. Yani baba anasema kuwa pesa mfukoni. For William Samoei Ruto, kapo, wait for 100 shillings as handout. I rest my case. Baba Mulumbu, take on.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. We appreciate your submission. Let's keep talking. Traenda hivyo moja kwa moja. After Mulumbu, let's hear from Bantu, and then we begin our closing remarks. Mulumbu, karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard, and all the panel, my friends, sisters, and whatever this. I know all of you are my sons. You are not my age, you are my sons. And I have seen most of you, when this blog started, we were here and I told Bernard that this country, Kenya, is for you. And if you don't think properly, it's gonna fail in your heads. And it's good because most of the people that I see here, they are one there here before. The one I see here before, when it started, most of them were UDA. They have disappeared because of the truth you guys are giving out. But what I've seen here, most of you talented guys with a good brain, well channeled with the way God gave you, you are here on this channel. You are trying to give out to the Kenyans what is supposed to be done. And when I entered this channel, I say that we need young talented guys who are educated, who can take our Kenya country ahead, so that it can be a good country that can put all together as we forget about the tribe. Listen, where do you come from? I come from Western. Where do you come from? I come from Eastern. Don't ask me where I am Muluya or I Jalu or a Kikuyu. That doesn't make anything. Just come, brother, where do you come from? Your tribe does not make anything. You are the most important thing is Kenyanism should be in your head. You can live anywhere in the part of Kenya. You should not be afraid of wherever you are. Because our fathers and the one who are before us and some of who are our age, they lived in tribalism. That's why we're here where we are. We are suffering because they live in tribalism. When you meet you don't meet like you're a Kikuyu. It's not a Kikuyu. It's just a Kenyan like you, a human being like you. Because what you are suffering from is what I'm suffering from. What I need, the disease you are suffering from is what I'm suffering from. Why should you subject me there like an Amalu or a Mijikenda or whatever it is? You have to tackle the problem that is facing Kenya. But because of our leaders that who started this, they started tribalism and something like corruption. It went to their blood because according to what tribalism, walikuwa wanapenda kuiba ng'ombe, ukishaiga ng'ombe unashaleta wewe sasa you are being praised as wewe any hero. Because umeiba ng'ombe ukaleta ndio naona hii shida bado iko huko Baringo whatever it is, they believe in when you stolen unakuja you are praised. It doesn't help in any way. It doesn't help at all. It has brought us every day. That's why you find those areas watu wako chini day and night. They never develop. So you guys remain on the course. Don't remain on something thinking that mtu akiiba akikuletea is because when he steals is only for his families, not wewe. Okay, let me come now to about Oka and the Umoja and so forth. Let me talk about Mudavadi. Mudavadi is gone. Mudavadi is not a politician. Mudavadi is somebody who was just planted there. Hata ukimsikiza hana maono, hana strategy. How can Malala, a young kid who is my son, can come to lecture Nini Mudavadi? Think about that. Ask yourself. How can he become advisor to lecture Mudavadi? When he goes to all the campaigns, he lecture Mudavadi. Mudavadi does not say anything. Even Kalonzo aliongea, we don't like this. But even in Nini, this is not the way to go. But Mudavadi is quiet, which means huyo ni mtu ambapo kwa nyumba yake he's being led by a wife. Ukienda kuomba kitu kwake anakuambia uliza mama nyumba ndiye atakupatia. Akikataa kuisha maneno. He's nowhere. Don't talk about Mudavadi. Just forget about him. Even if he's not been mentioned over here. He's nowhere. Because as a man, you have to stand for your principles. Raila stand from his principle when he was 14 years until today. He has never relinquished for the truth and the sufferings of Kenyans. Since I started knowing how the world is, when I was fit, I had Moi. When Moi came in, I was almost 14 when Moi came in on the power. I was 14 years old. Though he came with the good ideas, I gave him maziwa na nini na education, nilisomea hiyo maziwa yake na free education hiyo, because my family nobody could take me to school. Sasa hiyo free education ilifanya mimi nikaenda shule. Na nilisomesha mwenyewe mpaka 37. That's where I ended. Hii kizungu naongea hapa nimejifunzia hapa America. Nyumbani nilikuwa kama nilifika hapa kama niko dormant. So you guys, Kenya is yours. What you should do, tukienda kwa mtu kama Oka, forget about Oka. Now we are facing only two things. The scandaler and the real man. And when I say the scandaler, you know who is the scandaler. And when I say the real man, you know who is the real man. Who says, he says what he says, he does what he says he means. And he says what he says is what he does. He never does anything. Anafanya kile kitu amesema and only the right words for the people. He never gives a handout. He gives options for you to survive or to uplift yourselves. Mtu anakuja ananiambia hapa Raila hapeani handout. I ask you a question. Raila, he fought for, when he was given in Moi energy, he delivered. How many people did get jobs during that time? Akija kwa wakati wa Kibaki, he delivered constitution, what he was fighting for. How many people has jobs because of devolution on the whole country? You come here ask me, Raila does not give a, how many? Pesa ngapi inaingia kila mashinani kwa ile mashinani ambapo magavana wanaiba, MCA wanaiba, hazifanyi kazi. Ni ngapi? You don't look at that. You just say that Raila doesn't give anything, something small. Okay, let me go to Mr. Ruto. I don't know why you guys are talking about Ruto. And the problem have the young guys. You have graduated, you have masters, you have all the degrees. This man has been in the government for 9 years. He's a deputy president of the country who is supposed to solve the problem of the country of the vijana. But you find agriculture imekufa, elimu imekufa, everything imekufa. Is the vice president who wants to be the president of the country. Wakati Moi alikuwa afadhali mafactory ilikuwa. Kibaki ameacha kama iko. Where mingi imekufa yote. Why can't he do something to revive? Because he's the vice president of the country. Yeah, anachukua anaenda anatengeneza factory Uganda na Museveni. Ndiye anapeleka jobs. Anaenda kulima mahindi shamba 4,000 acres in Congo. Huko ndiye anapatiana jobs. Then he transforms the maize analeta Kenya. Anaua ukulima wa Kenya. Then sukari dalima kutoka Uganda inaletwa Kenya. Anaua Kenya. Right now you are down, flat. You have got nothing. Then you find this the same person. The time amekuwa in government, ameloot all over. Pesa ameloot na watu wenye analiweka pale, so he's coming back with this amount of money anawapatia nyinyi akiwa that he's going to do the best, and he have not done the best. What he went to loot to get the money to come and bribe you guys. And then everybody young, every graduated on a degree, wanafuata kama vipofu. This is the right person. There's somebody asked there that kwa nini akuje siku moja akuje kwa hii nini, kwa hii blog apate kuuliza maswali. Do you know he cannot accept? Because you guys, you are brilliant. The question you are going to give him, he will not answer. You have so many questions about him. He has done nothing, totally nothing in Kenya. What has he done? Look at his, that's why he doesn't want the history. He has not provided nothing to Kenyans. He has helped nothing to young growing up Kenyans. He has helped nothing to the graduates. He has helped nothing to the mama mboga and so on. So anakuja na mia moja anawapatia youth, and you call you that's for helping you guys. This country, Kenya, belongs to you. If you don't look forward and you educate those people who are back home, who are educated, who have degrees, and they don't understand because the man has blinded them, then our country, Kenya, is going to be is going to enter to doom in the Indian Ocean. So it's good. What Raila fought for is here now. Why we are experiencing. We are here talking here because Raila fought for freedom of speech, so you can express yourself and say what is in your heart and say what you see, and tell them what they don't do and what they are doing. Tell them how they are looting you to make you poor so that they can drive in your head. Guys, Kenya is yours. We did not manage, but Raila has managed you to be where you are right now. Use your time the way you have right now for 7 months we are left with to educate our people back home, to let them know that the country is theirs. They should let them know they should forget about the tribalism. Look at your fellow man or girl, or whatever it is, as your brother. His problem is your problem. Usimwangalie kama ni Mijigenta, ni Somalia, whatever it is, mwangalie kama ni wewe. Shida inakushika ni wewe. Na ukikula corruption, jua umejiua na umemuua yeye pia. So guys, waken up. Do the right thing. Let's follow the right person. The right person to look after is Raila Amolo Odinga. Give him a chance. If he did when he's not in the government, he has made it when he's not in the government. What of his will be in power? And that's why what Mr. President Uhuru saw, that Uhuru is clever. He alijidanganya mwenyewe kuwa mlevi na akachia the first time akachia Ruto aongoze na akamwangalia, na wale advisors walikuwa hapo akaangalia. 2017 vile iliisha, Raila alimwambia 2 point. Angalia hii, angalia hii, angalia hii. What legacy are you going to leave in the country? What are you going to leave for your people? Ndio, umeninyang'anya umechukua, yes, I accept. So what? What are you going to do? This is how the Kenya is going to run it after you? Then the Maka Gurukuta asema, oh, kweli, it's true. Let me think about it. Now that's why Ruto alikuwa na aim, yeye ni uongozi anataka. Nothing else. And I ask you guys, when that guy takes the power, the sword, if he had defy his president, his president, and defy all Kenyans, na waongeleze na ile matope huwa naongea, na ile grupo naona vile wanavyoongea, washike tu power na mnai, Moye atakuwa afadhali. You are going away in 7 ways in Uganda. Uganda what? Hawaongei. Ukifanya ngwe, shingo kwenda, ama sumu, mambo kwisha. Ukiwawa, no question, no court, no nothing. So, put your Ruto as your president to your own risk. Most of you mutahama. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulumbu. We appreciate your contribution. I would just agree with Mr. Mulumbu on the issue of bringing the DP on this panel. The difference between Baba and DP is that When Baba goes to a particular place, he wants to talk to the stakeholders. He goes to Mount Kenya, he speaks to the business people. The business people give their proposal, ask their questions. But DP calls his sycophants at Karen. He does the talking, they do the hearing. And then they carry what he has said to go and tell Kenyans. Leadership is not more of what you say, but also who you listen to and how do you buy into what people are saying. That is why I have reservation about even DP's bid for presidency, because yeye ndo alisema anataka kuwa rais. Baba ameenda all over the country akiuliza baba aendelee ama siendelee. Wananchi wakasema hata kama utaki sisi tutakufanya. Okay, but this one person who wants it by all means, so he has to create a party that will give him the nomination without bila kupingwa, and then he has to run, and then when he runs he wants to be guaranteed that he will win, and then he wants to have the machinery to manipulate the whole process. It doesn't look good in terms of securing a great future. But before we bring in Bantu, I just want to continue emphasizing, if the race is between Ruto and Raila, Ruto has no chance of winning. Free, fair election, he has no chance of winning. The only, this is disturbing, the only election that Ruto can win against Raila, maybe it's the Ipsop's, is it called what? Ipsop opinion poll on who is more corrupt. Hapo DP will win. But hii kura ya kawaida sioni, hata sioni. Bantu.
Oh, asante sana Bernard, asante sana
Umekuja
wenzangu.
ukitoweka, hebu.
Ya, nilikuwa natumia laptop lakini laptop yangu naona kamera inakataa, ndio maana
Sawa, pole,
na
karibu
bado
karibu.
na bado sijakuwa mzima sana, lakini naona afadhali niingie kwa hii panel niongee maneno yangu kidogo, nikisaidiana na Mulumbu vile vile kama alivyoongea. Sisi ni wale tunaotoka mbali sana, tukiongea saa ingine tunachanganya kidogo na yale machungu, kwa hivyo mtatusamehe sana kwa sababu tunaona vile life mambo vile yanaenda. Okay, kwa leo ni kulingamana na Oka on the deathbed, Mudavadi Ruto coalition. Kama wale wenzangu waliongea pale mbele, tukiongea kusoka, naona Oka hakuna kitu, na wenzangu wengine waliongea wa panel wa mbele waliongea kuwa Mudavadi, naona hata tuna waste time tukiongea kuhusu mtu kama huyo, kwa sababu mnaona ni wenyewe ni mtu anaweza akamwacha kijana mdogo yule maziwa lala, anakuja anaongea hapo ambayo yuko discipline. Sasa kwa hivyo sisi tuna waste time tukiongea kuhusu, hata mimi naona tuna waste time tukiongea na kuhusu Mudavadi. Pengine pale tunaweza kusema ni mtu kama Gideon ama mtu mwingine kama Kalonzo Musyoka. Sasa nikisongea tena kwa upande mwingine na mrudia tena vile Mlumbu ameongea, sisi ni wale watu ambao tulikuwa nimemuona Tomboya live, mimi mwenyewe ni mtu ambaye nimeona Jaramogi live yenyewe, ni mtu ambaye nimekuwa na mzee Jomo mwenyewe, Moi, yani historia nyingi sana huko. JM wote tumeona. JM alikuja kwa mtaa yetu Mombasa hapo, wote hawa nimekuwa na bahati kuona. Na kitu kama Mulumbu vile anaongea, sisi tunasikia uchungu, ama Jack Kindube tunasikia uchungu sana tukiona hawa vijana kama ambao wamekuwa paralyzed, they can't see. Hiyo ndio kitu inaniumiza sana. Mimi ni mtu ambaye nimeondoka Kenya 1987. Unaona? Ni miaka mingi sana. My first kid now is almost 30 years. Sasa alafu mimi ni mtu ambaye nimebahatika kwa hata na Moi nimekaa naye nikanywa chai naye asubuhi kwa meza moja akiwa ni makamu wa rais. Unaona? Nimekuwa na bahati ya ministers wengi kuwa nao. Sitaki kuongea sana. Si unajua ukiwa kwa mambo ya mpira unakutana na watu wakubwa. Kwa hivyo mimi nikirudia nataka kuambia hawa vijana hii ndio chance yao ya kuendesha hii Kenya, kwa sababu sisi tuko guu moja iko ndani, guu moja karibu itakwenda, lakini tumeona mengi sana. Wale ambao walikuwa wakiongea kidogo wanapotezwa. Ilikuwa ni kama vile Uganda, na huyu mwenzetu yeye mentor wake ni huyo Museveni, ndio mentor wake, ambaye mtu mwenyewe yuko almost 30 years, na alipoingia sisi tulikuwa tuko tunaona wakati huo akiingia kutoka msituni akaingia msituni ndio akaenda akamtoa Obote hapo. Sasa ni vijana mchunge sana, kwa sababu hatutaki tena kurudi kwa nchi ya kidikteta. Itakuwa mbaya sana. Tumeona mengi sana, ndio maana tunaambia history. Watu wengine hawataki history, si tumeona mengi sana. Msikubali kabisa aingie mtu ambaye atakuwa dictator in a modern time. Watu kina Museveni hao ni watu illiterate, unaona, hayuko na elimu sana, unaona. Na wakati ile waliingia ilikuwa ni wakati zile za nyuma za 70s na 80s, early 80s, na mtu mpaka dakika hii 21st century mtu bado yuko kwa kiti, na yule kijana juzi anajaribu kupigana na yeye kutaka aingie, anatoa, na ndio itakuwa hivyo. Na huyu is a young man, huyu mwingine hapa yeye anataka kuingia kwa kiti, atachukua miaka mingi, mutalia. Mulumbu anaambia nyinyi mtakimbia na sijui mtaenda wapi, maana siku hizi hata njia zimefungwa, sijui mtakimbia vipi, mtakimbilia kwa Sudani ama mtaenda kwa wapi? Mti shida, ama mtaweza kuja huku, si tuko kama hizo zamani. Zamani ilikuwa sisi tukipanda ndege ni show money tu, unaonesha unateremka German, unateremka Canada, unateremka anywhere. Nyinyi mtaenda wapi? Mtaenda wapi wakati itakapokuwa mambo ni magumu? Mtabaki hapo hapo ama mtaingia kwa ocean? Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba vijana, hii ndio time yenu, very crucial time. Wacheni hii mapeni ya kupatiwa dakika moja mbili, siku moja mbili, haisaidii kitu. Mwekeni baba tunamuona vision yake, anaonekana ni kiongozi ambaye hana haja ya kitu. Ye mwenyewe time yake pia si mbali sana, hana haja ya kitu. Baba atafanya ache legacy yake na legacy ya babaki. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa hivi sasa sina mengi Bernard, sababu nafikiria kuna wengine pia wanataka kuongea. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu. Thank you Bantu Warriors. We appreciate your input. We're glad that you found energy to make your contribution to the platform.
Thank you.
And I believe that the young people are getting the message loud and clear. The country is our country is very special in the sense that it's made of diverse communities, diverse people, and our diversity needs to be our strength by us all coming together and bringing everything together to see to it that we build one Kenya that has every Kenyan at home in Kenya.
Bernard, can I just say one for 10 seconds? This is 10 seconds.
Yes, Mulumbu.
Guys, I ask you, kwa unyenyekevu, kama wewe ni Turkana, talk to your Turkana guys. Kama wewe ni Mkikuyu, talk to your Kikuyu guys. Kama wewe ni Mluya, talk to your Mluya guys. Kama wewe ni any tribes 42 or 43 in Kenya. If you are here, you understand. Please talk to your fellow brothers.
Mulumbu, wacha sisi tuongee kwanza, sio vile unatupatia orders.
No, I'm not just telling you, I'm just giving an advice. Please. Ongea na watu wa kwenu ambao wanaelewa juu lugha yako, because so many people are not here. Waambie where we are going to be tomorrow And how can we bring our country in a normal way and that can accumulate everybody and we remain a Kenyan, not a tribalist? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wewe Dalahu. Oh, unakuja hapa na fujo kwa nini?
Bana, ndo wacha niongee kidogo, nimweke mzee line kidogo.
Ati nini?
Nimweke mzee line kidogo, anaongea mambo ya history ya zamani, yeye na huyu Bantu Waria wanaongea history ya zamani. Raila anaongeaga mambo ya history. Kenya inataka future, haitaki history. Waambie hao wazee wakae kando kidogo, wasije kusumbua watu. Tunaongoja Ruto aikuwe rais.
Na sikiliza bwana, sikiliza hata kabla
wacha niongee kwanza. Nimeona watu wa ODM wanaongea hapo.
Ngoja kwanza. Ukitaka kwenda kinyume na historia, anza na kutupatia kipengele cha constitution kinachozuia historia. Okay? Na hiyo constitution ilitengenezwa 2010. By now pia ni historia. So sijui wewe utaki historia, unataka future.
My friend Bernard watu
mwacha tu aseme chenye anataka, ambapo we will rebut. Wacha ongee.
Unataka kitu ya kukula.
Unajua hata wakati unataka kudiscipline mtoto lazima ujue kitu anasema ama amefanya ama ujinga yake yote ndio ujue mahali unaanzia.
Bernard, wacha niongee kwanza. Kenya haitaki history. Kenya nataka watu, inataka future, na future ni William Ruto. Hatutaki watu anatutolea history. Hatukulagi history sisi. Raila anakuja kuongea mambo ya 1960. Wa vijana wamezaliwa hapo ni .com. Watu ni new, watu ni fresh. Ongea juu ile kitu inatakana isaidie inchi. Si unaongea mambo ya 19. Huyu mzee sahi Bantu Waria anaongea mambo ya 19 wakati ya Moi. Sasa tuko hapa wakati ya Moi. Tumepita stages mingi sana. Hata Kibaki mwenyewe alikuwa ameumia chini ya Moi na amekuja ametengeza inchi. Mwingine huyu mzee Mulumbu anasema ati Ruto alikuwa deputy president for 9 years. Kwani Ruto ndio commander in chief? Kuna mtu wako hapo commander in chief anaweza kuhandle hiyo inchi, anataka inchi ifanywe vile anataka. Si Ruto akiongea itafanywa vile Ruto anataka. Kuna mtu hapo commander in chief. Wacha tuweke Ruto hapo uone sasa inchi vile inapangwa. Lakini sasa kuja kutuambia history hapa na kutuambia mambo mingi hapa ni siasa mingi hapa ya wazee. Bana tafadhali tupatie space zingine tuongee, tuwaambie hao wazee waingie mambo, waingie line. Si hao wazee peke yako. Sisi wenyewe tuko na watoto karibu 20 years ago, tuko na watoto vijana 20 years na we don't complain, na tunaendelea na tunaona Kenya inaendelea kuwa mzuri. Si ati ukuwa na mtoto wa 20 years ndio ati unajua mingi kuliko watu wengine. We saw the Moi government. I was working in the Moi government. Na nimeona what was the problem. Nimeona Kibaki ameimprove nini. Nimeona Uhuru amefanya nini. And I know what Ruto can be able to do. Raila anapiga tukelele kila siku. Kura imeibiwa, mara sijui kura yangu imeibiwa, mara sijui nini, mara unakuja ati sijui Kanan. Hizi makanan kwa nini hajakuja kufanya akiwa prime minister? Anakuja kusumbua watu hapa. Wacheni kudanganya wa Kenya. Ruto akiingia pale kila kitu itaingia line.
What is this kila kitu itaingia line? Tuambie what is this kila kitu itaingia line?
Kila kitu itaingia line inamaanisha ni mtu wa action, ni mtu anachapa mchapa kazi, sio mtu anakuja kulala ndani ya kuja mzee Mumias. Unataka kuniambia huyu mzee kama ako na roho ya watu? Unataka kuniambia all those years akiwa prime minister ama akiwa minister ama akiwa nini, Mumias imeshindwa kufanya kazi isaidia hao watu wa Western? At least the only thing wako naye hapo ni sugar cane.
Dalau. Nataka kukuuliza, when was Raila prime minister?
Was prime minister in the Grand Coalition government.
Which
was he the president? Was he the president with
prime minister? You know the work of a prime minister. You know the work of a prime minister. Prime minister wa Ethiopia sasa anachapa kazi. President wa Ethiopia ndo anachapa kazi.
Ngoja. Dalahu.
Yes.
Wewe unasema
when Raila was prime minister 2007 to 2013, was Mumias working?
Mumias ndio wakati iliibiwa ni siku hizo sasa. Siku hizo ndio iliibiwa kabisa.
Was Mumias working during that time.
It was working na imeibiwa pesa na Kidero aliimba ni rafiki ya Raila.
You make me angry for no reason.
No. One thing,
By the time,
anaitwa
by the time the Grand Coalition was leaving office, Mumias was working.
no,
Okay.
anaitwa nani?
Chemelil was working. Nzoya was working.
Sonny Sugar was working.
Son Sugar was working. All these things
Mohoroni
have
was
died
working.
under the watch of your DP. You said he is not the commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief is only required when there is time for declaring war against another country. Sawa. So you don't need to be commander-in-chief to build an industry, to revive an industry, to help agriculture, or help health, or help. Okay.
Okay,
Unaposema ulifanya wakati wa Moi, unaposema Kibaki alifanya kazi, hiyo ni historia. Usiangalie nyuma, unaanza wakati unaongea, hiyo sio historia. Lakini ikifika kwa Raila unasema aseme historia. Umesema ulikuwa wakati wa Moi, hiyo ni historia.
To make this thing easier, my father was working in railway Kisumu.
That is history too.
Hold on. That time wakati ya Kenyatta hizo Chemelil Sugar na hizo zote zilikuwa zinafanya kazi huko na zilikuwa zinafanya kazi mzuri. Ikakuja wakati ya Moi ikakuwa ni kama ni kuzunguka hivi. Ikakuja wakati ya Kibaki, Raila was a prime minister. Kama anajua anasaidia watu wa Western.
Mbona wewe unaongea juu ya historia, utaki Raila aongee juu ya historia?
Angesaidia hata wakati sasa anafanya na Uhuru. Uhuru asingekuwa inafanya kazi. Lakini
mbona unaongea juu ya historia, utaki wengine waongee juu ya historia?
What
can Raila do?
Kwani hiyo sio historia unaongea?
Naomba hivi. Dalahu sio mgeni kwa hii platform, to relax, okay? Yeye ni fanatico wa DP.
Awache historia.
Hataki historia, hataki ukweli. Yeye anataka tu DP akuwe commander in chief.
Na hiyo DP anasema ya DP wakati wa DP
kura za kutosha. Okay? Ukimtafutia kura za kutosha atakuwa hiyo yote. Lakini bila kura za kutosha, vitisho na hizo masuala mengine mnasema haitoboi hapa. Tuambie tu mapema.
Wakati wa DP ndo Dadaab ilikuwa inaenda kufungwa, penye nasaidia penye watu wao wengi wametoka.
My friend, Dadaab is in Garissa County. Dadaab is in Garissa County. Na any policy that is related to the refugees from Somalia, that is a Kenyan government issue. It's not dealt with William Ruto, it's not dealt with Raila Odinga or whatever. It's a government policy.
And who is the government?
What is the government?
William Ruto alisema Dadaab ifungwe. There are some reasons here and there.
Who is the government?
The government is President.
So Mumias is not a government issue.
Mumias, Raila mpaka sahi ameshinda kusaidia right now, sahi imefungwa.
So Mumias is not a government issue. The Somali is a government issue, but
Alex wachia hapo.
No, such like this is a threat to
masuala mengi. Let's relax, please. Thank you. Let me give yes, Sam, but you're not asking Dalahu any question. Let's agree.
No, I'm not asking him any question.
This
is what I keep on talking about. This is what I keep on talking about. Hii kurusha maneno without knowing what we are talking about is dangerous. Tuwache kurusha maneno. No. We know very well who was the sponsor. Yeah, Dadaab. The sponsor, it runs on a UNHCR budget. Tulewane hapo. Kenya simply provided security and a piece of land. Hiyo kitu Dadaab walianza ku reduce the numbers of refugees. during the Kibaki government, right? When they closed the borders kwa sababu ya terrorist activities yatoka kwa Al-Shabaab. Tuache kutupa maneno thinking that you'll confuse us here. No, and I keep on saying it, our Kenyans are suffering from political amnesia. They choose what they want to say, conveniently forget a few things. The last thing, 2013, Mudavadi alipata 483,981, and I keep on saying the whole country, that's 3.9 states. Kama wengine walipata 40 something, 50 something, you know, the whole country. That's the point I wanted to make. There's someone who talked about we can't ignore. Yes, you can ignore, especially it has been a proven fact. 2002, Alipenduka kaenda the other side. The rest of the country voted against, even lost his electoral seat. I'm done. Nangoja my summary.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Your submission, please.
Sasa wewe umeniambia nisiribat nisiongee na ndugu yangu.
Muonane nyuma ya tent kwa
No,
sababu
the thing ambayo, you know, let me temper my submission with kindness and also with soberness. You know, the issue of history, there is no question that you can run away from it. Even when he is trying to submit against the same history, he ends up quoting history of babake alifanya hivi, alikuwa hivi. You know, if you want to rubbish history, then don't go back to history. Stay put on now, and you cannot stay on now without a reference of the past and where we are headed to. So the reason we are here is to look where have we come from, where are we, and where do we want to go to. So don't rubbish history. If you hate somebody because they are submitting conk evidence on how history has brought us where we are today, acknowledge that his history is biting your campaign. But even in your submission, if you want to convince us, you will end up quoting history in one way or the other. So history has never been bad. It will never be bad. It is part of why we are here. And that's why we can talk about Mumias, because there is a reference and where we are and where we want to go.
What about Kibira?
So that history.
Talk about Kibira also.
Well, my friend, your problem, it doesn't seem to be history. Your problem is geared to one person. Now, look, you have gone to Kibira. You hear? So
Kibira
we haven't told you. Don't talk about history. You can talk about history. You can talk about Kibira. You can talk about Raila, but don't rubbish history. That's what we are saying. Use your submission. Use your history well. Convince us. And we're here to listen. We don't refuse to listen to you. We will listen to you, but don't say that history is bad. Use your history. Tell us about Kibira. We will listen. Thank you.
I think Bararu, kuna msemo inasemanga mwenye ajui mahali ametoka ajui mahali anaenda. So I think you dear guys, you don't know where you are going. That's why if you don't know where you have come from, you don't know where you are going or you are heading to. So that's you, Baralu. That's you now. You don't know where you are going because you don't know where you have come from. That's the big problem you are facing. So try and change that narrative of there is no history. We have history. Bantu ameongea story ya history. Mzee Mrumbu ameongea story ya history. I'm a youth. I also look those histories so that I can judge someone by the history. I cannot judge you without an history. I cannot judge William Ruto kama sina historia yake. Siezi. So we need to look for the history first for us to know where we are going. So you don't know where you are going. That's why you don't want to hear about history. History will remain and it will be there to guide us on where we are going. So Dararu, my friend, ongea na watu wako.
In other words, Raila is history, Ruto is the future.
Future with how? Explain how future, how? And it doesn't
Bernard,
have an
wacha ni
history.
explain vile Ruto is the future.
What has he done? What has he done for Kenyans? What has he done for
Okay,
for the
wacha
Kenyans?
niongee
For
mambo ya
9 years.
future.
What has
Wacha
he done?
niongee mambo ya future. Did you see the policy of the trickle down
I think you guys were misleading Kenyans.
view and the bottom up? The bottom up trickle down for the past 50 years haikuwezekana, pesa itoki huko juu, watu wanaumia huko chini. Sasa Ruto
pesa itatoka chini
amesema
wapi?
wacha nisikize vizuri kwanza. Ruto amesema wacha tujaribu upande ya bottom up, sasa itoke chini iende juu. Don't you think that is a change of policy?
Bottom up, where does it come from?
Where will that money come from?
Pesa ipewe
What comes from bottom?
Ipeane kwa SMEs. Pesa
What,
ipeane kwa
comes?
SMEs.
No, I want you to answer one question. What comes from bottom? If bottom is empty, it has nothing. They are depending from up. What is coming from bottom? Tell us what is in bottom first,
No.
and then tell us.
Alex, unless Holy Spirit ikuje hapo hautafahamu hii maneno.
No, my friend, let me tell you, for the record,
I want to do my submission.
Delalu, for the record, Delalu, for the record,
Alex,
no,
order.
I want to do my submission.
Hold on, Alex.
For the record, I'm an economist, Delalu.
Alex ngoja kwanza. Alex ngoja. You will come in with the economics later, okay? Let Delalu tell us what is at the bottom that is needed at the top for the top to make the bottom become the top. Okay? Delehu, go ahead and tell us.
Okay, now I'll give him just a simple. I'll give him a very simple startup.
Bottom become the top.
I will give him a simple way of dealing with the issue of the bottom up.
Delaru, fry yourself. Delaru, fry yourself. Fry yourself. Want to hear you? Fry yourself.
Not frying myself. My friend, the trickle down, whatever economic model since 1960 mpaka leo tumejaribu, imeshindikana. Pesa ikuji kutoka huko juu. Pesa inakwamia because of bureaucracy, inakwama kutoka sijui kwa ajili ya upuzi zingine za serikali na mambo mingi. Ruto amepropose ya kwamba
let's corruption.
And you just said Kibaki did very well.
Wacha niongee. Mbona mtaki niongee?
Order. Eric stay in order. Charles stay in order. Wacha tusikilize Delahu atuambie how the bottom can help the top so that the top can become the bottom and the bottom become the top.
Okay, one thing for sure. One thing we will let's say on the issue of CDF. Muliona issue ya CDF vile imesaidia constituencies. That is $1 million every constituency ilikuwa napewa. Inajaribu kusaidia tackle some small issues down there. Imagine if we change a policy and increase the CDF in all constituencies. Utasema nini sasa? What do you say? Two, on the issue.
Okay, what is the difference between
hold on and mzee, wacha tuongee kwanza.
Devolution. Iko hapo hiyo na devolution. Devolution is also taking money to the grassroots.
Huyu jamaa anasema bottom up. Hiyo pesa inatoka national.
Hata kuoni venye amelala
hii inchi iko na pesa.
Sasa kama mtaki kukaa square mnaenda quarantine because we are not running a marketplace here. Kaa quarantine kwanza, msubiri hapo, nitakujia baadaye. Mimi my business here is not just to get you people talk, but I want the people following understand what we are talking. Okay? That my main focus is the viewers. The viewers should know what we are talking about. So let Delahu explain to us what is at the bottom kwanza. Okay? Then how that thing will be collected from the bottom, taken to the top. Sawa sawa? Because he has denied that the trickle down, that is top, bottom, is not working. They now want to do bottom up. Isn't it? So the bottom has something that can help the top. Tell us, what is it?
Bernard, muta sin interrupt. Wacha mimi niongee, mtu asini-interrupt. In security, I work in security. In security, we have what we call human capital. Kuna human security. Kuna kitu inaitwa human security. The country is almost 50 million. The youth are almost 20 million, 20 or 25 million. All those youth can be put into wanaenda katafutiwa kazi kwanza. Lazima ujue hivyo. Tulikuwa tunaongea mambo ya bottom up with emphasis on job creation, on emphasis on helping whatever SMEs, on putting the money in so much money in devolution, and at the same time putting so much money in constituencies. Jaribu ku spur up whatever the economic from grassroots. Kuna projects mtu anapewa kutoka kwa constituency development. Kuna mtu mmoja kazini yangu ako tuseme Garissa or ako Mandera amepewa contract ya kutengeza shule 5 through CDF. Huyo mtu ni mtu mdogo sana. Amepewa contract kidogo ya kutengeza shule 5. Hizo shule 5 maybe they are around 20 million or 30 million. Each school maybe ni 5 million or 10 million. Huyo jamaa, because of that contract, that money we are putting in the constituencies, na ni huko chini kabisa, huyo jamaa, he can be able to secure a loan through a bank, through a small medium bank. You see, that bank, maybe some banks will be working with the government, will be working through the government, ama through the whatever the banking, whatever structure with the government. These are banks, they can be able to provide some loans to those people who are getting the contracts. Those guys can be able to employ so many people there, and then at the same time build whatever the schools for the people. Na pesa imeshuka huko chini, and it is a reverse. The money will come back to the government again, and the money will be reaching the people at the same time, and people will be getting job. Mbona watu hawafahamu kitu kama constituency development has already worked. Constituency development has already worked. We can just increase that constituency development. We can increase devolution isonge mbele. We can increase job creation down there. Mtu akifungua company, a small place, ako na talent, tuseme ni musician, ako na talent, amefungua mahali a broadcasting a small place.
Hello, Mr. Depco, wacha hiyo mazungumzo.
Order nani? Order.
Anataka alipe license.
Ngoja kwanza. Okay? You have explained yourself. Although you created more confusion than
hii kitu mpaka Holy Spirit akuja hamta understand.
Wewe Holy Spirit anakaa kwako tu. Na wewe ndio unamsupply.
Watu wa UDA wako na Holy Spirit, wako na Mungu, na tunaelewa hizi vitu yote kabisa.
Nao Dalahu, nataka kukuuliza, wakati huyu kazini yako amepata contract ya kujenga shule 5, okay? Amejenga shule 5 zikaisha. Sawa sawa. Wale watu walikuwa ameajiri watu wa mkono, wamemaliza kujenga shule, watakufa ama wataenda kutafuta shule zingine kujenga?
Pesa, yani ile kitu namaanisha ni si ati tunajenga shule 5 peke yake tunawaacha. Kuna mahospitali zinajengwa. Pesa ikikuja chini, yani pesa serikali ikipeana pesa kwa right now constituency, each constituency is given $1 million. If we increase that to $3 million, unataka kuniambia shule ngapi zitajengwa, hospitali ngapi zitajengwa, mijengo ngapi zitakuwa zinajengwa? Watu huko chini watapata kazi. Watu huko chini, watu wanaweza kupata kazi, mwingine anaweza kupata contract, mwingine anaweza kupata kazi kutoka kwa what we are saying is the money inaenda huko chini.
Ngoja kwanza. Kile nataka tuelewane ni kwamba kujenga shule sio kitu ya milele. Okay?
Si shule peke yake. We are talking so many things.
Hata kama ni kujenga hospitali ama kujenga nyumba, hauwezi kujenga nyumba kwa miaka 10.
Okay, what about the SACCOs zile ziko huko kwa constituencies?
That's what I'm telling you.
Yes.
Bwana Delehu, your proposal, okay, is not different from devolution. Okay? It is exactly what devolution is.
Yes, and what is devolution? Devolution ni huko chini watu wapate kitu.
Hold on. Okay?
Yes.
And CDF, all of them was started at Kibaki's time. CDF is Kibaki's brainchild. Why did Kibaki start CDF? He started CDF to ban Harambes. The Harambes that were terrorizing people in their villages, taking their chicken, taking their sufrias, and taking their tables. He put up the CDF so that the constitution development will no longer depend on people coming to fundraise. Okay? It was Jubilee government that brought back Harambes to add on CDF. And right now, they want to perpetuate the same through William Ruto, who is now the official minister of Harambes, be it in churches, be it in mosques, or be it in schools. Why? Because Harambes are a very good place of cleaning that money. In my opinion, UDA doesn't have any economic plan for this country. They only have recycled information from what other governments have done, and they did not even learn it to understand what it is. So they come here to
Bernard, why don't you wait for me to explain this thing, my friend?
I gave you time to explain. I'm explaining myself. Okay? They have gone around the country for 4 years, changing model after model. Now that bottom up is not working, now they have made it is an extension of CDF. Now it's a development of devolution. Go back to your master. Tell the DP to give you an economic plan for this country that is viable.
Bernard, another simple scenario. Bernard, another simple scenario.
Ngoja
Let me give you another simple scenario where you can understand this thing properly.
Nimeelewa wewe. Mimi kwanza nakaa kwa Roho Mtakatifu. Kwa hivyo kama
Let me give you, we are going to increase, we are going to do a structural changes to the teaching and to the doctors and every
What is the
person
difference
ambaye
between that
ana provide
evolution?
service in Kenya, wale watu wa chini. Mbona MP analipwa pesa $10,000 na daktari analipwa shilingi 1,00,000? Imagine if we change the whole thing.
That is,
So DP is proposing to pay
we
doctors.
are changing so many things. That is why we are saying Ruto is the future. Raila, wacha ongea mambo ya history. Sisi vijana tunaenda mbele.
I don't want to talk about Raila.
Wewe kama utaki history, kama utaki history, Quran imeandikwa na history, Biblia imeandikwa na history.
We are not here to debate.
No, let them go and read that book if it's not history. Kwani Quran imeandikwa na mtume alisema hivi.
Ndio maneno ya Quran.
Now let's make progress, please. Let's make progress. It is clear. I don't think we should even revisit that. It is clear that UDA doesn't have an economic plan for this country. They just have stories that they have created which don't have a base. From all the UDA people I've listened to here, interviewed here and elsewhere.
No, Bernard, you don't finish the interviews. You don't finish the interviews.
Explain what bottom up is. The DP himself cannot explain. D, the one who gave you the idea, he has now run away from it. So please, tukubali. Kama tunataka kujenga hii nchi, tutafute mtu ambaye anaelewa economics. Na anaelewa economy ya nchi ni nini, and what does it entail to revive a failed economy.
Bernard, you are talking very good so that Mulumbu na kina Bantu Warrior hawa wazee wasikie vizuri.
Since Kibaki is still alive, and Kibaki helped us to revive this economy.
Wewe walalo wachana na sisi, wacha kuongea habari yetu sisi.
Those of you who don't like history,
don't target us.
Tunawatuma moja kwa moja kwa mzee Kibaki, mkamuulize.
Bernard, you are sweet word to the old guards who are here. Saidia vijana kama Alex Mingate huyu na Eric na watu, saidia hiyo watu bana.
Bernard, can I ask you one question?
You want to ask Dalahu?
I want to ask you one question. Yeah, to ask you something. Just 1 second.
Sawa, ask.
Can you let Alex as mtu economics amesoma tuambie tu kitu kidogo
Kwani
economics
nani hajasoma? Sisi wenyewe tumesoma economics.
no,
Tumesoma
just
economics also.
Danaru, we have had you. Umesoma, we have had
Okay,
you.
okay. Thank you. It is in fact, it is Alex's time to make submission. It's only that you people are turning Delahu into the subject. Sisi tulikuwa tuna debate tu hapa vizuri. Delahu amekuja hapa na maneno ya bottom up. In fact, I'm going to do tomorrow is when is tomorrow? On Wednesday night.
But
we're going to do a show
and Alex does not understand this thing. Wazee wenyewe wameshindwa. Alex anaweza hiyo kitu.
We are going to do a show on Wednesday night for bottom-up economic model. Okay? So if you know any person who knows bottom-up economic model, we want them in this panel. Okay? We'll give you 3 hours to explain to us what bottom-up is and how it relates to Kenya and how it is the solution to Kenya's problem. So Dalahu nakupatia homework. Nitafutie makwiji wako wale wanaelewa bottom up, ukijiunga nao uniletee hapa. Wednesday night show ni hiyo bottom up. I will be here, Temba will be here, Wekesa will be here. Tumalize hiyo kitu mara moja ili tusisumbuane tena. Thank you. Alex.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for that promise that Wednesday tutakuwa tunachiu kitu inaitwa economics, especially the economic models ambazo we have had so far in Kenya. And especially this UDA criminal enterprise masquerading as a political party, bringing up something called bottom-up economics, which does not even entail anywhere in the world. No government, even a proposal in anybody's manifesto has ever proposed that, because that question was asked to one of their own, who is David Ndii, on a magazine called The Elephant. That was 2 weeks ago. And he ran away and started saying that corruption is not part of what we are going to deal with next time. Because somebody specific, and if you can go to The Elephant, which is a submission of economists, every month he was asked about the bottom-up economics. He ran away from it. But if I was to come close to something that is called bottom-up economics, it is not an isolation of anti-trickle down. The only place that bottom-up economic works, and we are not going to say it doesn't work, since, you know, it's like if you are a doctor and you start saying, since you are a conservative and a person is a liberal, you start saying that conception, life does not start as conception. You are running away from the truth. Even if you are a liberal, you're going to reach a point and say, as a physician, I know that life starts. So as a person who has done economic practitioner for a while, what I'll say is that something called bottom-up has worked, but not the way these people want to lie to us. In India, it was called cottage industry. The pioneers of them were 2 people, Nehru and Mahatma Gandhi. And what they did cannot be done now, how we live. Because first and foremost, they closed the economy. Globalization was not a must. We cannot live in isolation from globalization. Because first and foremost, even our port is not owned by us. We cannot tell the Chinese we cannot work with them. They have a big share to say on our economy. But how it worked in India is that they closed the whole economy. And they said, hakuna mattress itatoka nje, hakuna ng'ombe itatoka nje, hakuna chakula itatoka nje, nothing will come out, even salt. And from there, India started building its own economy through something called cottage industry. Now, this thing called bottom-up was started here in our neighbor, inaitwa wapi? Ethiopia. They closed the economy. That's why even you see their money towards the dollar is questionable. And Ethiopia has failed dismally because you cannot close your economy whereby you cannot bring some things. What they did not understand is that the money they were using while they closed the economy, all of it was coming from where? From China. And now why it's happening in Ethiopia? Almost all their buildings, even the the African Union building is owned by the Chinese. So what we are saying is simply what they are proposing cannot work in this world that we are living. Even the money that you want to use to build the economy, you are going to borrow it from somewhere. That's why William Ruto cannot even tell us what happened to the Eurobond, because that is the money they borrowed from outside. It cannot come from bottom and it goes up. All money comes from up, it trickles all the way down. There is no money that comes from down and it goes up. That is a lie you are telling your people. All money trickles from up, it goes all the way down. And that's why even people today who are controlling this economy, they have money, and that's why they have a say. And we cannot shovel them away. And that's why business people are interested in this election more than ever, because this issue of bottom up is a way to masquerade as a criminal enterprise and start bringing the issues that is bringing up. Anaanza kuleta pesa kutoka wapi? Uganda. You are lying to people that you are going to set up a company in Uganda, and there is no company. It is money that has been squandered and has been taken there. Now you want to bring it back, you know, and that's why we are saying, Bana, be very, very careful with this thing you are doing. And the class war that you're going to bring about, the worst war is the class war of the have and the have-nots. In this country, when Obama came to leadership, in this country, at some point, the Republicans had taken all their money to offshores. And Obama had to plead with them and tell them that it's a high time you should bring that money back home. And a few Republicans brought the money back. And you saw this country start gaining again. If you joke with the people who have money and they take the money offshore, you do not have money. You start going to a borrowing spree. And that is what Mr. Ruto is doing for people who have money. Where is he going to get money to do up the bottom up kwenda juu? He doesn't have the money. The people who have the Mount Kenya Foundation, in as much as personally I don't like them, I'll tell you, they have said it over and over. Their money in Mount Kenya is more than Burundi, Rwanda, and Southern Sudan economies. And you look at these people, they speak because they control a big section of the economy. And they have interest in this money and how their money is.
Let me interrupt a bit. I don't know if Alex
lastly,
they are all keep quiet. Let Alex explain.
Lastly, we had two communities that was bankrolling the communities of Kenya. And the two communities were the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus. And you can see significantly how the Kalenjins have lost their financial powers because of Ruto. They don't have a fertilizer industry, and therefore what used to bankroll them was mainly agriculture. Paka juzi nimeona now they have started going to wanapanda nini? Avocados. Wheat and maize have become a foreign. One person here, and Bernard was not here. One person was here when Tembo said something that was very important. What our people need is not even money. What our people need is ready market. Zoia did not collapse. Mumias did not collapse. Our sugar industries have never collapsed because they don't have money. It's because there is no market.
Point of order.
It's a market. You find that cheap sugar has been brought here, and therefore, hata watu wetu do not have where to sell that market. So what we are saying is that we must look at this issue of market more resiliently. And anybody who will tell us that he's going to create market for our goods is better off than somebody who is lying. Ruto is in the record of not creating market in this country, bringing goods, maize. Before Kiunjuri left the Ministry of Agriculture, he was saying we needed 200 million bags of what? Of maize. Wekesa asked him, we have only 2 months going before we harvest. Why should we? Where is the maize for our farmers going? So Ruto should be talking about that market. That is what we are talking about. So hii manene ya bottom up, hakuna pesa itatoka chini iende juu. Mama Mboga doesn't need money. Mama Mboga needs market to sell his goods. That is the truth. That is the most sustainable way of helping Mama Mboga. I need somebody as a landlord. I need people to stay in my house who can pay throughout without fear. I don't need Ruto to come give me money. If I have made investment as a landlord, I need people who can pay for my investment. We need markets, not handouts. And a handout economy has never worked. That's why communist countries could not survive. Thank you so much.
Handouts like the 6,000 you're talking about. Like, I want to ask you one question, Alex. Do you know
Don't
how
divert
Equity
to
Bank was
6,000,
made?
buddy. Don't divert to 6,000. We are talking about
Do you
economy,
know
not
how
6,000.
Equity Bank was made? Wewe ulikuwa kijana mdogo, Alex. Do you know how Equity Bank started?
That's history, and you don't want us to talk history, and you don't want us to talk about history. I've worked in Equity, my friend. Do you want us to talk about history?
If you know about
do you want us to talk about history?
Do you know how Equity Bank started, my
friend? Do you want us to talk about history?
Order between
You said we focus on the
Alex
future. Now you're talking about
Dalawu.
being how started. Come on.
Now, subiri kwanza. Naomba tusubiri tafadhali. Tunatamatisha kipindi chetu. Dalawu, unataka kutuambia historia ya Equity Bank?
I don't want to tell a story ya Equity Bank. What I want to show you ni sako vile hiyo kitu, yani bottom up vile inafanyaga kazi. Kama huyu kijana amefunzwa juzi, sisi tulifunzwa economics before you came to school, my friend. Wacha nikuelezee vile Equity Bank ilianza. Na sasa hii imekuwa one of the biggest bank in Kenya and almost going to Africa.
You said they don't want history. Why are you talking about history?
It's not about history. I want to put this guy into perspective. I want to put ile kitu nakataa, ile history nakataa ni ile history ya kusema ati nilikoka 1963 I was there. From 1963 ulifanya nini, ulikuwa pale?
Dalawu, tuambie vile Equity Bank ilianza.
This is what I'm trying to tell Alex Mengati hapa. Equity started like a circle, a small circle. A small circle.
Don't tell Alex, tell us.
Hold on, wacha niongee. It was a small entity, it's a small microfinance company, ikaingia inapeana pesa kwa watu wa chini, watu wa bodaboda, watu wa huku chini ma farmers, so many people down there. Pesa imekusanywa ikakuwa mzuri, but because of a policy from the government, a policy from Kibaki government, ikasemekana ya kwamba it was almost a political statement, lakini ikasemekana ya kwamba hii benki inunuliwe because ni inasaidia watu wengi sana. Pesa zote za CDF na at the end baadaye tena ikakuja pesa ya county government yote ikaanza kuwekwa kwa Equity Bank. The bank grew in profits, ikaemploy vijana wengi, ikasonga mbele. This is a typical example of bottom up. Kama una habari, imeanza kutoka huko chini, ilikuwa sako, imekuja juu. Now it's one of the biggest bank. That is now a bigger way of the bottom up. Sisi tunataka kuanzisha from scratch.
Ngoja Dalawu, mnajua nyinyi watu mnapenda kucheza na maneno na kwenda mbio ili mtuchanganye, na tutachanganyikiwa. Equity Bank was a cooperative.
What is a cooperative? Cooperative ni mambo ya huko chini, ni bottom up. What is cooperative?
Relax, okay? If it was a circle or cooperative, whatever name you want to give it, pesa ya kwanza, okay, ilitoka kwa serikali.
Pesa ya kwanza imetoka kutoka kwa watu.
Ehe. watu
Sasa
waliweka pamoja
tunasema
hiyo pesa.
Wakenya wako na pesa. Sasa hii Wakenya right now, as we are talking right now, they have money in their homes. Watu wako na mashamba, watu wako na kila kitu. What we are saying is the government will support those people wanalima mashamba, wakuje juu, watengeze masako, watu wa bodaboda watoke chini, wakuje wafanye masako zao. Serikali itawasaidia, waweke pesa, wafungue hata companies za travel companies, waemploy vijana wengi, walipe license mingi, pesa itaendelea kurevolve. Hiyo pesa ina revolve, ndio tunataka
ngoja Delehu, ngoja mimi leo nataka nikusikilize vizuri niuelewane, okay? So pesa ni ya watu, okay? Watu wamekusanya hiyo pesa wakiwa chini, okay? Sawa sawa. Halafu si wako na sako yao, tuseme inaitwa Equity Sacco. So hiyo pesa ikikusanywa huko chini itakuwaje bottom up?
Bana, the bottom up, you should understand the concept of bottom up. Bottom up inamaanisha farmer, mtu kama farmer. A farmer is somebody who is a startup in a bottom up. Ni mtu amelima shamba yake, amekuja ameleta vitu kwa market.
Watu kama sitaki tuende kwa shamba. Nataka tubaki hapa kwa Equity Bank.
Okay, let's come to Equity. Equity came through, yani watu wadogo, watu kama bodaboda, watu wako na mashamba ndogo ndogo na nini na vitu kama hiyo. Walikuwa na bank, kwa hiyo microfinance company inaitwa it's a sacco, it's like a sacco, it's a cooperative society, inaitwa Equity Bank. Watu walikuwa wanaleta pesa yao pamoja. Hiyo pesa ilikuwa inaendelea mzuri until there was a political issue ambaye Kibaki lileta. That time I was working for the government na ninaijua hiyo procedure vile walifanya. What they did was, it was a political statement kuinua hiyo bank, na hiyo bank imeinuliwa na watu wengi wamepata kazi na imeendelea kusaidia watu wengi sana, na mpaka sasa inaendelea kuwa kubwa. That is a bigger way of doing the bottom up, lakini sisi tunataka kuipeleka mpaka huko chini kwa CDF, huko chini kabisa.
Ngoja. So unatuambia kwamba Equity Bank ilikuwa inajisimamia na pesa ya wananchi, okay? Serikali ikasema inataka kudistribute pesa ya CDF kupitia Equity Bank. Pia pesa ya devolution ipitie Equity Bank. So wakati serikali inatoa hiyo pesa kutoka juu, okay? Inapeana kwa Equity Bank. Hiyo ni top, bottom ama bottom up?
Hiyo ni top coming down, lakini it was a political statement. It was a political statement during Kibaki time. Now,
okay. Hold on everybody. Mute your mics, Alex. Now, Dalehu, ngoja kwanza. I want you now to imagine with me, okay? Ruto is now the president, okay? Then we have Mutembei TV Sacco, all right? In Mutembei TV Sacco, tuna contributing 1,000, okay? Then William Ruto sasa anataka kutupatia 100 million ya kuongeza kwa hii mchango yetu, okay? Sisi tuko bottom as Mutembei TV, all right? So Ruto atatoaje hizo 100 million zitufikie sisi kwa sako?
Kuna kitu inaitwa public private partnerships. Wacha nikwambie kitu moja. Sasa kama nyinyi Mutembei TV hivi mkipewa 100 million, you can put it in a bigger TV, ikuwa kama Citizen, ikuwa inabeba inasaidia kwa kitu kama
Civic.
Sasa wacha ni explain. Sasa hiyo nataka mimi ni explain, hauwezi utakubali.
I want the terminology, not you to tell me what 100 million will do. I want to see
it's a public private initiative.
Hold on. You are jumping the gun. I want you to explain to me how 100 million will leave the central government and come to the SACCO.
That is a PPP project.
What is that?
Private public partnerships is
No.
the government of Kenya.
No.
What
Who told
makes
you?
it private public partnership?
Who told
No.
you the government can be
No.
able to assist organization?
No.
Kwa nini inapeana pesa kwa
No.
Kenya Airways?
No.
How is the government giving money to Kenya Airways?
The government is a shareholder of Kenya Airways.
Exactly.
Okay, hiyo sako
Exactly.
iko na shareholders ama haina shareholders?
And that's why tunasema these people are not, that's why money trickles from up by shareholders. Look,
Bana, do this, make one day only for bottom up to explain you
no.
up, because
We are going to hold you accountable for what you have said. I'm going to hold you accountable for what you have said. Hapa iko mahali umesema, hapa iko mahali umeexplain vizuri sana.
Thank you. I'm going to send you to quarantine. Sam, nisaidie tafadhali. Sam.
You know, I keep on saying this, and it's good he was here, and I want him to come back. Him a foggy ideas. People have these foggy ideas, and he keeps on running up and down about, mentioning Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, there's a head of state, there is a head of government. Tuelewane hapo. Head of state, head of government. In Kenya, we have a president who is a head of state and head of government. Tuelewane hapo. Haya, tunakuja kwa hii point yake anasema ati partnerships, nini. PPP is something else from what he's talking about here, KQ.
Yes.
Very different. Because the government is 46%, actually 48.26 shareholding in KQ. Unaona? And we all know a government never goes at a loss. It's not in the business of profit making. Nasikia? But it's in the business of holding accountable. That's why it has been disposing its shares. If it disposes its shares, it makes the company more lucrative. Kenya Airways imekuwa na inefficiencies. Serious inefficiencies. Now, Alex, I like the way you argue. And I'll tell you this. Hata tukikuja America, when the communists, the state owns everything. It's a top-down approach. The government provides infrastructure. The government provides funding. In Kenya, it's not different. He keeps on mentioning at tuna collect pesa. Who provides the environment for the government, for these people to collect your money? Who provides the environment for that their laws to be obeyed in the collection of this money? Ikipotea, kuna insurance mahali. Guys, we are talking about a government. A government, it always trickles down. Always. Hata ukija hapa America, I'm sorry, I have to mention this because that's where I live. But I'm sorry, and I don't want it to be a domineering something. No. You come to America, it is federal funding, state funding, county funding. Hata ukija kwa hizi small towns where we live in, it trickles down to the small community. Hata kama kuna ka school district moja, kuna town funding hapo, kuna county funding, kuna. My friend, this economy does not make sense. It does not. You can call it what it is. But what I don't like is being engaged in a shouting match. When to engage in a shouting match, like right now, we are debating, we are talking, right? But unangoja mtu anamaliza, listen to that person. There's a reason why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth and a big head. The big head is to think. 2 ears, listen twice as much. A mouth, talk half as much, right? But these foggy ideas, they come out tunaendesha gari at 4 or 3 a.m. around Limuru area, Kijabe area. Alafu, all of a sudden, tunaambiwa, so and so is like this. History tells us, and please, let me finish, my friend. Utakuwa na time yako ya kurespond. History tells me that once upon a time, Honorable, the Deputy President, was the Minister for Agriculture. Ilileta shida between Mwai Kibaki and Prime Minister. One of the problems was fertilizer. The second problem ilikuwa seeds. Farmers lack seeds. Who was the chief executive wa Kenya Seedling? Dr. Misoi. You can dig the archives, utapata the same thing. Dr. Misoi was fired. Ruto raised his arms in annoyance. Mimi, now I'm operating on facts. Usiniambia ati we will do this. Mimi, I'm operating on facts, very simple facts. 1 + 1 is not equals to 2, not 11. It is 2. You are given a portfolio, you mismanaged. The nani Temba lituambia hapa, one of the symbols of unity is the presidency. If the president of the Republic of Kenya can appoint a cabinet secretary from across the divide, there were 22, I can appoint 11. Deputy president, and I appoint all 11 from one community, except a Chesa. We know what happened with the Chesa. Let us not belabor these facts, all right? We know what has been going on in the treasury. We know what has been going on in the Ministry of Energy. Who is the Minister of Energy? A Ruto appointee, Keter. We are now trying, well, unatuambia maneno ya private nini partnerships. Angalia Kenya Power. 1 + 1 is equals to 2. We are struggling right now to save Kenya Power. Unasikia? So when you talk, measure your words. Usituletee foggy. Don't be foggy. Please, I'm begging you. We are fighting for justice for this country. Nasikia umesema ati you started working sijui nini. I worked in Kenya for 13 years. In America nimefanya kazi for 16 years. That gives me 29 years experience in the public sector. Naweza kuwa uso yangu ni ya kijana nikiita my boys here. I mean, that is neither here nor there. Let us not when we're arguing or when we're talking, we debate, and we debate maturely. Ngoja mtu amalize, we listen to you. Respond. We weigh out what UDA has. We weigh out what Azimio has, and we decide what is the best thing for Kenya, and we hold our people accountable. But this shouting, arguing much, simply a waste of time, and we end up looking like a confused train heading to Lake Victoria. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Let's get closing remarks from Eric. Oh, Billy has not submitted. Billy, how are you?
I am fine. Nimekuja kuchelewa. Sijui, should I submit or closing remarks? Should I submit or I only have 2 points?
Submission plus closing remarks. Combine all of them.
Okay. So I was going to respond to Dalaho about the bottom-up thing, and I'm going to base my arguments on the agricultural sector, and where he talked about giving contracts to hustlers. So for the agriculture sector, Rift Valley, if we are to go with a bottom-up concept, the way it's being described, enabling the hustler to pull himself or herself from poverty to the middle class. That's how it has been described. To do that, it should have been seen during Ruto's leadership, giving good fertilizer to the farmers. From that, you make their produce valuable, okay? Make them have that market to sell their produce. They were not afforded that. The fertilizer, first of all, it wasn't even fertilizer, it was fake during his time. How does that enable the common Mwananchi, the common farmer? It doesn't help. They got this little produce, it didn't have market because the big boys had already taken those contracts, you know. That one is a failure. So based on that, Ruto is not the one to implement what he's saying. It's not practical with him. Secondly, giving contracts to hustlers. Maybe say, let's say, build 5 schools. That is neither here nor there. It has never happened. All this, no hustler will be given a multi-billionaire, multi-million contract in this Kenya. We know it. The big boys will pocket. The ones who are hanging around with him, they are the ones who are going to pocket those millions. You cannot lie to anyone that a hustler will be given a contract to construct 5 schools. That's a lie, outright lie. So that's what I wanted to put across during this session. So whatever this Dalaho is telling us, no one who thinks who is a proper thinker is gonna believe what this man is saying. I'm not gonna believe, because it has never happened before, and I'm not gonna trust Ruto to carry out what he's saying. He is saying because he wants to sell hope to the ignorant, and the ignorant are gonna, if they are gonna buy it, they are gonna regret about this decision, because he's telling us what, as people are saying, he's telling us what we want to hear, because we are in a desperate situation. We want to be sold hope. Once we buy this hope, Ruto will be the biggest beneficiary, and that will be it. We will stay the same. There'll be no change to the common mwananchi. That's it.
Bernard, I think you need to schedule one day for bottom up, because these people, unless we bring Holy Spirit, nobody will understand these things.
Take your Holy Spirit to where you want to be. You don't have Holy Spirit yourself.
Mtu kama Alex analia hapo, ni kijana mdogo haelewi hizi vitu bwana.
Dalahu,
I
nimekuambia.
think now Dalahu, stop being personal. Don't be personal.
Hold on, Alex. Wednesday or Saturday, we'll agree on the Mtembei TV platform, the WhatsApp group. Either Wednesday or Saturday, we're going to do that economic model that want to dedicate bottom up to have its own day. Then we'll compare.
I wanted to talk about revenue, whatever guarantees. I wanted to talk about tax incentives. I wanted to talk about so many things. Lakini inaonekana hamutaki.
Prepare yourself on Wednesday or Nini. I will inbox you. I hope you are on Mtembei TV WhatsApp group. If not, drop your number on the private chat. We'll add you. Thank you. Let that bottom up anointing end there. Where are we? PK, just before Eric. PK.
Asante. Sitaongea mambo mengi, niko mahali siwezi nikajitokeza, niko nyuma ya curtain. Nimeshindwa kuvumilia.
Kamilisha tunafungasha.
Nimeshindwa kuvumilia, lakini nitakuja hiyo Wednesday. Nikutane na huyo mtu wa daladala. Huyo mtu wa daladala mwambie watu wao tunajua ni wafugaji na wameumizwa huko KMC. KMC, huyo mtu wa hustler ameenda amewaua kabisa huko na ng'ombe zao na mbuzi zao. Kama si Uhuru na ule jamaa mwingine kuwaokoa, sijui hiyo bottom up ingekuwa wapi. Tutakutana Wednesday. Asante. I'm out.
Okay, thank you PK. Eric, take it before we hear David tukifunga.
Okay, my final submission is I think this bottom-up issue, it's a bad business. We should leave that alone. That's a bad business. Okay, my closing remarks is about, let me talk about youth. Youth jobs. I think I may advise my colleague as youth. There is no day that will happen that this job creation that Ruto is talking about will happen when he is in the government. Secondly, there is this issue of cash transfer. Awe nitatoa bilioni 100. In Kenya, right now, I'm in Kenya. In Kenya, the small business enterprise, they are more than around 3 million. So giving out like 100 billion per year, I think if they do their mathematics, I think no one will get more than 1,000 shillings. So is can that money run any business? No. All we need is the market to our produce. Value addition. All those are the things and those are the things that Baba is keenly talking about. So in terms of job creation, Ruto, bad business. Youth job, all those bad business. Cash transfer, bad business. We leave that one alone to Dalalu. You will deal with that one on tomorrow, on Saturday. Then we go back to the last closing remarks about the Baba's government job creation. To me, that is a sure bet because Baba doesn't give handouts. Baba is more interested with value addition, industrialization, and those are the things that will give us business. Like, for example, like me, I'm a youth. I'm an engineer, electrical engineer. You know, if there is a lot of industries in the counties, I'll have a chance to get a nice job there, a good job for that purpose. But if we expect to wait for there's 1,000 bob per year from DP, that one will lead us nowhere, but we'll keep on crying. After every 5 years, we cry. After every 5 years, we cry. So as I close, to me is UDA bad business. Thank you guys, and we meet you tomorrow. I'm so grateful.
Okay, thank you, Robert. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Kenya is our country. We must participate in building it. Let's hear from
sure.
David. David, you make your brief submission and closing remarks as we move.
Bernard, I don't have a submission. I've just got in and just wish everybody Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Yep.
Okay, asante sana. Let's go up. Stony PK, are you there? Okay, Aroni.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. In fact, hata mimi leo nimeshtuka sana kusikia kuwa hustler anaweza fund Safaricom ndio business yake iendelee kurun without kureceive 100 billion kutoka kwa Ruto. So in fact hiyo mambo ya bottom up yenye umesema kuwa utameka a day tuisungumzie, in fact ni mzuri sana cause hata Belarus sasa hii amesema kuwa CDF inafanya vizuri pale chini. CDF pesa zinamwagika kutoka angani ama zinatoka kwa gava? Najua sasa hayo ndio maswali, by the way, tutauliza watu wake wale strong wenye Delalu ataleta kwa show. So ningependa kumalizia na kusema kuwa in fact Ruto nimekuwa nikimuona akiaccuse Raila Amolo Odinga that Raila is the one who came in and then Jubilee was broken into pieces. Lakini sasa mimi nashangaa the same William Samoei Ruto ndio huyu sasa anataka kuvunja oka. Ushaona sasa, kuvunja oka, achukue Wetangula na achukue Musalia Mudavadi. Hiyo ni coalition anavunja. Kumbe si Raila mwenyewe, si Raila mwenyewe anaweza kuwa anajua mambo ya kuvunja coalitions. So Musalia Mudavadi in fact kujoin William Samoei Ruto, the biggest position yenye anaweza kuwa offered ni running mate, but I wonder the likes of Gachagua mwenye ako preferred right now kuwa running mate to the Apple Deputy President William Samoei Ruto mambo yake itaenda namna gani? Because by the way, sasa hebu niambie, kama Musalia Mudavadi hata simama tumpigie kura, akienda kwa UDA, William Samoei Ruto hawezi simama kama deputy president again. William Samoei Ruto saa hii anaangalia the beautiful house ambayo iko on top of the hill. So mimi namtakia Musalia Mudavadi kama anajiunga na William Samoei Ruto all the very best akienda pale. I'm very sure atang'ang'ana na the likes of Gachagua, then kutoka hapo tutaona ni nani ataipuka mshindi kwa hiyo kiti ya running mate. Nimefurahi sana kwa mjadala wa leo. Mungu wetu azidi kuwabariki na Mungu wetu azidi kubariki Kenya. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, Bwana. We are used to calling you ancestor.
Community ancestor, yeah. Nikatoa hiyo jina.
But now you are Aaron. Thank you so much. Nataka tusikilize nani? Tusikilize Alex. Unmute kwanza, Mr. Alex.
Yeah, Bernard, thank you so much for giving us a platform ambayo tunaweza brainstorm and talk about our country, which we dearly love. Some of us have been on and off in Kenya for many, many years. But however, our heart has always been in our country. I've always told people who have always wanted to go out of the country that until you leave your country, that is when you realize how beautiful Kenya is and how actually God has blessed our country. So when we come here and we speak what we speak and you find us having so passionate and robust debate, it's because we love our country. That country, among many countries, the statistics show, when I was doing a little bit statistics, a project I was given, among a country whereby its expatriates and ambassadors don't go back to their home is Kenya. Statistics show that even the last 7 ambassadors, in fact, 2 of them are already married to Kenyans. You look at the statistics of Kenyan outside ambassadors, expatriates especially, expatriates as a group, military attaché, professional attaches, when their term expires, they don't leave that country. There is totally a different life in Westlands, Gigiri and those areas, and when you come to other areas. Because of what? These people love that country more than we do. And it's our opportunity to tell our people that we have a country like no any other. I will have given my rebut to my friend of what a few 2 things he said, but I'm going to preserve this. What he said about equity. Especially mahali alifika akasema a political statement was given. I wanted to let you know that that political statement is when Kibaki said, we need people who have money to come and help this bank. And that is when the people from Mount Kenya came in and started owning equity. The bottom up couldn't work up to a certain level. It refused to work. And they had to look for sponsors, people who could bankroll equity. And that's how that money came in. And all of a sudden, the expansion of equity and how it was able to give loans in a manner that it was not within the banking sector. There were so many regulations that you cannot do this, you cannot do this. So under that, because the investors allowed and said, now we are going to help our people, because these were people from up. They were not bottom, and they were able to help the people from bottom. And I'm going to explain even more because he brought that topic on how equity took over from Family Bank. Remember, Family Bank was the bank that time. And all of a sudden, within 1 year, equity took over. We will revisit the history of equity. And you see how equity still has managed to help other countries. It wasn't the issue of bottom up. It's because the investors, the people on top knew that it's trickle-down economy that helps. We will revisit that on Wednesday on top. And I'm happy
can
I'm
I
going to
correct
talk.
him somewhere?
No, let me speak. We left you to talk. Let me speak.
But Bernard is giving you a lot of time. Why don't he give
It's
us, because it's us who are supposed.
It's because, okay, thank you. The other thing, Bernard, I wanted us to talk. I hope you will create a time so that we can truly talk about this, is the judiciary has gone rogue in every manner. We need, between Baba becoming a president, it's not just election, it's the judiciary. We must start hammering this judiciary to know that we have the power. Because whatever the judiciary has been doing for the last 3 years, its history is anti-people who are anti-corrupt. If you look at anybody who is for anti-corruption, the courts have stopped him. Why? Because the corruption that is institutionalized, they know that the courts will be rewritten. Everything they have ever done will come to an halt. So the judiciary has a fear. And if we don't start talking about the judiciary right now, they are going to disappoint Kenyans. You have seen what they have done in MNS, an organization that the president created that has helped Nairobi. Boreholes, water, roads. You can see how Nairobi, even though it was an illegality, but there was no any other way because of the corrupt nature of Nairobi politics. You saw how Sonko was ruling Nairobi. Nothing was going on forward until the president said, man, we got to do something. In his own wisdom, they created an alternative. Now you see what the courts are doing about it. BBI, the courts. Everything the president has ever tried to do to eliminate corruption, the courts have come in. We need to start talking about the courts. Recently, Dani came up with 50 lawyers, said even if Raila wins, they have already started saying that before even Raila declared, they came with 50 lawyers. That tells you it's going to be a titanic war. And more so, I thank God for Sonko of his lower nature of thinking.
Let us also talk. Let us also talk. Maliza.
No, yeah, he also released things to show us how the courts are corrupt. We need to know.
Juan Alex, that you suggested a topic to be handled. Don't exhaust it now.
Bwana, wacha mimi niongee kidogo pia.
We'll be able to look at it.
Wacha mimi niongee kidogo pia.
Every time I talk, you want to talk.
No. I want to talk about so many things. Kuna issues tunataka kuongea juu yake.
Wewe tulikubaliana mpaka ukaondoka.
Sikuondoka. What I wanted, Bana, you don't give me time to talk. You don't give me time to say anything.
Don't say that. You have spoken here for a very long time. I've patiently waited for you, interrogated you. We have spent. I was to close this show by 3. It is now 3:50. Courtesy of you. Naelewa. So don't play that victim mentality.
No, Bernard, you need to tell these people. You need to tell these people that small scale people, watu wa chini, mama mboga.
Mr. Mulumbu, your closing remarks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bedan. My closing remarks will go to the topic, how the topic was, because the topic was already spread a little bit and went to bottom up, and it was not about the bottom up. It was about Mudavadi, Raila, and Oka, and Omondis. The only thing I can tell you about, I still repeat, Mudavadi is not a leader. He's somebody who is being pushed. If he doesn't push, he can't go by himself. So let's talk to somebody who cannot lead our country. You know, somebody to be a leader, you have to lead. You have to show you a leader. You have to show your leadership. He doesn't have that leadership because that's why the kids that ile age ya watoto wake ndio wanakuja kumshurutisha vile anafaa afanye kazi, mpaka wanaalika mpaka vice president kuja kwa mkutano yake ambapo yeye ndafaa aongeze, na anakimbia anaenda kujificha. Vile wajijificha wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa anaenda kama people's president, anaenda Uhuru Park, wakaenda wakajificha msituni, hawakuonekana. Hata wanaogopa watapelekwa prison. Those are not the men that can stand in the war. So let's put him outside. A part of Oka sasa is hanging. Kalonzo ndiye amebaki wash. Yeye watermelon hananga msimamo, anaweza simama anywhere. But let's wait what he gonna do, mpango yake itakuwa wapi. Gideon ni mtu ana msimamo. That guy has a msimamo. Tungojee ataamua kwenda wapi. But he has a msimamo. Tukienda Mr. Ruto, hiyo mkichagua, jueni mnajiweka kamba shikoni. Ikianza kuwanyonga, hakuna mtu atakusaidia. Mtajinyonga wenyewe. Nobody is gonna help you. So be very careful to a decision. The person we are remaining with is only one, a man of his word, and what he says and what is done. All along, as I knew him, whatever he said stands for, and he's ni mtu wa kusamehe. He cares about his people. Hataki watu wakufe. Akiona kimeenda kimeumana, anasema hapana, my people can die because of I need this. Let me relinquish so that I can save my people, because I have to rule people. I'm not going to rule meet na vida, I'm ruling people. So anarudi nyuma, ana strategize na anafanya plan to save his people. If that guy mtampatia ni only 5 years, you can give him, atakuwa more than Magufuli. That Tanzania was there for 60 years, never did anything, but he has left a history. So, na mkienda kujinyonga, mtu mwenye ameuza agriculture, ameuza health, ameuza education, ameuza everything. He has no any history that he has worked on to help Kenyans. And what he needs ni uongozi tu peke yake. Nothing else. So do whatever you know that you are going to, because you are young, educated, though katika hao wenye mmesoma unafikia watu wote sio viongozi, ni wote hawasomi. So kaa ukijua where are you, can you take Kenya ahead, or utapewa kitu kidogo kuja kutudanganya hapa. Most of some of unaona wamepewa milioni 1-2 kuja kutukoroga akili, because they think all of us sisi wote ni wote bongo imerudi nyuma. And as most of you, as I can see you, bongo yenu inaenda mbele. Guys, use that and educate all Kenyans to understand before August. Ili Kenya to put on the track. We are not here in foreign countries that we like it. Kenya, we were dying. Some of us could have died if you are still in Kenya, because there was nothing we could hold on. Hatungeshika kwa anything. There was nothing. But Mwenyezi Mungu alivyotuachia tukatoka nje, is when we can speak. We can do something, and we do 2-3. We have kids wana masters, wana degrees, hawana kazi Kenya. They don't have nothing. They don't have it. And then you come here, mtu anatuambia at somebody is good and you have done nothing. Na mabilioni inamwagwa kwa barabara kila siku. Can you build the industries? There's not any other countries in the world can develop without industrial. Hakuna mahali popote. Nowhere. Mtu wa boda anafaidika kutoka industrial. Mtu wa boda anafaidika from industrial. I'm talking to this, David can help me, because anakaa America hapa anaona. Ukiwa na lori yako naweza kuweka kwa barabara na ufunge biashara yako. Utembee America mzima. Because barabara zimejengwa, factories ziko msituni, everywhere you can go and lift a business from anywhere and take to somewhere. What of Kenya? There's nothing. Nothing totally. Basi unakuja unaambia watu wanapatia shilingi 2 ati ya kwamba unasaidia. What kind of bottom up is that? Bottom up is infrastructure na industrial na marketing, hizo ndio zinajenga, na health na education, hizo ndio zinajenga. Sasa somebody told me he's an engineer mzima. Kama wewe ni engineer, serikali yafaa ikuje kuangalia, ufanye plani yako. Una engineer, what engineer do you do? Ikopatie loan, ufungue company iwe ya engineer, uandike vijana, uwafundishe. So si tuko na watu wamekuwa kwa manamba huko, wengine wamegeuka wezi. Then that's your happiness. Unakuja unazunguka, you use that vulnerable people to gang yourself on top of them. Thank you guys. Just go that direction. Chukueni hiyo nafasi mmechukua. Guys, you're gonna change Kenya. If you do that every day mpaka August, Kenya is going to change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mulumbu. Themba has just come in. How are you, Themba?
Themba.
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. Good to see you.
Yeah, I've been listening, but I know you are closing, so I don't have submission.
You don't have submission, or you don't want to submit?
You have given us Wednesday to prepare, but I have as Dalahau is preparing to come on Wednesday.
Yes.
They need to stop with the twisted economics that they are giving us, because we are going to discuss it as twisted economics. Mama Mboga needs someone to buy from.
Bernard, on a point of order, siku hiyo usilete watu wazee ambaye hawaelewi hizi vitu.
Bernard, how is that related to what I'm saying?
No, you said you
prepare yourself. That's what you'll be dealing with on Wednesday.
Ambaye hawaelewi.
Where you are not going to dictate who comes on this studio. You bring me your three brilliant UDA bottom-up defenders. Three of them on Wednesday.
You see, he's even losing.
Now you bring somebody like Mulumbu here, anakuja kupoteza time hapa, mzee huyu mwingine nini watu.
Bernard, you see, this is how the UDA people lose their debates. Number one, your age is a non-factor in what you know. You can be young, well-read, and know so much. You can be old, never exposed, you know very little. So it is when you see someone starting to argue that usilete mzee, that's already someone who is starting their argument at a defeatist point of view. Dalahau is starting by arguing about what is the age of the person talking to me. That is a lost debate already. You need to argue with the basis of what is between your ears, not what you hold in your ID. Your ID has very little of what you know. You could be young, but you are an embarrassment to your generation. And even the other day we said here, even foolish people get old. So age is not a factor in argument. So when Dalahau wants to argue Wednesday, and if he's going to come like this, he's going to lose, because that is argument out of anger. When you want to engage in a political argument, attack the argument, don't attack the person. Dalahau, I'm not coming here to talk to you as Dalahau. I'm coming to address your idea. We are not coming here to address you as Dalahau. You don't have to be old, you don't have to be young. You just have to have the information and the questions and the responses required. Besides, you are not the one who came up with the bottom up. So if you are coming to defend your party, look at me as a voter that you need to convince, not as an enemy that you need to fight. So attack my idea, don't attack the person. The law don't care whether you are old, young, educated or not, Islam or Christian, whatever race you are, let's argue on the basis of the points that we have. So if you come like that, you are going to lose the argument because you're already angry. If you read Sun Tzu, he says that a soldier who goes to war and is emotional has lost half the war. So if you're coming and you're already having emotions, you've lost half the war because you are reactive. Anyway, that was just to remind you that you need to be more tempered. We are not coming here to attack you as Dalahau. So I was saying, back to my point, I don't have to we don't look at age. Bernard, have you put that people who join here have to be 18 and above or 75 or 25 and below?
Nothing.
Yeah. You just read the topic. If you think you have something, unaweza kuchangia, unakuja. So let's avoid issues of sijui wewe ni sijui mzee, sijui wewe ni kijana, no, I haven't seen over there. And you see, like we have even told people who say that huyu kijana ache kuongea. We have told them off. We have said no. If someone comes here, whether they are young, whether they are old, they have a point. Let's listen to them. Listening is the most important thing of a leader. And if you want to be a leader, and if you want to be of value to your Dalahau, if you want to be of value to your team, UDA, learn to listen. Don't attack people, attack their points. That is the best way to argue. Anyway, I was saying we'll do that on Wednesday, Bernard, and we are ready for it. I was just saying that this issue of bottom up, if you're going to have a Mama Mboga being empowered, Mama Mboga sells whatever they have to someone. So for as long as there's someone buying those wares, Mama Mboga will be in business, because if it is bought, she'll have a need to go and buy more stocks. But now if the person who is buying it is disempowered, then Mama Mboga, even if you give her however many stocks you have the Mama Mboga having, and they're not bought, Mama Mboga will never sell to anyone. Same goes to a boda. If there's nobody to carry because people don't have money in their pocket. In fact, in retrospect, I find what Oka was coming with Pesa Mfukoni, when you have disposable income, you are likely to use it. So that one I find more viable than this bottom-up thing. And bottom-up means what? You are taking money from down, you take up where? You'll still pay taxes. You're still taking money up. They should have said bottom, and up. Whoever is up, akae huko. Whoever is chini, apewe pesa, akae na hiyo pesa yake huku chini ajijenge. But now when you're telling this person, we tengeza alafu lete juu.
You're exhausting Wednesday's givings. Let's reserve them for Wednesday.
Thank you so much. I just needed to come in briefly and say that I really appreciate the show. I was listening and I saw David. David, nice seeing you, bro. Bill after a long time. Haron, Sam, Delhau, nice to see you, man. Be prepared for Sunday. I mean Wednesday. Come, let's talk. Just don't usiwe na hasira. Sisi ni wapenda amani. We are here to convince you, not to attack you. So that is we are Azimio la Umoja. We even love we all Kenyans at the end of the day. So that's the thing. I really have nothing. I don't know you personally, so I got no reason to even hate you. So it's just the idea. So let's just come and engage. Don't attack people, their age, their what. Just come and engage. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, David. I give you the last word.
Today I decided to listen to Bernard. That's why I said I'm not submitting anything. But I can say this is 2022. We have talked much. We have defended much about our candidates. Now it is the D year, if you can say so. All you have done for the past 4 years will be determined by a flash of a second come August. So if we mean good for the country, you people, you have every opportunity now to change Kenya to the better. You know, some of us, we can talk, we can argue, we can fight, but at the end of the day, honestly, a person on the ground who is a citizen is the one who will make the final decision. We may say we are having tickets to come and vote, but that is subject to subject to change. But the people on the ground have every opportunity to change the country to the better direction they think best. If we miss this opportunity, we'll meet here, quarrel, fight, complain, but still we are growing old and things have not changed. So I'm still busy celebrating my birthday. I don't want really to juggle a lot. I'm growing very old. But how I wish Kenyans can make a best decision to safeguard their future and the future of their children. Lastly, I want to say that...
David.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Happy birthday, but I want to give you some wisdom I was told, eh?
No, let me finish. Let me finish, then you can give me wisdom.
Just on your birthday.
I might forget because I didn't write anywhere.
Okay.
You know, teachers have a tendency of having short notes. They don't cram things. So I didn't have a notes here. Bernard, we are at home stretch, and the best we can do is now to piece pieces together and finish well. Let's avoid now.
Home stretch for Azimio or home stretch for who?
I don't want to argue, you know, it's my birthday. I'm still celebrating. Let me finish.
Delehu na kutuma quarantine mpaka nikukujie. Asante.
Let's piece together where we see loopholes. I still feel that voter education is very important. One day, if you can allow me, I was a PO, presiding officer in Nakuru, where we are voting in 207, and I saw someone come and sign, instead of putting an X, write a big name, Raira. You know, that's a spoiled vote. But that person will leave the polling station shouting, I voted for him. The same with the other side. So it's all about how to vote. It's all about mobilizing people to come out and vote, because that's an issue. When you do the analysis of voting in different polling stations, we hardly register 90 apart from a few polling stations. So people have voter apathy. They don't want to come and vote. Watu wamezoea kitu kidogo, ati lazima apewe pesa ndio apige kura. Let's educate our people that come out and vote. It is your right. It is your time. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it will take you another 5 years to come back and make a decision, which you may not even be sure that you will be there. Now, Bernard, I stop there. Maybe Themba had something to say, I don't know, but it's upon you, Bernard, to allow him or not.
Okay, thank you, David, and happy birthday to you. Themba, what is the wisdom?
Yeah, I wanted to share with him some wisdom that I was given by some sage somewhere. Say that it is not right for you to celebrate your birthday. It is good for people to celebrate you. So this is how it needs to be. When you are young, they need to celebrate your birthday between early years up to 20 years. So let people celebrate your birthday. What are they celebrating? They are celebrating what you're going to do in this world. The next time is after 60, 70. Let people celebrate your birthday because of what you've done in this world. In between, do it. So between 20 to 60 and 70, do what you need to be celebrated. So they need to celebrate what is going to come and what you have done. So I found that to be a good way of looking at life. So just be in the business of living and do it. And happy birthday.
It is subject to debate. I may borrow or not, but I'm waiting for some fish here to eat. It's my birthday anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you, David. Delehu.
Thank you, Bernard and Themba, for remembering. You are outside, but I don't know how you heard about my conversation here in this forum. David, happy birthday also. And I was not attacking Mr. Mulumbu Yani directly. What I was saying is, when we are discussing these issues of economics, I'm a bottom up, I'm a something, I'm buying the economic model. Musilete mtu ambaye amefika standard 7. Amesema amefika standard 7, haiwezi kuelewa hizi vitu. Sasa ni kupotezea sisi time. What I'm trying to say is bring people we can work with. Kama Themba, I don't have any problem with Themba. I don't have any problem with Alex. I don't have any problem with some other people. Lakini ukileta mtu ya standard 7 hatutaelewana, atanisumbua tu hapa na sitatoa maoni yangu mzuri. Sasa what I'm trying to say is, on Wednesday, please don't bring such people. Wacha wakae nyumbani kidogo, watupatie space. Leteni watu ambaye tunaweza kuongea, because we wanted to talk about serious issues like financial aid, tax relief, mambo ya capital grants. We wanted to talk about land acquisition. We wanted to talk about so many stuff, foreign, the risks on foreign exchanges, vile ya kusaidia watu, vile ya kusaidia bailouts, those kind of thing. Mtu sasa wa standard 7 hawezi kuelewa hizi vitu, tutasumbuana bure hapa hivi. Sasa tafadhali Bernard, I appreciate whatever the whole thing, lakini tafadhali saidieni sisi. Kuna watu wengine hawatawezana na hiyo mambo. Msilete tu, don't just bring somebody into the show. Bring people we can discuss with. Nyinyi mnatuambia kila siku explain about bottom up. We are trying our best, lakini kuna mzee hawezi kuelewa hizi vitu. Unaleta hapo sasa anakuja kusumbua mimi. And then one more thing, Bernard, you have not understood in this forum is that there are technocrats and there are politicians. You have to separate. That is why in Ruto, in UDA, we have people who are behind whatever Ruto. Kina Ruto wanacheza siasa. Na kuna watu wako huko nyuma, kina Ndii, ambaye wanachapa mambo ya economics na mambo mengine. Sasa hii room unaleta mtu ambaye hajui politics na hajui economics na is not a technocrat, is not a politician, ametoka sijui nyumbani, amechoka, amekuja kusumbua sisi hapa. This is what I'm trying to talk about. Si ati na attack yeye directly. Wewe Themba unafikiria kama as if I'm attacking him directly. No. I am just saying hizi vitu hawataelewa. That is why I was talking about Holy Spirit.
Sasa ngoja Delehu. Mimi napenda wewe sana, lakini wewe umeanza kunikosea. Mtu kama haelewi atauliza swali. Wewe kusema mtu fulani hawezi kuelewa, hiyo ni kumhukumu. Unamhukumu kwa mizani ipi? Umempatia mtihani upi akaanguka?
Sio kumhukumu, Bernard. What I'm trying to say is we want to discuss about some issues like financial support, capital grants.
Now let's do this. Let's agree. Panel itakuwa na watu 6. Okay?
Yes.
You bring me 3 people. I will avail 3 specialists.
And you have to tell me your 3 people in advance.
Watu wengine wote watafollow the show from the comment section.
Agreed.
So leave me your number. You get me the number of the people who will be in the panel. I want them here on time so that we begin that show and we dissect all of it.
Okay. Now on the issue of Oka, I didn't discuss about the issue of Oka. I want to finish. I want to finalize. I want to finalize. No, I'm finalizing.
We have closed.
I'm finalizing.
Hey, God have mercy on me.
this issue of Ruto and Mudavadi, I think some people are misunderstanding it like Mudavadi has no say in Western or something like that. These things will be from next week. We will rechannel this thing properly and you will see the product that is coming up. Kama Musyoka bado ni watermelon. We will give him time. Lakini Raila must understand that without Oka, he is not going anywhere. Cost imepotea, Northeastern iko half. Mambo mingi sana imeharibika. Sasa nyinyi msiseme ati mzee atapata kitu. You have to console yourself in advance.
Cost haijapotea, cost bado iko wewe. Wasema nini wewe?
You have to console yourself in advance. Cost imepotea. So Northeastern, because I'm coming from Northeastern, I know it is half.
Where Dalahu? From the last time I checked, you are in Somalia. Wewe una habari na nini kinaendelea tafadhali?
No, me I'm in Dubai, but I read articles, I talk to people, you know, so many things.
So when you read articles, you see cost has disappeared.
Naongea na cost, watu wa cost wananiambia Raila amepoteza kura hapa. Naongea na watu wa Northeastern wananiambia the same. Naongea na Nairobi wananiambia 50-50.
Unaongea na watu wa UDA, wanakuambia cost imepotea.
No, I'm talking to people from all circles, all kind of circles, lakini kisiasa.
Okay. Themba, please, tufunge station tafadhali, ama nikuache?
Wacha tufunge, lakini Dalhau, I think we respect Dalhau, but I want him to be a little, careful, because whatever statement he's using might also hurt his candidate. Number one, they are the ones who are saying that their economic model ni ya mtu wa kawaida. Now, mtu wa kawaida, one of the characteristics of mtu wa kawaida ni kwamba they may not have had access to education, and for any reason, maybe by choice or by design. So they might have reached class 7, right? Does that therefore disadvantage them from understanding this economic model? Again, Aristotle says that if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, then you don't know it. So whatever it is that you know must be simple to a person who has never gone to school. So if it is too difficult for someone who has never gone to school, and you can't explain it to someone who has never gone to school, then you don't know it, because it's not the elites who are going to be explained to these things. It is mtu wa kawaida yule ambaye hajaenda shule, someone ambaye hata alifika class 7. So I think Dalhau should not make this an elite conversation. You might have gone to school, you might understand all those things, economic models and stuff. However, your ability to manage it and make it easy for anyone to understand it makes it better. Our discussion will not help if it is only going to be an elite. This is not an elite. It's not a scholarly discourse that we are going to be having here. It's not a scholarly debate. We are not doing it at a university somewhere where it's only professors who are marking our thesis. This is a debate where we are having anybody with a phone and who can access internet anywhere, even in the village. They might have gone to up to standard 7 or even standard 2, or they might never have gone to school. They'll be listening. So we don't want to come here and start using jargon. I want to I was just commenting and telling Dalhau Bernard that even as he prepares, this is not a scholarly discourse that we're going to be having. It's going to be trying to understand what they are talking about. And the question we'll be asking is so that mtu wa kawaida wa class 7, so anafaa kusikiza huyu mtu wa class 7, so that him Dalhau, it is his responsibility to explain to huyu mtu wa class 7 what he says. So I think he needs to be fair and a little respectful. Dalhau, I respect you a lot, but you're being a little disrespectful, especially for those people who seem, and by the way, there are people wale watu wa chini mna target wana listen and they're getting your statements and they're seeing how you disrespect them, and that is not going to be good for you guys.
Thank you, Themba. I want that to rest there, please. Dalhau, we are meeting on Wednesday. I will communicate the time for the show and make sure you don't fail me. Mark, how are you?
I'm okay, sir. I've been listening just like David is doing. Yeah, good. Is it good morning now? What is the time? It's morning?
In Nairobi is good morning.
Yeah, it's good evening here. I don't want to really respond to what has been going on in the studio, but just for what do you call him, Daraho? Sometimes it's important that you realize that people have gone to school. Those that call themselves professors hardly use such a kind of language that you're using. I tell you, you cannot. You find guys who have got the ideas. The real technocrats will not say that. Don't bring us. That is the only thing I'll encourage Delao to understand that you do not know most of these guys' background. And possibly you might be shocked that they could be knowing much more than you could be telling. Number two, even as we talk about these economic models, which I don't want to go into the merits and demerits of it, some of the basics which define the bottoms up, which they keep on citing, is the aspect of CDF. CDF was a brainchild of one of the biggest and greatest economists we've had as a country. When you talk about the bottoms-up economy, you are not telling us that if you're bringing all the resources to the ordinary mwananchi, you're closing down industries, or we have closed down offices, or we have stopped funding mega projects just to assist the common mwananchi. You've not given us how you're getting the money from the central government. Such arguments, of course, I expect, Bernard, on Wednesday when you bring out these arguments, such arguments are supposed to be brought out more clearly. But most important, and this one, it goes to most of the guys who are participating. Sometimes it's also good to get to the level. I realized Delaho was in his own world. Now, the challenge that you guys who are participating had is that you wanted to reach out to that world of his. Sometimes it's good to listen to the wild goose. Sometimes it's good to listen to such a kind of imaginations and try to bring out the arguments and dissect what he has been able to present for purposes of making him understand. And so I finally want to say, I don't know whether Oka ideally was an idea in the first place. I said here some 2-3 days ago that we have to watch one guy, and this guy is Musyoka. And I'll keep on inviting you guys to make sure that you watch out for Musyoka. He might be the ice in the making. For me, he remains a very relevant subject for the next political dispensation. Otherwise, it's been a good show. I've been following it up all through. And I have actually liked it. Bernard, ulikuwa umepotea sana. Nini ilitokea? Hadi ulikuwa umeibiwa sijui nini. Guys, you should be speaking.
I had on Christmas night, after I finished the show, I left Themba to finish the show.
Yeah.
So woke up in the morning, I found there was no internet. So I assumed it's my service provider that have issues. Only 2 days later to discover the boys climbed on the roof of the house and ran away with the radio that brings internet in my house.
Okay.
In fact, we are yet to do that. This one I'm doing from the office.
Okay.
So my house is yet to be reconnected, and the company is saying the insurance has to pay for the radio before the radio is restored. That is why we've been on and off.
Sawa. Nitakutumia soda hata hivyo. You know these things how we do.
Thank you.
So I wish you well. Themba.
Asante sana, thank you.
Yes,
So Themba, do the shout out to talk hapa tafadhali.
Mark Musioma, what are you saying? You mentioned me.
Naona uko sawa.
Niko mgangari. Nangoja Wednesday ni pambane na the twisted economics of Buddha.
Yeah, David, ndio ulimaliza. Let people celebrate you.
Yeah. Let people celebrate. You have no business celebrating yourself. What are you celebrating?
Thank you so much.
Let us celebrate what you will do, and celebrate what you have done. Hii ingine, do it. That's why unaonanga alizaliwa 19 this na Kadash na akakufa 2000 and this Kadash kadogo tu. Sasa what you do with that dash is what is important.
Hiyo ni samaki nimepewa.
Congratulations.
Uliona ya nani? Uliona ya anaitwa nani? Ya Njonjo. From
Have you now believe that?
From 19 to 2021. Kana Kadash ni kadogo. Ako Kadash, what you do with it?
Temba.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in yourself, if you don't celebrate yourself,
yeah,
I don't think that philosophy you are giving will hold water, because it's me who knows what I'm celebrating. It's me who believes in myself. So you should love yourself first. I mean,
you are listening to a lot of motivational speakers. This is again.
And these motivational speakers of nowadays are very
motivational speakers tell you what you want to hear.
No, please,
let me give shout out. Let me give shout outs because Pastor Kulala. Penyagaka, the Kisi governor who will never be Kisi governor is saying David go to Eko na Yanyasani. I don't know what that means. Asante sana. Martins Wilson, we appreciate you. We appreciate Stephen Mutumbu, Collins Onyuka. Collins Onyuka inakaa najua David. Ameitana hapo David amekusalimia sana. Dalawa anasema hizo kura ndogo zinaweza make someone a president. Ameambiwa kwa unaona Dalawa is can it be that Dalawa has been sent to spoil for UDA kwa hii forum? Kwa sababu the way he's not talking like someone who is pro UDA. He's saying that hizo kura
if you remember Wariahe.
Yes.
That is Dalawa.
Okay. Now I see. Nyagaka anasema it's so twisted economy. That's
Bana, wachana na mimi tafadhali. Temba, what is here is mimi ni mtu wa UDA na ninatafuta kura, lakini kuna watu wataka.
Haya, sawa, nimekusikia Dala. Acha tumalize. Wycliffe Machora, asante. Simon Dungu, Oginga Richard, asante. Shamil, asante. Kuna Hezron Kijagulu, ako karibu kabisa, anasema Deleho ajue even Ruto with PhD cannot explain his own model. Alishindwa ku explain, that is true. And even Waiguru could not explain, and she said she has been an economist in the SG Ministry of Treasury. She couldn't explain it. So we are waiting for Wednesday. If those two could not explain, if the person who made the house cannot say how he made the house, you who has just been given a complete house, how can you know? Simon Dungu, Zakayo Chelulei, Rafael Mosioka, huyo tumemtaja, Karisa Baya na wengine wengi. We really want to thank you so much for staying unlocked. This forum, like we say always, let's engage, because the more we engage, the more we learn, and the more we learn, the more we make ourselves better. And the more we make ourselves better, the better the country becomes. And the better the country becomes, the more development and progressive we get. So we want to appreciate and respect everyone. Remember, as we always say here, Bernard, Bekesa, and everybody else usually say, it is not that we force you to pick a certain perspective. Try and persuade the other people to come to your corner. That is, it's a persuasion. Wanasema kura ni kubembeleza. So unapoona hapa watu vile tunasema, every time when you look at everybody here, hata huyu Dalahau, hii ni kura tunaona. We are not seeing you as Dalahau. Hii ni kura, potential kura ya baba. So we are here to make sure that everybody, if possible, gets into a certain corner. And I keep giving this, similarity. There's a matatu driver, when he sees someone to carry, he doesn't see people, he sees money. He says, beba hiyo pesa usiache. So even as we are speaking and we are talking to each other, tuseme usiache hiyo kura. Hii kura isiende. Hata ya Dalahau, we are going this year to engage, make sure that we interrogate each other, but consistently bembeleza kura yako iende to the side that we think is appropriate. Other than that, subscribe. And as Bernard said, you can also donate to the channel. Bernard, you can donate to the channel and you'll be getting a blue banner. And if possible, kindly continuously come and share with as many people as possible. I want to return to Bernard so that at least afunge kwa maombi, because I know it's been too late. Let's meet again. If something happens that we need to meet kesho sawa. Other than that, Wednesday it is. We want to see the twisted economics that is bottom up. Bernard, back to you.
Thank you everyone. We appreciate all of you for your input and continued support to Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep doing the right thing. Let's make Kenya great by ensuring that we will have this country correct its wrongs through these elections of this year. If you have ever made mistakes in the past, let's correct all of them through this one. I believe that's the reason why God has given us this opportunity, and we must not blow it by all means. So listen to God, listen one to another, focus, weigh every leader. And when we say every leader, we mean MCA, we mean MP, we mean senator, we mean women rep, we mean governor. At all levels, president. Don't concentrate on Raila and Ruto and forget an MCA who is closest to you, is the one deciding how many toilets are being made in your wherever what. Please ensure that you are keen on each one of them. Don't buy into the party euphoria or political euphoria. Let us make wise decisions this time. We must make Kenya better by choosing right leaders for the moment. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we bless your name. We thank you for the privilege to be on this platform and fellowship with the entire world and discuss what is touching on this great nation. We lift our voice to you as we direct our prayer right on to you, that you will hold Kenya together, that you will navigate this country through this election peacefully and successfully. That Jehovah God, you being the Lord and the King of this nation, you will see to it that every line fall for us in pleasant places and it gives us a good heritage. I pray for each and every family in this country, each and every community, each and every minute segment of this country. Let your power, your grace, your mercy locate each and every Kenyan around the world. That Jehovah God, by reason of your covenant relationship with this great country, let there be a manifestation of your help on each and every individual. That Jehovah God, it shall be said that this is the nation that has been helped by God. We thank you for our leaders at all levels. We pray that by your wisdom they shall govern and lead this country and deliver it to the predetermined end, even by you. We give you thanks, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Well, thank you everyone. Thank you all of you in the comment section. Please, let's keep talking and let's keep sharing. Let's keep inviting. Let's see each other in the next show.
David